established this posture of activism and intervention. After his death, his policies are reviewed, are debated. In 81 BCE, there is a great debate at court. It's come down to us, written records of it have come down to us as the debate on salt and iron. And the debate on salt and iron is one of the great political, rhetorical texts in Chinese history, because in it, two sets of officials argue over whether it's a good thing for the state to intervene in the economy. One side argues that yes, it's the job of the state to regulate private greed and to ensure that the interests of the ordinary people are protected and they're not subject to the exploitation of greedy merchants. The other side argues that the government shouldn't be doing this, that the government shouldn't be intervening in society, that the government should merely create a set of moral expectations. The government should itself act in a proper way. And by setting that example, people in private society, including merchants and others who were engaged in the buying and selling of goods, would themselves be inspired to behave properly. It's improper, indeed, for the government to enrich itself by involvement in economic activities. The government should content itself with taxation on grain and the land, and shouldn't get involved in other kinds of economic activity. And these debates were quite significant at the time and have been looked back on by later Chinese as sort of setting out the parameters of how interventionist, how activist government should be. In practice, what they decide is to abandon most of Wu Di's monopolies, most of the economic monopolies he established, and to allow the economy and society to sort of go their own way with a very, very minimal level of government intervention from the top. The period after Wu Di's death, down to about the turn of the millennium, the beginning of the Common Era, the beginning of the present era, was one in which the Han Dynasty had certainly reached a very mature, very stable condition. But now we have a not very dramatic period. We have a period where a succession of relatively minor emperors maintained the rule of the Liao family. During this time, the imperial court becomes a little more self-centered, becomes more concerned with its extravagant entertainments, its extravagant social life. Emperors are less and less directly engaged in the affairs of administration. The kind of activist emperor that Wu Di had been disappears, and we have instead emperors who leave the administration of affairs to their officials. They don't manage the state directly. This allows officials to perhaps become a little corrupt, to line their own pockets, to put their own interests ahead of those of the emperor or the government. And we get a period where corruption and indulgence becomes characteristic. The revenues of the state are ignored. The interests of day-to-day administration are neglected. Military affairs tend to be neglected a bit. There are efforts, again, by in-law families, relatives by marriage of the imperial family, to manipulate the court. A lot of problems. These are brought to a head in the year 7 of the present era, when the emperor, Zhengdi, dies without an heir. There's a brief period that follows where power is usurped by a man named Wang Mang, who runs the country in his own name for about 20 years. But then he dies, no one is there to succeed him, and a collateral line of the Liao family, another branch of the Liao family, reestablishes its rule, reestablishes its control of the throne, and we enter into a period called the later Han. The first half of the dynasty is the former Han, the second half, the later Han. That runs on for another 200 years. We'll pick up the story of the later Han and what happens after that in the next lecture. We talked last time about the nearly 300-year period when China was divided into the northern and southern dynasties. In the north, a series of states, most notably the Toba Wei, that were created by Turkic peoples migrating into the area from Central Asia. In the south, a series of states, many of them centered at the modern-day city of Nanjing, which preserved a distinctive Chinese culture and indeed went through an area of rather elaborate flourishing of their Chineseness. By the latter part of the 6th century, this process of, or this period of division had persisted long enough, but the conditions which had created it to begin with had begun to change. In the north, the period of invasions, the period of migrations had ended, and a long era of cultural accommodation had ensued. A blended Sino-Turkic elite had emerged, which had adopted Chinese ways in political administration and in many cultural practices and adopted the use of the Chinese language. And North China ceased to be quite so alien a terrain, quite so alien a space. In the south as well, while there had been these very intense efforts to preserve a sense of Chinese purity, the spread of Buddhism, the adaptation of Buddhism to Chinese conditions, and simply, I suppose, a process of familiarization. The presence of alien elements in the north was no longer so new, so disruptive. Created conditions in which perhaps there was a greater receptivity in the south, even to the idea of reunification with the north. And certainly, the ideal of a single integrated China remained very powerful in Chinese elite thought, both north and south. In the 580s, circumstances arose and a series of events took place which brought to an end this long period of division and reestablished a unified Chinese empire for the first time in almost 300 years, and which set the stage for the emergence of the second of the truly great dynasties in Chinese history, the Tang Dynasty, which would arise at the beginning of the 7th century and flourish for nearly 300 years itself. What happens in the 580s is that a general, a military leader named Yang Jian, seizes power in 581 and proclaims a new dynasty. Now, Yang Jian was from one of the Sino-Turkic elite families in the north and northwest of China. He had been a military leader under one of the several small states in the north, under a particular state called the Northern Zhou Dynasty. And he decided at a certain point that political conditions, circumstances were ripe for him to seize power himself. He displaced a young boy who had become the emperor of the Northern Zhou, and he seized power and proclaimed a new dynasty of his own, which he called the Sui dynasty. Sui was the name of his home district, and he then just gave that name to the new state that he wanted to found. Now, there had certainly many such political transitions in the north and the south over the previous 3 centuries. But in this case, Yang Jian was able to pursue, by a combination of military and diplomatic and, I suppose, cultural means, the goal of reunification in a way which allowed him to succeed where others had failed. He pursues this goal over the next 8 years, and by 589 succeeds in reestablishing a single unified empire in both North and South China. And there were a number of aspects to his success. In part, it's simply a process of military conquest. He was a general, he seized power using his armies, and he then led his armies in a series of campaigns in North China against the other minor states that were in existence at that time. And he conquers them and absorbs them into his new Sui dynasty. At the same time, he conceived the ideals of conquering the South, or at least regaining the South for an integrated empire. He doesn't want to do that through military conquest. He would rather do that through other mechanisms. One way that he immediately begins to pursue this is that he sends his son, a man named Yang Guang, to be viceroy of a city called Yangzhou. Now, Yangzhou was a very important economic and political center on the north side of the Yangtze River in East China. And it was part of the Northern Territories, but it was close to Nanjing, the center of southern political power. And Yang Guang was able from there to enter into diplomatic correspondence and secret negotiations to try to bring about reconciliation between the North and the South. Yang Zhen and Yang Guang both also used Buddhism as a sort of cultural dynamic in their efforts to bring about reintegration, reunification of North and South. Buddhism, as we've said, had spread in the South. It had adapted itself more to Chinese culture. The distinctions, the divisions between the Buddhism of the Turkic peoples in the north and the spreading Buddhism in South China had mellowed, had moderated over the centuries. And now Yang Zhen and Yang Guang were able to use Buddhism as a common vocabulary, a sort of common cultural repertoire that allowed them to reach out to the South, ignoring or setting aside, in a sense, the elaborate literary culture of the South, which had been developed in part to emphasize its distinction from the North, and instead appealing to the commonalities which Buddhism provided for all Chinese at this time. And this was a successful strategy. They managed to negotiate a marriage between Yang Guang and a princess of one of the southern states, and that allowed that territory to be brought under the control of the Yangs without military conflict. And by that point, the remaining southern states basically saw the writing on the wall. They realized that this was the direction in which events were moving, and they made their accommodations of one type or another with the new dynasty. So that by 589, all of China is brought into a single political system, a single dynastic structure. Now, Yang Zhen and Yang Guang then set about to fashion a new state which will be powerful enough and functional enough to retain this unity. What they don't want is to simply be another sort of passing phase of a brief unification, which then will fall apart in a generation or two. Now, there's an irony that enters into this because, in fact, the Sui dynasty only lasts for a very brief period. Only Yang Zhen and then Yang Guang are successful emperors under the Sui dynasty, and by the second decade of the 7th century, the Sui dynasty passes away and is succeeded by the Tang. So the Yangs don't succeed in establishing for themselves a dynasty which will last a long, long time, but they do succeed in establishing an institutional order, a new political structure, a new system, which will prove to be quite resilient and quite long-lasting under the Tang, persisting all the way down to the beginning of the 10th century. There are a number of key elements in this system that Yang Zhen and Yang Guang put in place. One of them has to do with formulating a legal code, giving a body of law to the empire as a whole, which will be used to regulate the affairs of government and to govern the activities of ordinary Chinese as well. Now, the adoption of a legal code is not a completely new undertaking. Certainly, if we go all the way back to the Qin state in the 3rd century BCE, the legal code of the Qin was central to their rules, central to their administration. And the Han Dynasty had its own bodies of rules and regulations. But the law code promulgated by Yang Zhen, the Sui Code, brings together laws from north and south, from different administrations, different small dynastic states that had been in place around China, and seeks to create a body of law which takes into account the needs of various constituencies, various groupings within Chinese society. So the Sui legal code is, on the one hand, an effort to impose a coherent body of law on the empire as a whole, but it also is assembled in such a way that it draws in disparate elements, and it creates a unity. It solidifies a unity to the empire as well. Another important development in Sui administration is the use of what is called the well field system. The Chinese character for the word well, a water source, looks a lot like a tic-tac-toe game. Okay, it's sort of a grid, and the well field system was a very ancient idea in China. It went back into early mythological times, and it was meant to be a representation of a very egalitarian pattern of landholding in the well character, the character for a well. The outer boxes were private fields owned or farmed by peasant farmers. The central square was meant to be a field that was farmed for the lord, or for the empire. The revenues from the one square would be used as the taxes or tributes, and the other squares would be equally shared out in the community. Well, there's not an effort to literally reimpose this exact system, but the well field system is meant to promote a stable and viable agricultural order. And what it basically does is, while reminding us that all land in the empire theoretically belongs to the emperor, the well field system is designed to, every 3 years, redistribute land to ensure that farming families all have about the same access to agricultural resources. They don't necessarily have to have plots of land that are exactly the same size, but land is redistributed to prevent the accumulation of large amounts of land in the hands of some people and the falling out of other people from owning any land at all. In other words, you want to avoid a landless peasantry. You want to avoid the creation of a class of farmers without land to farm. This would lead to social instability. It would lead to unrest in the countryside, to rebellion, and this is not a desirable situation. So the well field was meant to regulate the agricultural land market. Now, that doesn't mean that all the land was distributed equally. There remain in the Sui, and certainly in the Tang Dynasty that follows, the great landowning families, the aristocratic families, which we talked about arising and emerging during the Han Dynasty, and which have remained in place throughout this period of division between North and South, as the basic social organization of land ownership, of life across the empire. These great families own large tracts of land, and the well field system doesn't mean that that land is expropriated from them and redistributed. It's not a radical land reform process. Their land is basically exempt. They're not on the radar screen for the well field system. But the well field system does serve to preserve a basic livelihood for farming families, for ordinary sort of subsistence peasant farmers. by redistributing land on a regular basis to ensure that everybody has enough to get by on. And it proves to be a very viable, stabilizing mechanism for the next few centuries. It breaks down eventually, and as we'll see late in the time, the situation deteriorates quite dramatically. But for quite a while, this proves to be a good feature. There are also innovations in terms of frontier defense. There was a recognition that the northwest frontier might continue to be a zone of instability, and in order to defend it, Yang Zhen and Yang Guang come up with the idea of agricultural colonies. Rather than raising an army in central China and trying to send it off to fight on the frontier, they established colonies of soldiers living out on the frontier, farming the land there, supporting themselves by their own resources, rather than having to be financed and fed from the heartland of China. And this proves, again, to be a reasonably effective policy. And finally, they established a system of public granaries where at harvest time every year, surplus grain is bought up at subsidized prices on the market and stored in these public granaries. During the course of the year, when agricultural prices rise, grain is then released into the market from the public granaries to maintain stable supplies and to keep prices from rising too far. And this form of intervention in the agricultural economy, which sort of echoes back to the activism of Emperor Wu in the Han, also proves to be a very functional, a very useful aspect of the Sui innovation. Well, Yang Zhen is the first emperor of the Sui. He is succeeded early in the 7th century by his son Yang Guang, who continues many of the efforts of his father to build a strong state. Yang Guang undertakes a number of military expeditions. He seeks to reestablish Chinese control over some territories on the periphery of the empire, which had previously been parts of China, but during the divisions of the northern and southern period had perhaps gone their own way. In particular, he launches some military campaigns against Korea. These are not successful, and indeed their failure is part of what begins to create dissatisfaction and unrest in the Sui. He also launches military campaigns to the northwest, out into Central Asia, to try to push some of the Turkic populations, in particular a group of people called the Uyghur Turks, away from the Chinese frontier. And these campaigns, too, while they're more successful than the undertakings in Korea, are a big drain on resources. Unlike the military colonies on the frontier, these campaigns of Yang Guang in Central Asia are financed from central resources and disrupt communities because soldiers are recruited and sent off far away to fight on the frontier. So those two tend to generate a certain amount of unrest. Yang Guang also undertakes some very important kind of public works projects, in particular the construction of a great canal from southeastern China up to the northwest. Eventually, the work that he begins will become part of what comes to be the Grand Canal, which is the main economic artery from north to south China in later history. But this first phase is designed to help move grain from the very wealthy grain-producing area of the Jiangnan region, near the mouth of the Yangtze River, where it flows out to the sea, from that area up to the northwest. By this time, the capital of the Sui is up in the northwest, up near Chang'an and Luoyang. They have political centers at both of those, again, just as earlier states have. But while these have been the political centers of China, of unified Chinese states, for 1,000 years now, the Northwest has continuously, through this period, been going through a slow process of climate change, which has involved it getting warmer and drier. And it has become less and less agriculturally productive. The Northwest had been, of course, as the original heartland of Chinese civilization. It had been a reasonably lush area, but it has dried out over the last 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 years. And by the Sui period, the Northwest is not able to support itself, or not able to support the lavish presence of the imperial court as it had been in earlier periods. And so the importation of grain from the southeast becomes economically much more vital. So the building of the Great Canal is undertaken by Yang Guang to deal with that problem. But again, this involves extensive mobilization of labor resources, the disruption of local communities, and while we can see it as a very necessary and very reasonable undertaking, sort of in a macro historical view, for the people who were involved at the time, it became another factor in generating unrest and dissatisfaction with the Sui regime. The Sui dynasty comes to an end in the year 617. And what happens is a curious combination of events, a curious set of causes leads to the transition from the Sui dynasty to the next dynasty, which is the Tang. On the one hand, there's disaffection, there's unrest, unhappiness on the part of elements in the population with the rule of the Sui dynasty. The military campaigns, the labor levies involved with the canal construction. These things have alienated large chunks of the population, large groups within China. But it's not necessarily clear that this would have, in and of itself, led to the overthrow of the dynasty. There were often circumstances in which particular communities or even large sections of the Chinese population might have been unhappy with certain aspects of a particular imperial regime that didn't lead to that dynasty being overthrown. Instead, we can see an additional set of elements in this case that are a little bit unique and a little bit curious and almost quirky. And these have to do with rumors and mystical events that begin to take place and to circulate around the Sui capital in the middle of the second decade of the 7th century. And these had to do with a story, a vision, if you will, that the imperial throne was going to be occupied by someone whose name was Li. Now, the name of the Sui emperors was Yang. So obviously, the suggestion that the throne would be occupied by somebody named Li meant that the Yang family, the Yang rulers, were going to be overthrown. First, there were some itinerant soothsayers who sort of spread this story around the capital. A short time after that, a popular song was circulating around, which picked up on this rumor, picked up on this idea, and became quite commonly heard. Well, Yang Guang was quite upset with this. He was very concerned about this. He wanted to preserve his power, preserve his dynasty. And perhaps he made a miscalculation, because what he did was he began to mistrust any of his officials whose name was Li. And indeed, he undertook to murder several of them. He undertook to destroy individuals named Li who he thought might constitute a serious threat to his power. Well, not in the capital, but off in a city called Taiyuan, there was a military garrison. And the commander of that military garrison was a man named Li Yuan. He had the right surname. And he had a son named Li Shimin. Now, Li Shimin was a very ambitious young man. And he set out to persuade his father that he shouldn't wait for the emperor to turn against him, that he had this name Li, that the rumors in the capital about someone of that name taking the throne were creating a politically dangerous situation, and that what Li Yuan should do was to seize the opportunity and to go to the capital and take power for himself. Okay? To, in other words, make this prophecy come true by taking advantage of this situation. And Li Yuan was reluctant to do this, and indeed not until it appears that he began to actually feel threatened himself did he finally accede to Li Shimin's admonition. But he does. And in 617, Li Yuan, with Li Shimin's support and assistance, sets out and marches south to the capital to attack. Rebellions break out. The Sui dynasty collapses. The court collapses fairly quickly. Yang Guang dies. Another one of his sons is briefly put on the throne, but this doesn't last more than a few weeks. And power disintegrates at the capital, at Chang'an. This then gives rise to a brief period, relatively, of civil war, where a number of contenders emerge, seeking to establish a new dynastic order. Li Shimin and Li Yuan are sort of the leading contenders, but it takes them about 4 years to defeat various rivals, various challengers. It's not until 621 that the last serious opponents are disposed of, and we can see the Tang Dynasty as finally sort of setting in. Now, there's an interesting sidebar to this process, which involves the Shaolin Monastery. The Shaolin Monastery is in Henan Province. It's not far from Chang'an and Luoyang and sort of core areas of Chinese politics. And the Shaolin Monastery had developed some particular forms of Buddhist exercise, I suppose you might say, which are the origins of a lot of the martial arts traditions that we know in later Chinese and indeed East Asian history. And at the time when the Li's are seeking to gain power in China, Li Shimin has a very close relationship with the Shaolin Temple. The Li family has patronized the temple, made donations to the temple, and Li Shimin recruits fighting monks from the Shaolin Temple to serve in his sort of personal bodyguard and retinue. And these monks are involved in a number of adventures, and the legends about them get expanded quite significantly. They became quite a sort of subject of popular mythology. Indeed, there are, even today, there are films made about this that as part of the great martial arts film industry in China. But the reality is that the Shaolin monks did indeed play a role in the acquisition of power by the Li family. And this helped with the patronage of Buddhism that became characteristic of the Tang Dynasty in its early in the reigns of the first few emperors. Well, in the 620s, the early 620s, the Tang establishes itself. The Tang Dynasty becomes the ruling house of the empire. The name Tang, like the name Sui or the name Han before it, is a place name. It has to do with the origins of the Li family. And it is then given as the name for their regime. Li Yuan reigns as the first emperor of the Tang until the year 626, at which point he abdicates. He lives on until 635 in a very pleasant retirement, but he turns the throne over in 626 to his son, Li Shimin, who in many ways really is the founder of the Tang Dynasty. It's unlikely that Li Yuan would have rebelled, would have undertaken conquest of power without the urging of his son. So it's really very appropriate that Li Shimin should come to be emperor of the Tang Dynasty in his own right. And Li Shimin reigns for 23 years, 626 to 649. So he presides over really the period of consolidation of power and the development of the core institutions and the stabilization of the Tang Dynasty. we will pick up the story of how Li Shimin continues many of the policies of the Sui, brings about some further institutional developments of his own, and really launches the Tang Dynasty on what will be one of the great ages of Chinese history, not only politically, but culturally, economically, militarily. The Tang is a golden age looked back on by later Chinese, and will trace some of the achievements of Li Shimin and his successors in the next lecture. The Tang Dynasty, which was established between 617 and 621 by the Li family, taking over from the Sui dynasty, which had preceded it, really comes into its own under the reign of the second emperor, Li Shimin. Li Shimin, as we talked about last time, had been in some ways the motive force behind the establishment of the Tang. It was he who had urged his father, Li Yuan, to rise up in 617 in rebellion against the Sui. And it was Li Shimin who really had the greater vision, I think, of what the new dynasty, what the new order was that he wanted to preside over. So in 626, when Li Yuan abdicated the throne and Li Shimin became the second emperor of the Tang, it was really sort of a second beginning, a second establishment of the dynasty. And Li Shimin proved to be a very energetic and very competent ruler. He took over, continued many of the institutional practices that had been developed under the Sui dynasty. The Sui had succeeded in reintegrating China, reestablishing a unified dynasty after 3 centuries of division, and had come up with a number of institutional innovations that were quite useful in stabilizing and developing the economy, establishing military control, and creating a more effective and efficient government. Li Shimin continues these practices. One consolidation, I suppose you could say, institutionally, that he presides over, fixes the number of ministries, the number of leading institutions in the central government at 6. And the system of 6 ministries, which had begun to emerge under the Sui, once it is formalized in the Tang, remains the basic institutional structure of the imperial administration all the way down to 1911, when the imperial age, the last dynasty, collapses. Li Shimin also begins the practice of having a separate bureaucratic institution to manage the affairs of the imperial household, sort of creating a division between the personal finances, the personal activities of the emperor and the imperial family, and the affairs of the government. And it's an important development because it makes governmental finance and the operations of the state more manageable, more discreet, not as intermingled with the particular activities of the ruler. So there's not as much opportunity for simple indulgence and abuse. It creates a more bureaucratic structure to manage both public affairs and the private affairs of the emperor, which are not really all that private, but are separate from the activities of government. Li Shimin also continued the military campaigns which had been begun under the Sui, the efforts to extend Chinese power into Korea, into Southeast Asia, bringing Vietnam back into direct Chinese control, and most significantly, out in the far west. Indeed, under Li Shimin and his next couple of successors, Tang armies project Chinese power much further west than had ever been the case before. They established direct Chinese control, the operation of the imperial administrative system out into what is now Xinjiang province in far western China, to cities like Hami, and even beyond that, far beyond, out into what is now parts of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and even Afghanistan. Local rulers accepted the overlordship of the Chinese emperor, and a series of protectorates were established where Chinese travelers and merchants could go freely and in safety and security. And this helped to contribute to the great economic expansion of the Tang Dynasty. The capital of the Tang was the city of Chang'an, a city that we're familiar with by now as having been a political center under the Han, under the Qin, even under the Zhou. It was the capital, was the site of successive dynastic capitals, and once again, the Tang established their principal capital there. They also continued to use the city of Luoyang, further east, as a secondary capital, and at certain times the emperor is in residence there. But Chang'an is the main center. It is in some ways the terminus or the starting point of the Great Silk Road, the long overland trade route that connects China with India, Persia, the Eastern Mediterranean. And both through overland trade coming from Inner Asia into China, and from maritime trade coming around through Southeast Asia, from the Indian Ocean, from the South China Sea, and in from Korea and Japan. Trade routes from all over East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Western Asia converge at Chang'an, and it becomes probably the greatest city in the world up to that time. A population of 2 million people. It was vastly larger than its nearest rivals, which would have been Baghdad and Cairo at this time. And it was a city in the streets of which you could encounter people from civilizations all across Eurasia. It became a cosmopolitan center that was unrivaled and probably unprecedented at that time. Economic growth, fueled in part by this vast international trading system, but also simply by the peace and prosperity that that a stable dynasty brought to China, to a unified and integrated China. Economic growth was quite rapid in the first century of the Tang, and demographic growth as well. The population expanded considerably during this time. The population growth was in part a result of territorial acquisitions, the expansion of the realm, the growth of the territory directly controlled by the Chinese, but largely a result of domestic natural increase. The lack of internal warfare meant that people had a greater probability of surviving, and the prosperity, the growth in agriculture, the growth in the circulation of commodities, raised the standard of living for people, and that too contributed to both longer life expectancy and to a greater willingness to bring children into the world, and a greater probability that those children would survive. So a number of factors come together to yield a significant expansion in population during this time. In the course of the Tang Dynasty, the population of China goes from perhaps 120 million people up to perhaps 250, or some estimates even go as high as 300 million people at its peak. By far the largest empire, the largest country in the world. The social order in the Tang Dynasty is a continuation of the aristocratic system which had emerged back during the Han. The basis of wealth and status being the ownership of large estates, great families which had now, many of them, been in place, been in possession of these estates for hundreds of years. The Tang sets about formalizing and regularizing this to an extent even greater than what we've seen previously. Indeed, the Tang establish at the capital a registry, a sort of genealogical registry that maintains a list of the great families and maintains genealogical records showing who's a member of the great families. And it is from these great families that officials in the imperial government tend to be recruited. If your family was recognized as one of the clans recorded in the registry, then you were considered sort of automatically eligible, if you were otherwise qualified, for recruitment into government administration. If you were not from this elite strata, it would have been very, very difficult for an individual to enter into public service, public life, to be employed in the imperial administration. And there are some very practical reasons why this should have been the case. It's, on the one hand, it's a matter of aristocratic privilege, but there are also some practical elements that make this somewhat reasonable. most notably being that in order to attain the kind of education, the mastery of the textual tradition, the writings of Confucius, the histories of China, the body of precedent and historical knowledge that was necessary to function as a member of the literate elite culture, you needed a certain amount of economic resources. An ordinary peasant family, a family that had to deploy all the available labor resources at its command simply in the production of food, wouldn't be able to spare a young man for the many years of study that would be necessary to achieve the kind of learning that was requisite for employment by the state. So the elite families, by virtue of their control of agricultural wealth, also had the resources to support the educational undertaking of preparing young men to serve in the government. Li Shimin's reign lasts down to 649. He passes the throne on to his son, and a series of descendants follow him on the throne. But in 690, a very interesting development takes place, a completely unprecedented event in Chinese history. And this is the assumption of imperial power by a woman. Never before in Chinese history has there been a woman emperor. But in 690, a woman named Wu Zetian assumes the throne. And she is a unique figure. Never again will a woman reign in her own name. Never again will a woman be the emperor of China. In Chinese, Chinese is not a gendered language, so the term for the ruler, Huangdi, is not gender specific. It doesn't mean emperor as opposed to empress, the way that we have in English. So when Wu Zetian was on the throne, she was Huangdi. She had the same title as an emperor would have had. So she reigned in exactly the same way that a man would have. She gets to do this. She arrives at this very unique situation by having started out at a very young age, perhaps 12 or 13 years old, as a consort, a concubine of Li Shimin. She comes into the imperial harem during the last year of Li Shimin's life. It's not even clear that he ever actually would have met her or encountered her. When the emperor died, as was the traditional practice, all the women of his court, all the consorts that he had, were retired into nunneries, into Buddhist nunneries. And because it was felt that it would be inappropriate for a woman who had been the partner of an emperor to then become the partner of anybody else, even his successor. So all the women, all the court ladies were retired into nunneries. On the first anniversary of Li Shimin's death, however, his successor, his son, visited the former court ladies and was totally captivated when he saw Wu Zetian. Now, she would still have been perhaps 15 years old at this point. And he fell in love with her. And he contrived then, of course, he was the emperor, so he could do this sort of thing, to bring her back to the palace. And over the next few years, he makes her his favorite, and eventually he displaces his actual empress, his wife. He casts her aside and makes Wu Zetian the empress. So this is how she gets to direct proximity to the throne. Now, as it happens, he doesn't have sons who inherit the throne, but rather nephews who inherit the throne. So Wu Zetian does not become the mother of the next emperor, but she is the aunt of the next emperor, and indeed the next two emperors are both nephews of hers. And in 690, she sets aside her nephew, who is a very young boy and not a very competent individual at that, and she assumes imperial power herself. She reigns for 15 years. Formally, she changes the name of the dynasty. She calls her dynasty the Zhou dynasty, echoing all the way back to ancient times. And in 705, after 15 years on the throne, she steps down. She abdicates the throne, and a member of the Li family, actually one of the nephews that had reigned prior to her, returns to the throne very briefly for just a few years. And then Wu Zetian dies of natural causes. She's not assassinated or murdered or anything like that. And this brings this episode to a conclusion. Now, the reign of Wu Zetian is a very unique moment. And if one reads the traditional Chinese historiography about this, it's a pretty bleak story. The Confucian gentlemen who wrote the stories down didn't like this. They thought it was completely inappropriate for a woman to have this kind of power, and so they did everything they could to blacken her reputation. But if one looks, instead of at the sort of direct discourse about her, and instead looks at the records of these 15 years, what one sees is that she perhaps was not the greatest ruler in China's history, but she was far from the worst. She presided over a period of stability, of economic prosperity. She didn't initiate policies which caused particular problems. She was not a great innovator either. She was a ruler like many others, with the sole difference of having been a woman. But her reputation, the way, the position that she holds in the official Confucian historiography remains very negative. And this is largely, I think, an artifact of who gets to tell the story, rather than an accurate reflection of the kind of rule that she carried out. She was noted for a couple of things, and she's been noted, her reign has been noted historically for a couple of phenomena. One was her patronage of Buddhism. This is not unique. The Li family itself had been great patrons of Buddhism, but Wu Zetian seems to have been very strongly influenced by her spiritual advisors. And of course, there are all sorts of scurrilous stories about her relationships with the monks who were her advisors, and they were supposedly inappropriate in various ways. We don't know to what extent that may be true, or to what extent that too is an artifact of Confucian historiography. More significantly, perhaps, it's clear that in attempting to consolidate her own position, to strengthen her position vis-a-vis the Confucian bureaucracy, who she knew distrusted her, that she consciously undertook to recruit individuals into government service who came from less significant families. She didn't go out and recruit farmers out of the fields, but she turned to parts of the aristocracy which had not been the traditional center, the traditional core area for recruitment into government. She went to minor families, to families from more remote parts of China, and brought in individuals who were certainly well-educated, competent individuals, but who were not beholden to the established interests at the capital. And in this way, she was able to surround herself with at least some officials who were more directly responsive to her will. This was a very clever political maneuver on her part. It indicates that she was far more than just a sort of opportunist, but had a very, very clear sense of how to work with the institutional structures of the time. Well, after her abdication, there was a few years of brief reigns until the year 713, when another emperor comes to the throne, an emperor that we know as Xuanzong. And Xuanzong reigns until the year 756, so he has a nice long time on the throne. And he's one of the great emperors in Chinese history. He presides, it's more a matter of the era over which he presides than any particular thing that he does as emperor. But he is fortunate enough to be the emperor of China during perhaps the peak period of the Tang Dynasty, a time when the economy continued to flourish, when the role of Chang'an as a cosmopolitan center continued to be quite significant, when Buddhist culture flourished, great monasteries were built, great translation projects to further adapt Buddhist scriptures to the Chinese language, to further embed Buddhism in Chinese civilization and culture took place. And when Chinese culture itself achieved one of the truly great moments, particularly in literature and poetry. The first part of the 8th century is an age when some of the greatest poets in all of Chinese history lived all at the same time. They knew each other, they wrote in response to each other, and this created a moment in Chinese literary culture that was incredibly rich, incredibly dynamic. Figures like Li Bo, Du Fu, Meng Hao Ran, names that any Chinese school child today can still call up and recite their poems from memory. These were individuals who were the giants of poetry and remain. They are still looked back upon by later Chinese as cultural paragons, and they all lived during the reign of Shenzong. Now, Shenzong, for most of his reign, was a pretty active emperor. He was pretty much a hands-on kind of emperor. He was engaged. He was involved in the day-to-day activities of court. He managed the affairs of state. He managed the empire in some pretty good, pretty competent ways. But as time went by, as he got to be older, he became more concerned with perhaps the inner life of the palace in two ways. One was that he became concerned with the quest for immortality. In China, during this time, particularly during the northern and southern dynasties, but carrying on down into later times, a spiritual practice that we call religious Taoism, to distinguish it from the philosophical Taoism we talked about earlier, developed, that was very concerned with seeking out immortality, seeking to be in communication with a spiritual realm which was populated with immortal beings. And part of the way that this was done was through taking various chemical substances into one's body, producing heightened states of spiritual sensitivity, if you will. Or maybe it was simply a matter of taking hallucinogens. But however you may interpret it, it worked for the people involved. And they believed that they were having encounters with these immortals, with these spiritual beings. And the spiritual beings would communicate to them various techniques, various recipes, if you will, for better and better concoctions, which would help you to pursue your spiritual quest. Well, Shenzong becomes interested in immortality as he gets older, a not surprising development, and he gets somewhat involved in these kinds of activities. More significantly, at least as things play out historically, he becomes very enamored of one of his consorts. And this is a gal known as Yang Guifei. She's from the Yang family. Guifei is not a personal name, it's a title. It means precious concubine or precious consort. So Yang Guifei is chosen, is selected out by Shenzong from the ranks of the court women, and she becomes his favorite. She becomes his fairly constant companion. And indeed, she comes to play a role in his life beyond that of simply a palace lady. She becomes a partner. She becomes an advisor in some ways to him. She shares in discussions with him about the affairs of state and about his other concerns. And this makes her a very powerful individual. Indeed, it makes her such a powerful individual, or at least such a potentially powerful individual, that it excites the jealousy of Confucian officials, of the regular officials at the court. And this, as we will see in a few moments, can become a very problematic thing. In the Tang Dynasty, one important political concern is frontier security, maintaining the defenses along China's border with Inner Asia. The Tang Dynasty comes up with some very interesting strategies to deal with this problem. They continue the policies inherited from the Sui of establishing agricultural colonies, military colonies out along the frontier. But they also come up with some new policies, some new techniques. And one of these is to employ military forces from one part of the frontier in the defense of another part of the frontier. And a very concrete example of this is the use of Uyghurs, of Turkic peoples from Central Asia, on the defense of the northeastern frontier of China, where the people against whom they were defending were not Turks, but were other non-Chinese ethnicities. One individual, a Uyghur Turk, who was so employed by the Tang, was a man called An Lushan. An Lushan is his name in the Chinese records. His Turkic name seems to have been something like Rakshan, but that becomes An Lushan in Chinese. And he was in charge of a Chinese garrison near where the modern-day city of Beijing is located. Well, he was a very successful military leader. He was a very competent general. He defended his part of the frontier quite effectively. And he became something of a popular figure at Xuanzong's court. And indeed, he was a favorite of the emperor himself. Every so often, these commanders would come to the capital and make a report to the emperor. And when those occasions took place, when An Lushan was involved, he was received quite warmly. He was entertained personally by the emperor and got to know him. They got to be very good associates. I don't know if anybody ever really establishes a close friendship with the emperor like that, but they came to have a relationship of trust. Well, An Lushan also came to be good friends with Yang Guifei. This was entirely appropriate in context, and indeed in their correspondence, which is preserved in the historical records, he refers to her as, he uses the term mother when he writes to her and addresses her, which would be appropriate since she was the consort of the emperor, whom he would have addressed as if he were his father. So the relationship, as it's recorded in their correspondence, appears to have been perfectly ordinary. But jealous officials at the court chose to slander both Yang Guifei and An Lushan by claiming that they were having an illicit sexual relationship. The emperor didn't believe this, but he was so persistently fed these rumors that eventually he began to perhaps have his doubts. And it may be that his state of mind was somewhat affected by the chemicals that he'd been taking in his pursuit of Taoist immortality. At any rate, he comes to at least have suspicions, and he summons An Lushan to come to the capital. And An Lushan, who is not unaware of the slanders that are circulating at court, resists this. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to come to the capital and deal with this. This is taken by his enemies at court as evidence of his perfidy. And the emperor asks him again to come, and An Lushan finally decides that he has to do this. And he leaves to go to court, but he takes his army with him. And this triggers in the year 755 what we call the An Lushan Rebellion. And the An Lushan Rebellion.
That's JP 12.
Out and be dealt with. When An Lushan leads his forces south, a number of battles take place, a number of sieges, and in every encounter, he emerges victorious, his forces grow, and it appears that this may be the end of the Tang dynasty. As he approaches the capital at Chang'an, the emperor and the courtiers decide not to stay in the palace and receive An Lushan, even though he has been summoned by the emperor, but they run away. They flee the capital, they go off over the mountains to the southwest, down into Sichuan. And in the course of their flight, poor Yang Guifei meets her sad fate. Finally, the emperor has been, if not convinced of her betrayal, at least he realizes that he can no longer sustain his relationship with her in the face of opposition, and he allows her to be taken away from him. She is strangled and left, her body left by the roadside as the imperial entourage moves on. The emperor dies the next year. An Lushan himself dies in the course of the rebellion. A new emperor and An's son continue to fight things out for a few more years until finally, in 763, the stability of the Tang is restored. Unfortunately, certain compromises, certain deals have had to be cut. The court has had to surrender, for example, the control of revenues from certain parts of the empire to win the loyalty of military commanders. So although the dynasty is restored, it never fully regains the wealth and power, the dynamism that it had possessed in its first half. It will continue for another 150 years, but never really quite with the power and glory of the first half of the dynasty. We'll take up the story of the second half of the Tang in the next lecture. The An Lushan Rebellion was the greatest challenge faced by the Tang dynasty since its founding early in the 7th century. When the rebellion breaks out in 755, the court is thrown into quite a bit of panic as An Lushan leads his armies towards the capital, bringing them down from his garrison on the northern frontier. He defeats various imperial forces that are sent out to try to stop him. And this leads, as we talked about last time, to the flight of the emperor from the capital, to the capture of Chang'an by the rebel forces. But eventually, after 8 years, the rebellion is suppressed and the Tang dynasty is restored. In order to accomplish this, the court was forced to seek new resources, to find new strengths. The existing resources, the existing imperial army had proved inadequate to stop An Lushan in his march from the north. And so now, from his remote location where they had fled to the province of Sichuan, the emperor needed to put together a new sort of support system, to find new ways in which he could rally military forces to support the dynasty and to resist the rebels. When Xuanzong died in 756 and was succeeded by his son, when An Lushan died and his forces were taken over and led by his son, the rebellion, the civil war continued. And the dynasty had to continue to seek these new forms of support, new sources of support. The main way, the main method that they used to draw in and secure the resources that they needed to defend the dynasty was to make deals, to make compromises with powerful military officials who were largely found in the south and the southeast of the empire. These areas had not been directly affected by the rebellion. The military forces in those areas were pretty much intact. And so the emperor called upon these generals to bring their armies to his defense. But the generals saw this as an opportunity to negotiate with the emperor, and so they obtained concessions. The court was forced to, for example, relinquish certain payments of taxes to allow the taxes that were collected in various parts of the empire to be retained in those areas, to be utilized for ostensibly for local administration, but often for the enrichment of the generals, the military strongmen who were in place there. These kinds of deals were successful in that they brought military support to the dynasty, and they allowed the Li family to preserve its rule. They allowed the Tang dynasty to defeat the An Lushan rebellion and to survive as the reigning house in China. But in granting these concessions, in making these compromises, the dynasty weakened itself. It weakened itself in ways that had long-term consequences that were perhaps unavoidable, because otherwise the dynasty would probably have fallen, but which nonetheless meant that after 763, after the end of the An Lushan rebellion, although the Tang survives for another century and a half, it never is able to regain the dynamism. It never has quite the power and the glory and the grandeur that it had possessed in the first half of the Tang period. Instead, the court directly controlled the area in and around the capital cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, and certain areas, particularly in northwest China, that were more traditionally under the sway of the imperial center. But large portions of the empire, although they continued to recognize the power of the Tang emperors and continued to submit certain amounts of revenue, certain amounts of tribute payments to China, kept greater and greater proportions for themselves and became increasingly autonomous in reality. Now, while this was going on, and indeed even before this, in the century and a half prior to the Anlushan Rebellion, another phenomenon had been developing, which also had some fairly critical implications for the stability and viability of the Tang dynasty. And this had to do with the situation of what we might call institutional Buddhism. Buddhism as a spiritual doctrine, as a religion, had, of course, grown and developed in China for centuries by this time. And central to Buddhism as a social religion was the practice of monasticism, the withdrawal of some people from society to become monks or nuns, to live in communities that were separated from society, that had great ritual centers, large building compounds. Support Buddhist monasteries, for the Buddhist monasteries to support themselves, they needed income. They needed money. They had to have food. They had to have clothing. They had to pay for the buildings that they constructed. And one mechanism that emerged in China fairly early to allow these religious institutions to survive was that land which was owned by the Buddhist monasteries was exempt from taxation. This is, of course, parallel to the experience of churches in Western history. Church land traditionally was exempt from taxation in European history as well. And this was the case with Buddhist monastic land holdings in China. Now, the Tang Dynasty, as we've talked about from its inception, was a period of fairly extensive patronage and support for Buddhism, in part growing out of the strong official patronage of Buddhism from the northern dynasties, the use of Buddhism as one of the cultural mechanisms for reintegrating the empire during the Sui unification, and then through the Tang period, the further encouragement of great translation projects and ongoing construction of Buddhist monastic centers. This was a very important component of Tang political culture. And there's another dimension to this as well, which was that many of the great aristocratic families, whose basis for their wealth and power and prestige was largely their own ownership of land, their own control of agricultural resources, many of these families began to figure out that there were certain ways, certain legal mechanisms that could be used to essentially commend some or all, not usually all, but part of their land to monastic institutions. By making arrangements with a particular monastery, you might grant them a certain amount of land, which then would become, as monastic land, tax exempt. But you might, in that agreement, make an arrangement whereby, although the land belonged to the monastery, and you would pay a proportion of the harvest from that land to the monastery, you would also retain rights to some of the use of the land, some of the harvest from the land, for yourself. So this was a way in which many wealthy families protected their own economic interests by formally granting land to Buddhist monasteries so that it disappeared from the tax registers, but retaining the right to some of the revenue, some of the harvest from that land. This was a deal that worked out very well for the families and for the monasteries, but it didn't work out very well for the dynasty because they no longer received the tax revenue from these lands. So after the Anlushan Rebellion, you have a confluence of these two phenomena where the military deals that have been struck to win the support of armies mean that revenues coming from various parts of the empire, in the south and the east especially, decline. And at the same time, you have this ongoing phenomenon of land going off the tax registers and into the control of Buddhist monasteries. So you have a shrinking revenue base. Okay, certainly the demands of the dynasty, the financial demands of the dynasty, remained constant or perhaps even expanded in the aftermath of war. And so in order to get a constant flow of revenue coming in, they had to increase the rate of taxation on those farmers who were left on the tax rolls, which was largely the smaller peasant farmers who didn't have the kinds of resources or the kinds of access that would allow them to make these lucrative deals with monasteries. So you're in a situation where the dynasty was facing fiscal constraints. They increased taxation on the peasantry, which caused unrest and dissatisfaction amongst the farmers. And the ability of the dynasty to assert its political control outside the immediate vicinity of the capitals was also diminished. So the latter part of the Tang is a very problematic period from the point of view of the imperial court. Now, late in the 8th century and at the beginning of the 9th century, there's a brief sort of revival in the at least in the spirit of the dynasty. It doesn't really go that far in terms of the material conditions of the dynasty, but there's a kind of spiritual uplifting that takes place. And this is in the form of what's sometimes called the Confucian revival, a movement which was concerned to restore the centrality and the dynamism of Confucianism in Chinese political culture, in the operations, the functions of the Chinese state. And this comes to be centered largely in a movement called the Guwen movement. It's a literary movement led by, well, one of the chief figures in which was a gentleman named Han Yu. There were certainly a number of other individuals who participated in this movement, who shared some of the ideas that Han Yu set forth. But Han Yu is a good representative figure, and we'll focus on him in thinking about the Guwen movement. He was born in 768, died in 824, and like several of the Guwen advocates, he was something of a new kind of figure in the Tang imperial government. He was from the aristocratic strata of society, but from a minor family, a family not one of the great families from the mainstream core of aristocratic political service, but from a minor sort of marginal family. He entered into government service by taking one of the occasional imperial examinations. And this is important because it meant that right from the very beginning, his qualifications were based not just on aristocratic status or privilege, but on demonstrated literary accomplishment. His capacity as a writer, his abilities as a thinker were clearly part of his qualifications right from when he first enters into government service. Now, Han Yu and some of these others developed this theory, this movement that we call the Guwen movement. Guwen means old style prose. Gu is old or ancient, and Wen is a word that has many very expansive meanings, but in this instance we can just take as referring to good writing, to literary culture. So ancient style prose, old style prose, something like this is how we can translate the term Guwen. And Han Yu, in his advocacy of Guwen, what he's talking about is a critique of the problems that are plaguing China at this time. And he links these together by talking about writing, by talking about literary culture. And of course, as a member of the educated political class, the educated political elite, he recognizes the centrality of literary culture to the functioning of the Confucian political class, the gentleman, the sure that we've talked about in earlier times. What Hanyu says is that writing, prose writing in particular, should be as clear and straightforward, as simple as possible. It should be expository prose which communicates the ideas that the author has in as straightforward a way as you can. What he's criticizing is the kind of flowery writing, the kind of very elaborate style that we saw develop in the southern dynasties during these centuries of division between North and South, between the 4th and the 6th centuries. That, he says, that's a kind of writing in which people are more concerned with how they're saying something than with what they're saying. And for Hanyu, this is part of the problem that has weakened China, that has undermined Chinese civilization. Now, he blames this largely on two malevolent influences, which are principally that of Buddhism, but also that of what we might call religious Taoism, a response from within Chinese culture to the arrival of Buddhism. Buddhism with its concerns with a more transcendent reaction to the problems of the world, not so much the kind of mundane day-to-day engagement with human affairs that we see in Confucianism, but a rejection, a transcendence of the day-to-day concerns and saying, this is all just transitory, this is all just passing, we should be concerned with spiritual liberation. Well, for Hanyu, that's a very bad message. Hanyu says that Buddhism and religious Taoism, with its quest for immortality that goes along with it, these things are bad influences on Chinese civilization, largely because they represent the rejection of the family. The family is, of course, central to Confucius's vision of a well-ordered society, a network of proper human relationships. And Buddhism, in particular, undermines that, indeed directly challenges it, particularly through the practice of monasticism. Men and women who enter into Buddhist monastic life, who become monks or nuns, leave their families behind. They reject the immediate living community, but they also cut off the line of ancestral transmission, the line of ancestral continuity. Ancestor worship, as we've seen going all the way back to the Shang dynasty, was central to Chinese spiritual life. It is, in a sense, the trans-temporal form of the family. It's the worship of the ancestors extends the focus on the family, not just in the present, but into the past as well. And so, by cutting off the family line, by not having children, which monks and nuns, because they leave their families and they are celibate in their monasteries or nunneries, they're not having children, they're not continuing the family line, then who will carry out the sacrifices to the ancestors? The ancestors will be abandoned. This is clearly a bad thing from Hanyu's point of view. So Hanyu advocates a return to the values of Confucianism. In a very famous essay called The Origins of the Way, The Origins of the Tao, he explicitly criticizes Buddhism and religious Taoism and talks about how they've undermined the viability of Chinese culture. And his solution is to return to the values of humanity, of righteousness, of moral order, of good human relations that are expressed in the writings of Confucius and Mencius. He talks about the transmission of the way, how a knowledge of the way, the Tao, the proper order of society, had come down from antiquity all the way to Confucius and Mencius, but then seems somehow to have gone astray. And what he says is that by returning to the Confucian values and by returning to the kind of writing, the literary style that Confucius and Mencius themselves use, which is very simple, straightforward exposition, that will help to bring China back to the proper path. That will help to bring China back to a correct orientation. Another very, very famous essay by Hanyu is called, it's a memorial, which is a text that's submitted directly to the emperor. It's a communication from an official to his ruler, to the emperor. And Hanyu writes, a memorial on the bone of the Buddha. It's called the memorial on the bone of the Buddha. And this has to do with a situation early in the 9th century when a Buddhist relic, supposedly the middle bone of the little finger of the left hand of the Buddha, is brought to Chang'an. And this is a great occasion in the community of Buddhism because this is a real relic of the Buddha himself. And of course, if we think about the role of relics in medieval Christianity and European history, great pilgrimages were organized around these, and the presence of relics could be the subject of warfare to bring relics back from the Middle East in the time of the Crusades was a great undertaking. Relics can be very, very powerful in their psychological impact on people within faith communities. So the arrival of this bone of the Buddha at Chang'an was a big deal. This was a major event. And the emperor himself had announced that he would go to the monastery where this bone was going to be housed and put on display and pay his respects to this relic of the great teacher of the Buddha. Well, Hanyu thought that this was terrible. He thought that this was completely inappropriate and that indeed it reflected everything that was wrong in China at this time. And so he writes to the emperor, says very straightforwardly in good, clear Guinness style expository prose, he says, "You can't do this. This is not a proper thing for you to be doing. How can you, the son of heaven, the emperor of China, go and pay respects to the rotten corpse of a foreigner?" This is the kind of terminology that he uses to refer to this relic of the Buddha, the rotten corpse of a foreigner. And this emphasizes, of course, the rotten corpse emphasizes that this is just a physical object. It's just a part of a dead body. And there's a certain aversion to this in Chinese culture. People who handled dead bodies, people who undertakers, morticians, I suppose you'd say, were considered to be in a profane category. They were a polluted category in society. So for the emperor to go and basically worship part of a dead body, this was polluting for him. But even more so, even more problematic, was the fact that the Buddha was a foreigner. He wasn't even Chinese, right? And so to bring this bone to China from India, and then for the emperor of China to go and worship it, well, this was just scandalous to him. He thought that this was a public demonstration by the emperor of how corrupt, how decadent China had become. And so he strongly urges the emperor not to do this, to instead return to a correct path, return to the way of honoring the family, of honoring things Chinese, and to restore China to its proper order. Well, the emperor was none too pleased with Hanyu's memorial, and Hanyu, in a couple of instances in the course of his career, when he writes very outspoken things like this, gets in a lot of trouble. He does not suffer the ultimate consequences. He doesn't get executed. He gets sent off as an exile, as an internal exile. He's demoted and sent to the far south, down to basically around where the border between China and Vietnam is now. Tropical locations like this were often sort of a death sentence because people from North China who went down there frequently came down with malaria or other diseases and all that. Hanyu does not. He survives his internal exiles and eventually returns to life in the capital, to life in the mainstream of Chinese administration. His words and the writings of others like him become part of a moral critique, part of a call for a moral revival, a Confucian moral revival, which takes root, which begins to grow within Chinese political culture. It does not achieve dominance. It doesn't. It's not that these guys sweep the stage and they become the new in-group and they set the agenda. They're not powerful enough to do that. There aren't enough of them to do that. but they create an intellectual position which becomes part of the ongoing discourse of Chinese culture, of Chinese political civilization. And as we'll see down the road a little bit, the ideas, the values that Hanyu is pushing at the beginning of the 9th century will be picked up and further developed, particularly in the 11th century, by some later thinkers and writers. Now, Hanyu dies in 824. About 20 years later, in 845, there's a great purge of Buddhism. This is, in many ways, a response to the criticisms that Hanyu has raised. But it is also a response to the fiscal problems facing the dynasty. Now, it's interesting that in his discussions of the problems confronting China, when Hanyu challenges Buddhism and attacks Buddhism directly, he doesn't talk about financial questions. He doesn't say Buddhist monasteries are bad because they're tax exempt. What he says is, they're bad because they're foreigners, it's an alien ideology, it's anti-family, it undermines Confucian values, it undermines Chineseness. These are moral arguments, and this is entirely appropriate to the kind of moral discourse that constitutes Confucian political culture. But there's an underlying reality, which are these fiscal issues that are plaguing the dynasty, which I think must have been in Hanyu's consciousness, must have been part of his thinking, but he chooses not to articulate his argument in that way. Nonetheless, in 845, when a new emperor comes to the throne, he issues edicts which proscribe Buddhism, which proscribe, in particular, the established Buddhist monasteries. And this results in a great rupture, a great closing down of monasteries. All across China, Buddhist monasteries are simply closed. The monks and the nuns are ordered to return to lay life, to go back home, to return to their farms or their villages, their crafts, whatever tasks, whatever work they had been involved in before they became monks or nuns. And many monasteries are physically destroyed, physically disassembled. The buildings are torn down, the building materials are put to other uses, and perhaps most importantly, the land holdings of Buddhist monasteries are confiscated and redistributed. Now, we can recall that fairly early on when we talked about the beginning of the Tang, and even with the Sui unification, there's been an ongoing concern with these dynasties for keeping the farming population adequately supplied with land. So the confiscation of monastic lands allows for a new stage of redistribution of land, and in some ways helps to defuse what may have been emerging tensions with the small farming strata. We talked about the intensification of taxation as a result of the Anlushan rebellion. Now there's more land to be handed out. By handing it out to small farmers, of course, it goes right back onto the tax rolls. So the farmers are happy because they get more land. The government is happy because it's now got a revived source of revenue. And this helps to solve some of the fiscal problems of the dynasty for a while. Not permanently, it doesn't save the dynasty in the end, but it's a fix that is helpful for a while. Now, this ban on Buddhism does not last a real long time. It lasts about 5 or 6 or 7 years. By early in the 850s, the ban is lifted, and it becomes possible for Buddhist monasteries to be reestablished. And indeed, very, very quickly, many of them reappear. However, although they are allowed to revive themselves as institutions, they don't have their lands restored to them. And without the extensive land holdings, without that resource base, they are unable to reacquire the very large populations of monks and nuns which they had had prior to 845. So Buddhism after 850 returns and continues to play a very important role in Chinese life, but it doesn't have the political clout, it doesn't have the economic resources, it doesn't have the population presence that it did prior to the purge of 845. Well, the latter part of the 9th century becomes a period of increasing problems. The revenue fix generated by the confiscation of monastic lands doesn't really support the dynasty all that long. Different power groups begin to emerge at court. A lot of the same kinds of problems that we saw late in the Han dynasty start to plague the Tang. And the final decades of the dynasty, it doesn't formally disappear until the year 907. But the final decades, again, are a period of a downward spiral as the empire sort of falls apart. And we'll turn our attention to that decline and fall of the Tang in the next lecture. As the 9th century came to a close and the 10th century began, the Tang dynasty fell apart and disappeared. The kinds of stresses which we saw in the fall of the Han dynasty seem to reassert themselves. Very similar kinds of patterns emerge late in the Tang. Different groups of military strongmen who had risen in power, of course, after the defeat of the Anlushan rebellion, who had controlled as semi-autonomous fiefs various parts of the empire, grow more and more assertive as the imperial center weakens and declines. At the center, at the court, powerful eunuchs emerge, particularly in the course of the 9th century, dominating weak emperors, controlling access to the inner palace and manipulating the political affairs of the court. The great aristocratic families, of course, which were in many ways the foundation of the imperial order at this time, themselves struggle to enrich themselves, to enhance their power, or simply to retain their control over resources, which are increasingly threatened by the instability of the empire. By the 880s, China is once again convulsed in great civil wars. Generals seeking to seize control of greater territories or seeking to manipulate and influence affairs at court, fight amongst themselves. There's rebellions that begin to break out. The weakness of the dynasty and the strength of local military and aristocratic power holders have allowed the exploitation of the peasantry once again to become more and more intensive, and this triggers rebellions, uprisings against both government officials and the estates of the wealthy. And finally, in the last years of the 9th century, military forces enter into the imperial capital. There's a great massacre of the eunuchs at court, and the emperors, the final emperors, become mere puppets of military warlords. At the beginning of the 10th century, this sad process comes to its final conclusion. In the year 907, the last rather pathetic claimant to the Tang throne is deposed and murdered, and the dynasty disappears. It collapses. And the following 53 years become a period of division, fragmentation, once again, as we've seen in previous times in Chinese history when central power has torn itself apart. This time, the period of fragmentation is very brief. It's not long lasting. It's only 53 years. And when it comes to an end, it really is the last period where China breaks down into a multiplicity of small states. When order is restored in the 960s, it begins then a final sequence of great dynasties whose history, of course, we'll be tracing along. but it brings us into a period, the late imperial period, where imperial integration, where unified dynasties are the norm, and where we don't have another repetition of this complete fragmentation, or at least perhaps not until well into the 20th century. So we'll look at the warlord era in the 1920s. The period, this 53-year period in the 10th century, when China was broken up into small states, is referred to in Chinese historiography as the Five Dynasties period, which in some ways is an understatement because there are many more than 5 states during this period. Indeed, there's 20-some actual regimes that rise and fall in one part or another of what had been the Tang territory. The 5 dynasties that we talk about sort of officially are the dynasties which were considered by later historians to have passed along the legitimate imperial succession. There's a basic idea in Chinese political culture, which is called the Zhengtong, which means the legitimate transmission of authority. And so by tracing that from the Tang through these 5 minor states between 907 and 960, the Chinese maintain a legitimate line of succession. The other small states which rose and fell during this period are considered to have simply been sort of epiphenomenon. They're not legitimate possessors of real imperial power, even though they may have been relatively strong and dynamic entities at the time. They were just transient, and so they are relegated to a very secondary status. But the 5 dynasties do manage to follow one another along, none of them lasting very long. I think the longest lived state during this whole period only runs about 13 years. Some of them rise and fall within just a year or two. So it's a period of great instability. It's a period during which there's fairly chronic warfare. Their military power, once again, is the principal mechanism for seizing power, for holding power. Whoever basically can mobilize the military resources to conquer some place, to seize control of a political or economic center, can establish some sort of regime, some sort of government. They need, of course, to draw to them administrators, officials of one type or another to staff their governments, and there is an ongoing operation of these sort of administrative functions. But real power, the real control over power, is in the hands of military leaders once again. And of course, this had been true in practical terms for the last few decades of the Tang as well. Although there had continued to be emperors officially on the throne, real power had been exercised by military strongmen from at least the middle of the 9th century. The warfare, the constant fighting going on during the 5 dynasties period was, of course, very disruptive, very destructive, and we'll see some of the implications of that, some of the ways in which that has very profound effects upon the shaping of later history in just a few minutes. In 960, the 5 dynasties period officially comes to an end. It is in the year 960 that a pair of brothers, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Kuang-yin and Zhao Kuang-yi, seize power in one of the 5 dynasty states, the last of the 5 dynasty states. And they overthrow a young boy who's on the imperial throne and seize power for themselves and proclaim yet another dynastic state, another entity in this vast, confusing field of political conflict that's been plaguing China. Their state, which they call the Sung, again, it's a geographic name, it has to do with their place of origin. Their state proves to be the one which reunifies China yet again, brings back to China a single integrated imperial administration. And the Sung dynasty, which they begin in 960, will persist down to the year 1279. So it's another very long-lasting dynasty. About halfway through the Sung, as we will see, they lose half the dynasty. They lose the northern part of the country, and we'll talk about the political and military events that lead to that outcome in the 1120s in a couple of lectures. But nonetheless, there is a continuous rule by the Zhao family from 960 down to 1279. So it's one of the more long-lasting and successful dynasties. And as we'll see, the Song dynasty is a period of tremendous change and transformation on a whole range of levels, in a wide range of areas within Chinese history. The Zhao brothers, when they become rulers, Zhao Kuan-yin is the first emperor of the Song dynasty, and when he dies, his younger brother Zhao Kuan-yi succeeds him, and together they share the throne, or they're on the throne one after the other for about 35 years. When they come to power, they face a very basic problem, a very basic question. They are military men. They have just seized power by military force. This has been going on for over 50 years. What's going to make their situation any different from the other little states that have come and gone on the stage of politics? How can they establish a political order which will be stable and viable, and which will not be vulnerable to the kind of usurpation which they themselves have just carried out? How, in other words, can they gain control over the threat of military power? And how can they create a viable political organization which is not grounded on military power? Well, first, they have to set about the task of reunifying the empire. And they carry this out in a series of military campaigns through the 960s. By the end of the 960s, beginning of the 970s, they have either defeated in battle or won over by compromise and intimidation all the other states that are scattered around the territory of China. And they have reestablished an empire. Now, the Song state, even at its greatest extent, is smaller than the Tang dynasty had been. The Tang dynasty had been a very expansive geographic entity. It had pushed into the north, into the south, and far out into Central Asia. The Song never regains all the territories which had been under the control of the Tang. But it does control pretty much all of China proper. We'll see when we talk about the northern frontier in a couple of lectures that there's a narrow strip of land in the north which is controlled by non-Chinese peoples. We'll turn our attention to that later. Basically, the Song control China proper, the heartland, the core, the agricultural, settled economic zone of China itself. Very extensive territory, a population of perhaps around 100 million people, a certainly very significant accomplishment. How are they going to control it? How are they going to manage it? How are they going to retain power and keep from simply being overthrown by some new ambitious military figures like themselves? Well, their basic answer to this problem is to establish a civilian bureaucratic government. Civilian government has been the norm, the ideal, since the establishment of the Han dynasty. The Han synthesis, the ideological fusion of Confucianism, legalist administration, and cosmological thought created a stable bureaucratic system based upon civilian political authority, which lasted for the Han dynasty some 400 years, and even during periods like the northern and southern dynasties when there were multiple regimes, they all possess these same basic characteristics of bureaucratic civilian administration. So the Zhao brothers want to reestablish a civil bureaucracy to administer the empire. If they can do this successfully and get the military back into a subordinate role, they believe that they'll be able to have a stable and viable and long-lived dynasty. But they face a problem in doing this. For the previous 1,000 years, from the Han dynasty all the way down through the Tang, the way that you assembled your civil administration was to turn to the aristocracy, to go to the aristocratic elite and say, basically, Give us your sons. You know? Young men out of the aristocratic families, educated in the Confucian political tradition, would be recruited into government service and would be used to staff the imperial administration. It was a very effective system. It worked for 1,000 years, but it's not there anymore. In the warfare in the late Tang, beginning in the middle of the 9th century, and in the ongoing battles and conflicts and rebellions during the Five Dynasties period, the aristocratic elite had literally been sort of ground up and destroyed. The physical embodiment of the aristocratic elite, many of the members of the aristocracy, many individual people had died. They'd been killed in peasant rebellions. When the peasants rose up and marched on the landlord's estate, they often killed the family, right? In warfare, who was it that was being, what centers were being fought for? Who was being ground up? Who was being killed? Well, certainly lots of ordinary soldiers, but members of the elite as well. When the estates were burned, land titles, charters, grants of land, aristocratic pedigrees, the genealogical documents that families held, these were destroyed. These were burned. When the great political conflicts at the end of the Tang and during the Five Dynasties took place, and administrative centers were fought over and captured and then taken by someone else, they often were burned, destroyed. Documents, other kinds of information went up in smoke. So both the physical members of the aristocracy and the institutional documentary infrastructure of the aristocratic order, the registries of the great clans, for example, that the Tang had developed and maintained very carefully, are gone. So the Zhao brothers don't have a stable, functional aristocratic order that they can simply turn to recruit individuals into government service. So what are they going to do? They're confronted with this problem. What they do is to look at the past, look at the imperial system as it has functioned in the past, and they see a particular mechanism which has been in place for 1,000 years, but which was never all that significant. It was used as a sort of secondary, at best, means of bringing people into government service. And these are the examinations. We talked about how way back in the Han Dynasty under Wu Di, examinations were begun to seek out individuals of exceptional talent and learning and bring them into government administration. In the Tang Dynasty, exams had been used from time to time on an occasional basis, but they had been very important. Sometimes Han Yu, that we talked about, for example, came into government service via the examinations. So exams had been there as a minor component of recruitment into government service. What the Zhao brothers do is they take the examination system, the idea of an examination system, and they move it to center stage. And they say, this is how we're going to find men of talent. This is how we're going to recruit the individuals that we need to run our administration. So they make the examinations the mainstream of recruitment. Now, the exams don't replace other ways of getting people into government. They don't become the sole means, the sole mechanism for recruitment. And indeed, lots of people continue to come into government service principally by two other means. One is the system of recommendation. This is how most people came into government under the aristocratic order. If you're in the administration already, or if you're in a very prominent family, you may recommend to the court someone. It could be your son, your nephew, someone that you know, and say, I think this individual would be a good candidate for office. And after various vetting procedures, they might be recruited into government service. So recommendation continues to be important, continues to produce a fair number of people coming into service under the Song. The other way that people were brought into service is through what's called the yin privilege. The term yin, one of its meanings is a shadow. So this is often rendered in English as the shadow privilege. If you are an official, you can extend the shadow privilege to your son, or if you're high enough in the pecking order, even to your grandsons. And this means that they don't have to go through any other qualifying procedures. They don't have, for example, to take the examination. they can be brought into government service, brought into the stream, as they call it, of government service through the shadow privilege. Okay, so recruitment and yin privilege or shadow privilege remain significant modes of recruitment for government service. But the examinations become the central feature of government recruitment. And if you look at an analysis of the people who move to the highest ranks in the Sung administration, people who become chief ministers, people who become heads of the six boards of government, the six ministries in the central administration, leading officials in provincial administration, you find that the great majority of them are people who came in via the examinations. So if you want to move into positions of really making policy and not simply being a sort of basic level administrator, if you want to really have political input and influence, the examination system is the way to get into government. And that remains the case down through the rest of imperial history. Well, the examination system becomes not merely the most important way to get people into government, but it generates a whole cultural apparatus around itself. It becomes, in a sense, the focal institution of Chinese elite culture. Preparing for the exams, taking the exams, being part of the examination system is what identifies. It's what gives a sense of self and of community to the elite. The aristocratic elite had its sense of identity simply from being great families. If you were listed in the registry of great families, you were part of the aristocracy, and it was hereditary. There was no question as to who were the leading people and who were not. From the Song dynasty on, the system changes, and we now have a situation in which people attain prestige, attain elite status by participating in the examination system. To be an educated gentleman is what marks you as a member of the Shi. This term, again, that we've seen going all the way back to the time of Confucius and before, the professional administrative elite. It's had different embodiments over time, and now it takes on its sort of final stage, which is we now begin to translate the term Shi as the literati. Okay, the literati, the educated gentleman. Well, the educated gentlemen know themselves and know each other. They recognize themselves, they recognize each other through their participation in a shared literate culture. And this extends to people who never pass the exams. Passing the exams is a very tough thing. Initially, when the Song organized the exams, there's two levels. There's a sort of local level and then a level based at the national, the imperial government stage. Eventually, a middle level, a provincial level evolved, and for most of the late imperial era, most of the last 1,000 years, the examination system is a three-stage system running on a 3-year cycle. The first year, there are exams at the local level. The second year, they'll be at the provincial level. And the third year, they're held at the national or imperial level. At each level, the pass rate is only about 10%. And in each level, you have perhaps, well, at the entry level, there may be, maybe 300,000 individuals in locations all across the empire sitting for the exams. When you go up to the provincial level, once that system is fully developed, maybe in all the different provincial settings, there might be 30,000 people. And when you get to the imperial level at the capital, maybe 3,000 men sit for the exams. And of those 3,000, 300 will pass. The figures vary. Sometimes only maybe 250 or so will pass. Sometimes I think the larger numbers are up to maybe a little over 400. But it's in a fairly narrow range. Okay, a few hundred individuals every 3 years or so, about 100 a year on the average over the long term of late imperial history. So it's not a huge number of people, and yet hundreds of thousands of people are sitting for the early exams, And there are hundreds of thousands more who never even make it into the first exams, but who have studied, who have educated themselves, who have been trained by teachers to prepare for the exams. To get into the first level, you have to pass a sort of preliminary qualifying exam. Some people never even pass that. And yet, by virtue of the studying, by virtue of the learning that they have acquired, they are recognized in their communities as educated gentlemen. The ranks of the educated elite come to constitute perhaps 5 or 6% of Chinese society, the individuals and their families who are in this literati, this sure strata in society. Now, some elements within Chinese society, some groups within Chinese society are excluded from participation in the examinations. The biggest group, of course, is women. Women are not allowed to take the examinations. Women are excluded from serving in government office. And this has to do with the whole gender bias of Chinese culture, the privileging of men, of patriarchal order. And in the Song, the relegation of women to sort of secondary status takes on even greater expression. There are legal changes, the emergence of the practice of foot binding is a physical marker of the restraint of women. But women are excluded from the exams, and that, of course, takes out half the population to begin with. The second most significant group, numerically speaking, is merchants. If you make your living as a merchant, if you make your living by buying and selling things, if that's how you are registered in the population registries, you, your sons, your grandsons are all banned from taking the examinations. This has to do with the Confucian value system, which assigns a degree of sort of social utility to different kinds of people. The sure, the gentlemen, are at the top of the hierarchy because they manage the affairs of society. Their social utility is at the most, it's at the maximum. Farmers, peasants, are the next group because they produce the food which everyone needs to survive. Artisans, handicraft workers are next because while they don't produce food, they make things that are of use to everybody. Merchants are at the bottom because they don't produce anything themselves. They don't grow food, they don't make objects of utility. What they do is take things that other people have produced, move them around, and enrich themselves in the process. So they're seen in the Confucian system as being in a sort of socially parasitic role. They do perform a social function, but it's one which is tainted. It's morally less acceptable because they enrich themselves from the production of others. So merchants are excluded from taking the examinations, merchants and their descendants. And then there's some other minor groups similar to ones we've mentioned earlier, actors, people who work with dead bodies, leather workers for various reasons. But these are relatively small groups of people. The great majority of Chinese are eligible to take the exams. But in practice, to have the kind of education, to have the kind of knowledge, to even get in the door at the examination compound requires the devotion of time and mental energy and resources, which most Chinese simply cannot afford. Peasant families, artisan families who need all the labor power at their disposal simply to survive, simply to generate enough income to feed themselves and house themselves and clothe themselves from year to year. They can't afford to take a son and say, just go sit and study. That's fine. The rest of us will do the work. That's just not viable for most families. Only this top 5 or 6% of society has the resources to allow a son or more than one son to study sufficiently to have a chance to pass the exams. Okay, so legally, it's a very open system. The vast majority, probably 85-90% of the Chinese people the male Chinese population could take part in the exams, but in practice, the practical bar to getting into the examination system is very, very high, and only a very small proportion of the population can really take part in this. Now, the examination culture What do the exams test? What goes on in the examination culture? This has to do with sort of an extension of the Confucian revival that we saw under Hanyu. The exams test the candidate's mastery of a body of Confucian writing, historical texts, classical literature. You need to be able to cite texts from memory. You need to be able to apply those texts to questions of government or administration. You also need to be able to compose poetry. You need to be able to write in an elegant literary style. All these things come into play. They're all part of the qualifications that the examination system is designed to test. Now, the centrality of this, what John Chafee has called the examination culture, the centrality of this to Chinese civilization in the Song and from the Song on for the next 1,000 years, it's hard to overstate it. This becomes the most critical cultural enterprise that educated Chinese participate in. Because it's so central, because it's so important, it engenders a kind of identity crisis, and it leads Chinese intellectuals, particularly in the course of the 11th century, to question their place in society, their role in the world, what they should do with the power which the examination system has brought to them. And we'll look at some of the answers that they come up with, some of the ways in which they respond to those questions in the next lecture. Last time we were talking about the emergence of the examination system in the early Song dynasty and the central role that it comes to play in the recruitment of individuals to work in government service, but also in elite culture. The examination system becomes the central institution, the central sort of cultural framework for the ideas, even the artistic practices that educated gentlemen participated in. This begins in the Song, particularly in the 11th century, and remains the case. This remains sort of the cultural universe for educated people in China, right on down to the beginning of the 20th century. The 11th century, the first century of this period where the examinations are so important, becomes a great age of intellectual ferment. In some ways, it's almost the richest period in Chinese intellectual history and developments of Chinese thought since the Warring States period, since the age of Confucius and Lao Tzu and Mencius and Zhuangzi and Mozi and all the various individuals who talked about at that time. The 11th century is when the shi, the educated gentleman, the literati, as we now translate the term shi, went through a process of self-realization, self-development, self-awareness, where they asked themselves and each other about what their role in the world, in government and society and culture, what that role was, what they should do with the power which they found themselves possessing. As the examination system became such an important feature of recruitment into government service, these guys basically came to the realization or came to the recognition that by participating in educated life, by being educated themselves, by being learned individuals, that they had access to, they were part of, they participated in a system of governance and a social leadership. And so they took this very seriously. They accepted this as a heavy responsibility. And they tried to think as best they could about the world around them and their role within it. They were, particularly at the top of the system, individuals who passed at the top level of the examinations came to possess what was called the jinshi, which literally means the presented gentleman or the presented scholar. It was the highest degree, the highest level of achievement. These individuals were the very cream of the crop, but even people who had lower level degrees, or even if they had never passed a degree but had sat for the examinations or trained and prepared for the examinations, they were part of this larger cultural system. And there were some very concrete benefits that came from participation in this. They were exempt, for example, from labor duties. Ordinary Chinese, in addition to whatever tax payments they might make, taxes were usually paid at this time in grain or in cloth. They were also subject to corvée labor, the kind of labor conscription that we see elsewhere in European history as well. If you passed the exams, if you qualified to sit for the exams, you were exempt, at least for a certain period of time, from participation in that system. You were also exempt from corporal punishment. You couldn't be physically punished for breaking the law. If you dropped out of having examination status, you might be subject to that once again. But while you possessed certain examination qualifications, you would be exempted from physical punishment. People who passed the exams obviously were on the track towards official employment, towards participation in the public administration of the empire. Even individuals who didn't pass the basic level exam could find a role in public life, sometimes as teachers. Many private academies flourished during this period. Often individuals who were well educated, even if they hadn't passed the exams, would find employment as tutors in the homes of the wealthy. Other individuals might find employment as secretaries or clerks in government offices or in the private entourage of officials serving in government. So there were roles beyond just those of being government officials, which put to use the talents, the learning that participants in the examination culture had acquired. Nonetheless, this educated strata in Song China and in later imperial China more broadly was a very small proportion of Chinese society. It was perhaps 5 or 6% of the overall population. The debates, the discussions, the disputes which were generated by the examination system, by the consciousness, I suppose, that was fostered by participation in the examination system, came to shape the public discourse of the 11th century and of later imperial China in general. But a lot of the issues that get sorted out in the 11th century, the positions that are taken, these are defining acts. Later individuals who may argue certain positions or follow certain theoretical ideas out, basically are working from the foundations that are laid in the 11th century. This is why we see this as such a critical period. We can define within the broad range of writings and other kinds of evidence that have come down to us from this period, three basic positions, I don't want to call them schools of thought because they're not organized, they're not formal, and I'm not even sure that the individuals who were part of them at the time would have wanted to think of them that way. But sort of looking back on them and using the historian's privilege of categorization, we can define, we can discern three distinct kinds of positions. And two of these are fairly closely linked together. And I'll talk about them first, and then we'll look at the third one in just a little bit. I'll have to use here some Chinese terminology to group these things and to explain some of the concepts, or to give names to some of the concepts that are involved. So bear with me on that, and I think we'll do all right with this. One critical term, and we've encountered it before, is the concept of wen. Wen is a word which means, it's a very expansive term, as many Chinese words are, but its core meaning for us will be literary culture. It has to do with things that are written, or perhaps things that are produced using writing implements, so it can extend to include calligraphy, perhaps even painting, but certainly it includes things that are written down, language, poetry, prose writing, the classics, historical writings. All this kind of material falls under the general rubric of Wen. And two of the major intellectual positions that I want to talk about in this lecture can be seen as falling under a general category of Wen. One of these we might designate as literary gentleman, what we would call in Chinese Wenren, Wen being literary culture, Ren being the term for a person. So a Wenren, or the group of Wenren, the literary gentleman. The second group is also very concerned with literary culture, with the written record of human experience. But they approach it in a somewhat different way. We'll talk about this in more detail. And these people are grouped under what we call Jingshi. Jingshi means ordering the world, and it is more commonly translated as statecraft. Statecraft, the ways of thinking about governance, about political affairs, with a little more specific focus. Okay, has a little more specific focus. The third group that we'll talk about in a little bit has a very different set of orientations, and we might categorize them as being concerned with cosmological thought. All right. As I say, we'll pick that up in just a little bit. But first, I want to deal with the Wenren and the Jingshi thinkers. Okay, because they share a faith in the literary textual tradition, the written record of human experience, as a kind of repository of knowledge, but also of values. And values are very, very important here. Being Confucian scholars, Confucian gentlemen, participants in Confucian political culture, what they are concerned with, drawing on the original ideas of Confucius, is seeking a properly ordered world. And that's a matter of moral values, of seeking the good, okay? Seeking to follow the Tao, follow the way, the path of good being, the right way to be in the world. Now, the Wenren, the literary gentleman, we can pick out a couple of representative figures to illustrate their views or their ideas. And there are certainly many, many people that we could talk about, but just for convenience sake, I want to focus on two individuals. One is named Ouyang Shou, and the other is Su Shi. Su Shi is also sometimes known as Su Dongpo, but we'll stick with Su Shi for simplicity's sake here. Ouyang Shou was born in the year 1007 and died in 1072. Su Shi is a generation later, born in 1037. He dies in 1101. But these gentlemen knew each other. They were good acquaintances, close acquaintances. And in fact, Ouyang Shou, in his official career, presided over, he was the chief official for the imperial examinations in the year in which Su Shi passed those exams and achieved the highest degree, the Jinshi degree, in 1059. So this was a very important relationship, the relationship between an examiner and the individuals who passed in the examination over which he presided. This could be a very important bond, a very important connection. And Ouyang Shou used his role as an examiner to promote his particular views. And his views draw upon the ideas of Hanyu that we talked about earlier, particularly with regard to writing. Ouyang Shou was, in effect, a practitioner of the Guwen ideal of simple, straightforward, expository prose. So when, as a leading official, guiding or presiding over the examinations in this particular year, he looked at the papers, he looked at the answers that had been submitted by the various candidates. He gave preference to those which were written in a clear and straightforward literary style. And Su Shi was one of those, and he passed very highly ranked in the cohort of those who were successful, in large part, because of the quality, the style, of his writing, which was considered to be a very, very good embodiment of these Guwen values and ideals. Ouyang Shou and Su Shi looked to the field of Wen, looked to the literary heritage as a source of inspiration, as a source of knowledge and information, but more as a source of the kinds of qualities, the kinds of values which a gentleman should possess. And as a reservoir of good examples for emulation, good models to follow, not just in terms of writing, although that was very important, but in terms of the quality of the people, the quality of the examples, the stories that could be drawn upon from the past. They embedded themselves, immersed themselves in the literary cultural tradition with an eye to then, in their own writing, in their own creative activity, manifesting those same values, manifesting those same qualities in the writing that they produce. There's some subtle differences between Ouyang Shou and Su Shi. Ouyang Shou was in some ways what we might call an antiquarian. He was very interested in the things of the past. He collected objects and images of things from antiquity. He looked at the literary past as a reservoir that he sort of dipped into from time to time to pull things out, to inspire him or to educate him or to influence his thinking in the present. Su Shi had a somewhat different approach. He had the same kind of deep immersion and great familiarity with the past, with the literary past, but his objective was to achieve such a complete assimilation of that material that he could then spontaneously produce good writing without really having to think about it. He was a practitioner of what we might call disciplined spontaneity. He was a very disciplined individual. He studied, he read, he practiced, but his objective was to be able to just write freely. And when he wrote, he wrote some sort of theoretical text about writing and cultural activity. He talks about how it should just flow naturally. It should just well up out of you the way that water comes from a spring and flow along the way that a stream runs down a hillside. A very natural, free-flowing activity. But in order to achieve that spontaneity, it was necessary to really immerse yourself in the models of the past, not to imitate them, not to try to reproduce them feature for feature, but to absorb the values and then be able to manifest this good quality directly yourself. Okay? Well, that kind of literary focus characterizes the gentleman, the Wenren, the literary gentleman. The Jingshi thinkers, the statecraft thinkers, shared their concern with the records of the past, with the written traditions of China. But they had a somewhat more, I suppose we could say, practical bent, or perhaps a more utilitarian bent. They were concerned with how we could draw upon knowledge from the past, the experience of the past, the values of the past, to solve the problems of society today. Two individuals that can be seen as representative of this kind of thinking are Sima Guang and Wang Anshi. Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, again, lived in this exact same time frame. They knew each other. They all knew Ouyang Shou and Su Shi. These guys were in the same cities, the same. They went to the same social events. They knew each other at court. They didn't necessarily all like each other or agree with each other, but they were part of a community, part of a shared cultural milieu, if you will. Well, Wang Anshi, late in the 1060s and into the early 1070s, rises to the top of the imperial administration. He is named chief minister of the imperial government, and he is given the authority by the emperor at that time to launch a major reform program. And he undertakes, based upon his interpretation of the history of the past, his view of what the good models to be drawn from antiquity are, his appreciation of the values embedded in the literary cultural tradition. He launches a program of dramatic reforms, what are called the new policies. And the new policies set out to, once again, foster a more proactive state, an imperial regime which will seek to intervene in society to ameliorate problems and to foster positive goals, foster positive goods for the people. And this involves a whole range of activities. The creation of state-sponsored schools so that educational opportunity will be more widely available, not just to those wealthy households which can afford to establish their own schools or hire tutors, but to provide opportunities for learning to any young men who have the opportunity to be free from labor, at least enough to attend school. So it's an attempt to broaden the base for education. A system of agricultural loans to farmers so that they don't have to fall into patterns of dependency on wealthy landowning families to borrow money either to tide them over before the harvest or to hire labor to help with agricultural tasks. These kinds of loans were characteristic of the rural economy and had been in the hands of private moneylenders or the landlords. Now, Wang Anshi's program makes this a system of government loans with regulated interest rates and repayment policies which were designed to be more friendly towards small farmers, and many other similar kinds of initiatives designed to foster a more benevolent, if interventionist state approach to society and economy. Sima Guang was probably the other greatest statecraft thinker of this period, and he was rabidly hostile to the ideas and policies of Wang Anshi. These two individuals were representative. We can see them as representative of this Jingshi orientation, this concern with statecraft, with using the literary heritage as a reservoir for knowledge and information about good government. But their views, their particular interpretations of this were very, very hostile to one another. When Wang Anshi was named as chief minister, Sima Guang resigned from government and retired from the capital. The northern Song, the first half of the Song dynasty, the capital was at a city called Kaifeng. Sima Guang leaves the capital and moves west to the old ancient subordinate capital of Luoyang, where he retires and lives in a very nice garden setting, and sits out the years when Wang Anshi is the dominant figure at court. Later in the 1070s, when Wang Anshi is dismissed from his positions, there's a change in the imperial administration, Sima Guang is brought back and sets about dismantling the policies of Wang Anshi. Now, Sima Guang's opposition to Wang Anshi is based upon a different interpretation of the values to be derived from the past, from the literary record of earlier human experience. Where Wang Anshi interprets history and literature and the teachings of Confucius in a way that suggests to him that the state should be an active agent for good, Sima Guang reads those same texts, reads that same history, as telling him that the state should keep its hands out of society, that the state, the emperor in particular, should instead rely upon those within society with a natural role as leaders, those who are out there living in communities, are part of local society, who know the realities, know the circumstances, know the conditions of particular places, and who are therefore best equipped to provide a sort of organic leadership within communities to address the problems and solve the concerns that they face. Now, one way to see this is that Sima Guang is speaking out, is taking up a position which defends the leading role and, in a sense, the autonomy of the Shi, of the literati elite. Remember that the literati elite are largely the same thing. They're largely coterminous with the wealthy landowning class. It is those who own sufficient amounts of land to be able to live on the wealth generated by that land and be able to spare their sons from direct agricultural labor to prepare to take the exams. A certain level of wealth is a prerequisite for participation in the examination system. So when Sima Guang talks about leaving the affairs of society in the hands of those who are, meant to preside over, he really means the sure. He means himself and other people like himself, not a separate interventionist state apparatus. Now, this is not as stark a contrast in some ways as I'm making it sound, because, of course, it's the sure, it's the literati who are the administrators of the state. But there is a sort of schizophrenic quality to the elite in the late imperial period, where they are at one and the same time representatives of imperial power, representatives of the imperial state, the agents of that state, and the possessors of material interests of their own as landowners, as leading members of local communities, of local societies. And these interests often are kept separate, often are not in conflict with one another. But when we see this clash between Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, we can see ways in which they can come to be directly contradictory. So, literary gentlemen, statecraft thinkers, Su Shi, Ouyang Shou, Sima Guang, Wang Anshi, these guys are all drawing upon this shared cultural reservoir, cultural toolkit, if you will, of Wen, of the literary cultural tradition. But there is at the same time, and indeed these guys' ideas will become more powerful and more influential as time goes by, there's an alternative set of ideas beginning to emerge, which we can put under a sort of categorical heading of cosmological thought. Now, we've touched on cosmological thought earlier, all the way back with the Han synthesis, and in some ways looking back at the divination carried out by the Shang rulers and all this. The desire to link human affairs to larger cosmic orders, to larger natural systems. Well, in the Northern Zone, some thinkers come to begin to place special emphasis on a concept very different from Wen. And this is an idea that we call Li. Now, what's interesting about Wen and Li, they constitute a sort of dichotomy here, is that they share a certain linguistic meaning, which is pattern. Wen, we've talked about as referring to things literary. It refers to, one of its derivations has to do with simply the way that writing looks on the page, the pattern formed by words written on the page. It's a very regular, very coherent kind of pattern, and it's a pattern that's produced by human activity, by writing things down. So one of the core meanings, one of the base meanings for the word Wen is humanly produced pattern. Li, on the other hand, refers to patterns that occur in nature. Its original meaning has to do with the patterns, the striped patterns that you see in certain kinds of rocks. So we have a distinction between human order and natural order. And this is fundamental to what goes on with the cosmological thinkers. The cosmological thinkers, and there's a bunch of them, men like Shaoyong, who was a mathematical thinker, or Zhang Zai, who was concerned with speculations about the cosmic order of the universe, and in particular a pair of brothers called Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao, were very, very concerned with trying to understand the naturally occurring patterns of the world around them. They saw moral values. They saw the values that should govern and regulate the activities of human beings in society as coming not out of Wen, not out of the literary cultural tradition, but as being derived directly from natural patterns. And indeed, the term Li, which means pattern, we start in the Song Dynasty when we encounter it in texts beginning in the Song Dynasty and from then on. We can also translate this term as principle, pattern or principle, because the naturally occurring patterns that we observe in the world around us are imbued by these cosmological thinkers with normative value. That is to say, the patterns that can be observed are not simply the way things are, but they are the way things ought to be. Okay, so they're given a moral value. This is the right way for things to be. And this harkens back in many ways to the Confucian ideal of the Tao, of the way. The way is the proper order of things. And to be in harmony with the way, to be in harmony with the Tao is good. That's what's desirable. Things which are counter to the way, things which are counter to the natural patterns and order of things, these are bad. So in a sense, we can ground moral values by having a sense of natural patterns and principles. If you're acting in accordance with those patterns and principles, then your action is morally good. If you're acting against those natural patterns and principles, then your actions are bad. The cosmological thinkers don't initially reject, they don't set out to, and indeed they don't ultimately reject Wen. They don't dump the literary tradition in the dustbin of history, but they argue that it is a mediated experience, that relying on the textual tradition, relying on the writings of the past, is to rely upon a humanly constructed understanding. And if that's good, that's fine. There are insights to be gained there. But it's not the same as directly understanding the underlying patterns and principles. That's what's important, is to directly apprehend the patterns and principles of the universe and to base your moral values on that. Now, in the Northern Song, in the 11th century, these ideas are germinal. They're just beginning. They're being put about in various bits and pieces by some of these different thinkers that I've mentioned. Later on, we'll see that they're drawn together and systematized over a century later. Before that happens, there are challenges, other kinds of challenges that begin to arise for the Song, challenges from non-Chinese peoples in the North, and we'll turn our attention to those in a while. But first, I want to look at some of the cultural implications for these intellectual changes in the 11th century, and we'll see how those are manifested in art and literature in the next lecture. We were talking last time about the great age of intellectual ferment in China in the 11th century, the first part of the Song dynasty, and the ways in which individual thinkers and to some extent schools of thought emerged that sought to understand the place of human activity in the world around it, the way in which human beings fit into larger orders. For some people, there was a primary concern with literature, with writing, with what in Chinese we call Wen, the literary record of the past, while other thinkers began to be more concerned with cosmological ideas, focusing on the concept of Li, or naturally occurring patterns and principles. These ideas played themselves out quite extensively, as we've talked about a little already, and as we'll see more of in later lectures, in the realm of political philosophy and in the ideas about government and society and economics that we might think of as more normal areas for public debate and discourse. But there was also change taking place in China during this period in artistic expression. Art and literature are part of the realm of activity of the educated gentleman. Artists, poets, painters, calligraphers often were the same people who were political leaders, who were officials in the imperial administration. Indeed, some of the greatest figures that we've talked about, individuals like Ouyang Chou and Su Shi, were known not only as thinkers and writers, but for the quality of their calligraphy, and sometimes even as painters. So the realms of artistic and political thought or philosophical thought are not distinct. They're really overlapping, in some ways even coterminous in traditional Chinese culture. What I'd like to do in this lecture is take some time to look back a bit on the position of art, particularly visual arts, in Chinese culture, in earlier Chinese history, and then talk a little bit about how in the northern Song, and particularly in the 11th century, at the same time that these philosophical discussions, philosophical debates that we've been talking about in the previous lecture were taking place, new developments began to be evident, particularly in painting. So I want to focus on the emergence of some particular styles, motifs in painting that become quite characteristic of the Song period. Painting and calligraphy had been around in China for a very long time prior to the Song. Painting goes way back a couple of thousand years prior to this, and indeed graphic representation, visual representation of images goes back even earlier than that. If we think back to the Neolithic period, back 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, we know that people were producing images on pottery. Sometimes these were painted on, sometimes they were produced in other ways, but images of animals, sometimes of people. There was sort of a tendency towards geographic abstraction over time, but decoration, visual surfaces appear very, very early in the emergence of Chinese civilization. By the time we move down into recorded history and into some of the historical periods that we've talked about already, there's an increasing use of art, particularly painting, in situations such as decorating tombs. Indeed, a lot of the art that has survived, a lot of the things that we know about early Chinese graphic art come from excavated tombs, partly because this is a good environment in which these things could be preserved. A lot of paintings that might have been put, for example, on the walls of buildings have disappeared along with those buildings. But the tombs, by virtue of being underground, have survived, and as they've been excavated in the modern period, we've been able to learn a fair amount about early Chinese art from that. Not only wall paintings, but sometimes painted fabrics or fabrics with.
Good. You hear me? Hello? Are you speaking?
And in this middle ground, there's a sort of vague, empty space, a kind of sense of a misty zone that separates this massive rock outcropping in the back from a scene in the foreground. The scene in the foreground just occupies a narrow band along the bottom of the painted surface. The quality of representation in that narrow band is very different from what we see when we look at this mountain in the background. In the foreground, we have a scene which is much more detailed. Of course, it's closer, and there's a sense of perspective here. There's a sense of the depth of the painted surface here that's in some ways very new and much more, in a sense, realistic than what we see in earlier Chinese painting. Pine trees, rocks, other kinds of bushes and shrubs are placed about in this foreground band at the bottom of the painting. And then there are two other elements that are present in this image in the front. One, at the very back, the back of the foreground, and mixed in with the tops of pine trees, you can see the roofs of several buildings. And you can tell from the architectural style that these are large buildings, and they're probably, for example, the roofs of a Buddhist monastery. Buddhist monasteries were frequently situated out in mountain settings, in remote locations where people could go and retreat from the world around them. So there's a sense here of the presence of these buildings in amongst the forest. And then right down at the very base of the painting, down in the lower right-hand corner, there are several small figures. And if you look closely at them, they are some pack mules and a few travelers walking along with them. These are the travelers amongst the mountains, or the travelers amongst streams and mountains. The whole painting is a monumental space, a huge expanse. These figures are a tiny little presence down in the corner, emerging out of the forest, following along on a little footpath, and you know that they will pass across the space in front of us and disappear off wherever it is that they're going. Perhaps they're coming from the monastery. Perhaps the monastery is not their destination or their point of origin, but simply a presence in the background. We don't know. It does not illustrate a story. We don't know who the travelers are, where they've come from, where they're going. In a sense, it doesn't matter. Although the painting is called Travelers Among Mountains, in many ways, the travelers are not really the story at all. The mountains, the scene, the setting is the story. This painting can be taken as really archetypical of Northern Song monumental landscape painting. It contains a repertoire of elements which become absolutely characteristic of this type of painting. You can walk into museums in many parts of the world and go to the Chinese painting section, and when you get to Song painting, Song landscape painting, these elements will be present in the images that you'll see. In the background, large, massive mountains. Then a sort of misty middle ground, a more detailed representation of things in the foreground, and the presence of human elements. Architecture, whether it's Buddhist monastic buildings, a little fisherman's hut, a resting hostel by the wayside, and a few human figures, tiny travelers, perhaps a fisherman in a boat, a lonely scholar walking with his staff and thinking about poetry or whatever. But the human figures, the human presence will be very small and very subordinated to the larger scene, the larger image. And it is that larger image that is critical. Now, often the human figures will be situated on what is clearly a roadway or a pathway. And this should remind us that the word in Chinese for a walk path, a path that you travel along, is a dao. And the term dao for a path is the term dao for the way, for the Confucian ideal of the well-ordered society. So in a sense, we have here a little representation of people on the path, on the way. This is the Tao of human existence, these little travelers in the mountains. But that Tao is only part of this much larger scene. It's part of a much larger pattern, if you will, so that we can see the natural pattern of the mountains, the trees, the waterfalls, the rising mist, the depth of the scene. All this is part of a natural order of things. If you will, it is an embodiment, a manifestation, a graphic representation of Li, of the natural pattern that we can observe in the world around us. And what it tells us is something about the place of human activity in that natural pattern. We can see human activity as present, as having a place. This is not a naturalism which excludes humanity, which says, that humans are somehow separate from the natural order. People are part of the natural order. And by understanding that natural order and the proper role of people within it, we can approach an understanding of a well-ordered society, a well-ordered world around us. Okay? Now, in the Northern Song, this kind of monumental landscape painting becomes very, very widespread, very, very important. It's commissioned by all kinds of people, all kinds of emperors and officials and others buy these paintings, commission these paintings, view these paintings. They become very much a part of the visual environment of the people like Ouyang Shou and Su Shi and the Chung brothers that we talked about in the last lecture. They're part of the cultural discourse that is emerging and shaping Chinese life in the course of the 11th century. They're not the only kinds of paintings that are around. It isn't that everybody drops everything else and just paints nothing but landscapes. So you can sometimes get that impression in certain collections, but it's clearly not the case. Indeed, many kinds of painting that continue concerns that we've seen in earlier times can be found in the Song. Paintings of daily life at court, paintings of the court women, ironing silk, is a very famous painting of that. Paintings of palace scenes. Another a sort of manifestation of the concern with nature, the concern with the observation, the careful observation of natural patterns, can be seen in what's called bird and flower painting, which, not surprisingly, are little depictions of birds and flowers. Those kinds of very carefully delineated, very precise observations also seem to be a manifestation of this concern with Li that we find to be growing more and more important in the Northern Song. The Southern Song dynasty sees the continuation of a concern with landscape. There are some very interesting changes that take place in Southern Song painting. We get a little ahead of ourselves in terms of our political narrative here, because one of the most significant things that we see in Southern Song painting is a change in the way that that landscape is represented. You still have the same visual elements of mountains in the background, a misty middle ground, and a more detailed foreground. But the mountains in the background during the Southern Song are reduced in their representation. They're presented in a very, very minimalist way, sometimes just a tiny little part of a mountain sort of peering out amongst the clouds. And it is believed by some scholars that this is a reflection of a sense of loss felt by artists and others in the Southern Song period. The Southern Song is the second half of the Song dynasty, and it is after North China is lost to non-Chinese invaders. We'll be taking up the story of those invasions in the next lecture. But there's a sense in these Southern Song paintings that there's a psychological trauma is expressed, that the loss of the North is manifested in these minimalist representations of the mountains. The mountains come to be symbolic of the lost lands of the North. So it's not uniformly agreed upon, but it seems to me to be in some ways a reasonable interpretation of what goes on in painting in the Southern Song. Nonetheless, these images continue to situate human activity within this larger natural order, larger natural pattern. And I think that that's the That's the basic message, if you will, that gets communicated in Song landscape painting in general. These are, as I say, expressions of the increasing importance of the concept of Li, the importance of the concept of pattern that we've seen in intellectual discourse in the Northern Song. And Li becomes one of the critical concepts in the emergence of what we call the learning of the way, or Dao Shui. Literally, it means Dao is the way, Shui is learning. So the learning of the way, which becomes a very, very important, indeed a dominant school of thought by the end of the Song. We'll examine the emergence of Dao Shui, the learning of the way, in the 12th century and the 13th century, particularly through the activities of a gentleman called Zhu Xi in a later lecture. But before we do that, before we turn to Zhu Xi and the emergence of Dao Shui, I will need to take some time and consider the invasions of North China, the existence on the northern frontier of regimes of non-Chinese people, first the Khitan and then the Jurchen, and the ways in which that shapes the experience of Song life, and particularly after the Jurchen invasion, the loss of North China creates a separate alien realm that persists for over a century. We'll take up that story in the next lecture. We've been talking about the Song dynasty, which arose in China after the collapse of the Tang at the beginning of the 10th century, and then the 50-year period of disunity and chaos, the Five Dynasties period. Today, in this lecture, I'd like to drop back in time a little bit from the Song to the period at the end of the Tang, and turn our attention to the north, where non-Chinese peoples put together states that picked up some of the political, stepped into the political vacuum, picked up the slack after the collapse of the Tang, and created states which enter into the Chinese historical record as dynasties, but which were not part of the mainstream of Chinese dynastic succession. These are alien states which controlled some portion of Chinese territory. We'll talk about two principal examples of this, the Liao dynasty and the Jin dynasty. These were not the only non-Chinese people, non-Chinese states that came into existence in the wake of the fall of the Tang. And indeed, there were other non-Chinese peoples who had organized states and sometimes fairly extensive empires outside the reach of Chinese political control. The Tibetans, for example, had created a fairly extensive empire in the 7th and 8th centuries up on the plateau to the west of China, and sometimes reaching into Chinese territory and challenging Chinese power, Tang power, along the western frontier. The Uyghurs, one of the Turkic peoples who had risen to prominence in Central Asia, particularly in what is today the western part of China, Xinjiang province of China. The Uyghurs had spread an empire across the Tarim Basin and taking into encompassing some of the great trading cities along the Silk Road in the west. Mongol tribes were scattered out on the grasslands north and west of China. They did not at this time come together and form a particularly coherent political entity, but as we'll see in some later lectures, they were soon to surpass everyone else in terms of the size of a state which they would create. That's a story for a little bit later. It's in the northeast that we have the two stories that we want to look at in this lecture, the two states that rise up and take control of parts of Chinese territory, constituting an ongoing challenge to the order created by the Song dynasty. The first of these was the Liao dynasty, as I've mentioned, formed by a people called the Khitan. And the second is the Jin dynasty, formed by a people called the Jurchen. And we'll take their stories one after the other in the way in which they succeeded one another historically. The Northeast, what the Chinese refer to as the Northeast, the area that Westerners in the modern period we tend to call Manchuria, named after the Manchu people who were very prominent there, as we'll see in later lectures, from the 16th and 17th centuries on, but much later than the time we're talking about now. The Northeast part of China is an area very different from the Chinese heartland. It's not an area of extensive agriculture. It's not an area of lots of grain growing the way that China proper is. But it's also somewhat different from some of the other peripheral zones, some of the other marginal zones. Mongolia is a grassland. Xinjiang, Central Asia, is largely very arid. The Tibetan Plateau is very, very high, very, very dry and mountainous. The Northeast, by contrast, is actually a fairly lush area, very well watered. There are mountains there, but they're not anywhere near as high as those in Tibet. Heavily forested, but interspersed there are very lush valleys. It's a wonderful area for hunting, for fishing. There were natural products, natural food products that could be gathered and harvested as well. So it was an area that was fairly easy to live in for semi-nomadic populations. And this is what the Khitan and the Jurchen people were. Hunters, gatherers, semi-nomadic peoples who had persisted on the northern edge of Chinese civilization for a very, very long time. In 907, when the Tang dynasty disappears, when the last Tang emperor is done away with, as there's a sort of scramble for power taking place elsewhere, and as China collapses and fragments into this period of the five dynasties, a leader of Khitan people, a man called Abaoji, seizes power in that area, proclaims his power, essentially, in the area to the north and east of the Chinese frontier. And he sets up a state, a claim to government, which he calls a dynasty, an emulation of the Chinese model. Of course, the Khitan had been very familiar with the Tang. The Tang had exercised political control, either directly or sort of by extension, by proximity, over many of the Khitan people, so that the collapse of the Tang dynasty has a very direct impact on this area. It results in the disappearance of what had been an established political authority. And Abaoji steps in and says that he will replace that authority. He will take over and exercise power and leadership where the Tang, where the Chinese are no longer able to do so. And he spends the next 20 years basically conducting military campaigns to extend and consolidate his power and the power of the Khitan people. Now, what Abaoji does is fairly radical, because he makes a break with traditional Khitan modes of leadership, I suppose you could say. The Khitan, as a tribal people, a semi-nomadic people living in the forests and valleys of the Northeast, had not had a highly organized, highly centralized political system prior to this. Indeed, leadership amongst the Khitan people had largely been an aspect of tribal groups. The elders, the more prominent warriors within particular family groups, clan groups, the best hunters, would emerge as leaders. And from time to time, if there was a need to organize, say, a military campaign or a great ceremonial activity or a great hunt, individuals would be selected as leaders for the particular tasks at hand. But when those tasks were accomplished, they would simply revert to being one of many prominent individuals within the tribal community. What Abaoji does is to emulate the Chinese model and set himself up as a single ruler, set himself up, in effect, as an emperor. And his adoption of a dynastic title, to call his regime the Liao dynasty, is a reflection of this change. And it wasn't one that was made easily. It wasn't one which the Khitan people immediately, universally accepted. It took a a lot of political maneuvering for Abaoji to consolidate his position. And the military campaigns that he conducted over the first 2 decades of his reign were part of this, because the spoils that he captured, the spoils that his armies were able to seize, he would distribute amongst his followers. And this kind of largesse, this kind of granting out of favor by Abaoji served to cement the loyalty of his followers and helped to stabilize the power that he had seized. Critical in this process was the ability of the Khitan to come into the very northern edge of China, an area of agricultural land just south of the ring of mountains that runs along the northern frontier of the North China Plain, and to seize a strip of land there, a strip of Chinese farmland that comes to be called the 16 prefectures. It encompassed 16 little administrative districts that had been part of the Tang. The 16 prefectures are very different from the rest of the territory that the Liao dynasty controls. All the rest of Liao territory is mountains and forests and river valleys, and very lightly populated. The Khitan people are really very thinly distributed over most of their territory. The Chinese farming population of the 16 prefectures is very densely settled. This is the northern fringe of the North China Plain, and the North China Plain in general is a very, very densely settled area. So that by controlling this thin strip of territory, even though it's not a big chunk of China, they brought a considerable amount of wealth under the control of the Liao state. The Chinese, the Song dynasty, when it arises after 960, wants to regain these territories. They don't like the idea of Chinese territory being controlled by an alien state, by a non-Chinese people. And so the Song dynasty, once it has consolidated power, once it has reunified the empire and sort of stabilized itself, prepares to try to regain these territories in the north, try to regain the 16 prefectures. And in the year 1004, and again in the year 1044, major military campaigns are launched attacking the Khitan and trying to seize these Chinese farmlands that are controlled by the Liao. But both of these campaigns are unsuccessful. The Chinese are not able to dislodge the Khitan from the 16 prefectures. And this results in some very humiliating moments for the Song dynasty, both in 1004 and in 1044. After the military campaigns are over, after the Chinese forces have proven unsuccessful, the Song is forced to sign treaties with the Liao. And these treaties, first of all, it's quite a departure for the Chinese state to have to sign an agreement with another power in the first place. China has traditionally thought of itself and been perceived in the area as the great power, and other states tended to position themselves in sort of subordinate roles. Now the Khitan have defeated the Chinese militarily, once and then again. So it's unusual for the Song to be in a position where they have to enter into these kinds of negotiations. And what they wind up agreeing to in these treaties is to pay annual subsidies to the Khitan rulers, to the emperors of the Liao dynasty. They send off large quantities of silver and large quantities of cloth, mostly silk, but also some cotton cloth and things like that. These annual subsidies that are established in the first treaty in 1004 are doubled under the Treaty of 1044, when the Chinese lose the second war with the Khitan. After 1044, the Chinese decide that military reconquest of these areas is not a cost-effective undertaking, that they're not going to be successful in this, and they don't launch any more campaigns against the Khitan to try to regain these territories. For the Khitan, the Chinese subsidies are a significant source of income. They're a significant humiliation for the Chinese. They're not really that much of an economic drain. The amount of silver, the amount of silk that's being shipped off to the north doesn't really put much of a dent in the Chinese treasury, but it is psychologically a very humiliating experience for China to have to accept this kind of situation. Well, the Khitan state, the Liao dynasty, evolves as time goes by in ways which, in some ways, are a little familiar to us already. We may think back to the period when the Turkic peoples had come into northwest China and established the northern dynasties, states like the Wei dynasty of the Toba Turks. And we talked about the process of cultural accommodation that took place with this conquest elite and the much larger Chinese population. You don't have exactly that situation in terms of the Khitan state because they retain their homeland. They haven't migrated into China. They simply acquired a portion of Chinese territory. But the Chinese population of the Liao state as a whole is about 70% of the total population. The 16 prefectures are so densely populated that even though they're a small portion of the territory, population-wise, they are very, very significant. So the Khitan developed what we call a system of dual administration, which is to say that in the 16 prefectures, in the territories with a Chinese population, they use Chinese administrative techniques. They use the Chinese bureaucratic system that was already in place to continue to administer those territories. It's very effective for the purposes that they desire, which is to extract wealth, to extract taxation from these lands. It keeps the population under control in a way that they're comfortable with, that they're familiar with. So they perpetuate the use of Chinese administration there. In the rest of their territory, they retain traditional Khitan ways, at least most of the time. As time goes by, there is a process by which the Liao court, the Liao emperors, the officials who staff the imperial court, are drawn more and more sort of into the Chinese orbit. They become themselves more bureaucratized. They become, they get used to living a Chinese lifestyle, a lifestyle of imperial luxury. And so as time goes by, there's a sort of alienation that sets in between the Khitan emperors and the traditional tribal customs and ways. And that results in tensions and frustrations within the Khitan people. Also, the emperors, the Khitan emperors, the Liao emperors, reward their followers often by granting them bits of land, mostly from the 16 prefectures. These are sources of wealth that they can give to their followers, but in a pattern that, again, we've seen similar instances before. When they grant these lands, they're often tax exempt, and that diminishes the revenues coming into the state and leads to various problems in terms of state finances. The subsidies coming in from China are very helpful, but they're not sufficient to completely offset some of these revenue declines. The biggest problem is that eventually the Khitan begin to have problems paying their military forces, paying their armies. And unfortunately for them, this comes about right at the time when unrest is beginning to spread amongst the Chinese population, and rebellions, insurrections begin to take place against Khitan rule. It's also at this time, which is late in the 11th century and around the beginning of the 12th century, that the Chinese come up with an alternative strategy to try to solve their Khitan problem. And that will, it sort of begins to dovetail with the internal problems that the Khitan are developing at this same time. And what the Chinese come up with is the idea that they should find another non-Chinese people who could challenge the Khitan and could, in a sense, open up a rear front, open up a rear front, that's not a good phrase, open up a second front of confrontation with the Chinese, with the Khitan, that would divert them, that would weaken them in their control of their territory and of the 16 prefectures. And the people that they turn to in this instance are the Jurchen. The Jurchen are another semi-nomadic, hunting and gathering people living further north than the Khitan, but in the same general region, the same mountains and valleys of what's now northeastern China. And some of the Jurchen had been incorporated within the Liao state. Some of the Jurchen remained outside the control of the Liao state. Those Jurchen who were controlled by the Liao are called cooked Jurchen because they've been sort of cooked and civilized. The ones outside the control of the Liao state are called the raw Jurchen because they've remained sort of raw and independent. And the Chinese turned mostly to the raw Jurchen and tried to incite them to be problematic, to cause difficulties for the Khitan. And they're successful at this strategy. They send up gifts, they send up weapons, they send up advisors to help the Jurchen to organize themselves and to challenge Khitan power. In particular, they hook up with a Jurchen leader, a man named Aguda, who has his own grievances with the Liao state. And they encourage him in his defiance of the Khitan emperor. In the 1120s, the Jurchen launched military campaigns against the Khitan. And the Khitan by this time have their internal problems have developed to the point where their armies are disaffected. They haven't been paid as regularly as they should. They've been weakened by dealing with these peasant insurrections in the 16 prefectures. And the Chinese at this time cut off their payments of subsidies to further weaken the Liao state. So the Jurchen are able, in several years of military campaigning, to invade and destroy the Liao dynasty. And they basically sweep it away by the mid-1120s. But at this point, as sometimes happens in history, the Chinese have a rather rude awakening. Because what happens is that the Jurchen, having gotten their military machine organized and running and having successfully destroyed the Liao state, don't simply then stop at the Chinese frontier and say, thank you very much, we'll stay right here, but instead sweep down into North China. And in the latter part of the 1120s, they seize much of northern China, the North China Plain. They capture around 1126, 1127, the northern Song capital at Kaifeng. And indeed, the capture of Kaifeng becomes an even greater humiliation for the Song than the subsidies that they had been forced to pay to the Khitan, because when the Jurchen capture Kaifeng, they capture the Chinese emperor. They capture the emperor. They even capture the emperor's mother, which in a good Confucian society is a very, very bad thing. It's bad enough to have the emperor caught, but to have his mother seized as well is really unfeeling. It's inappropriate. The emperor and members of the imperial family are carried off into captivity by the Jurchen, back up into the north, and live out their lives there. They're never ransomed. They're never returned to the Chinese side. Another younger member of the imperial family emerges and is put on the throne. The court flees to the south. There's a period of several years where, in effect, the Jurchen armies kind of chase the Chinese court from one place to another. Eventually, the court actually flees to some offshore islands for a short while. Finally, the Song forces are able to regroup, mobilize new resources, particularly further south, and start to reassert some pressure to push the Jurchen back. But they're unable to drive them out of North China. By the early 1130s, a line of control, a line of demarcation emerges about midway between the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze River in the south. And north of that line is controlled by the Jurchen. South of that line remains in the hands of the Chinese, of the Song dynasty. And that results in, in Chinese side, we enter into the period that we call the Southern Song. The Southern Song, the second half of the Song dynasty, a new capital is established. Kaifeng is now in the hands of the Jurchen, so the Chinese establish a new capital at a city called Hangzhou, which is down in what is today Zhejiang province. It's a city right on the South China coast. It's the only Chinese capital in history to be located on the coast, to be a port city. And it is always referred to by the Southern Song dynasty as a temporary capital. There's a myth, there's a hope that the north will eventually be regained and that dynastic rule will go back to the traditional centers of political power. That never happened. The north remains in the hands of the Jurchen from the 1120s for more than 100 years. Now, the Jurchen set up their own dynastic rule, and they call their dynasty the Jin dynasty. Jin in Chinese means gold, and it's part of the clan identity of the dominant group within the Jurchen people, the golden clan. So the Jin dynasty is set up by the Jurchen, and it too develops a system like that of the Liao dynasty, of what we might call dual administration, because again, the Jurchen have an extensive homeland beyond the realm of Chinese settlement, but they now control vastly more of China than the Khitan ever had done. And indeed, the Jurchen are vastly outnumbered by the Chinese. It's not a matter of 70%. It's well over 90%. And indeed, the Jurchen, there are perhaps a million of them altogether. And in North China, the overall population is perhaps 60 million or more of Chinese. So the Jurchen are much more, as the Turks had been earlier, a thin layer on top of a vast Chinese society. So they retain a system of dual administration to control their homeland and to administer their Chinese territories using the two distinctive systems. But for the Jin dynasty, there's a much more rapid process of accommodation and transformation that takes place. And the Jin dynasty, within just a generation or two, really becomes a Chinese state. Indeed, many of the Jurchen people move from the forests of the north into China and adopt Chinese lifestyle. Many of them settle down and acquire land and become, if not farmers, at least landowners, estate proprietors. And the Jurchen dimension of the Jin state diminishes considerably. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it does become much less significant than the Khitan element had been in the Liao state. The Jin dynasty, as a essentially Chinese state, has some interesting characteristics. It retains a lot of the features that had been in place during the Northern Song. A lot of the intellectual debates that we talked about back in the 11th century in Northern Song, particularly the concerns of the statecraft thinkers and the literary gentlemen, the Wenren, continue to be the mainstream of intellectual culture in the Jin period. And as we'll see in another lecture in the Southern Song in South China at this time, rather different ideas become more significant and more dominant. But in the north, there's a great deal of continuity, actually, between the Northern Song and the Jin period, not only in terms of philosophy and intellectual culture, but artistically, in terms of poetry, other kinds of expression. Also, the north, since the core of the Jin state is its control of the North China Plain, this vast agricultural resource, the economic system of the north remains very traditional, remains very much the basic farming society that it had always been. The arrival, the presence of the Jurchen people doesn't have much impact on that. The Chinese certainly don't adopt the nomadic ways of the Jurchen, and indeed, as I've noted, many Jurchen migrate into China and adopt the agricultural lifestyle of the Chinese people. And this is in very great contrast to what's going on in the southern zone, to what's happening down south, where there are very significant economic changes taking place, which have an impact on society and culture in other ways as well. Throughout the southern zone, the ideal of the recovery of the North remains important. There is one significant effort very early during the period where the Jurchen armies are still sort of chasing the Sung court around, where a general tries to go north and tries to challenge the Jurchen closer to their heartland. But he's betrayed by political factionalism at the court and winds up being
Dude, are you talking? Oh, 1 second. 1 second. I can't hear you. They told me, a bunch of people told me that they started that. How are you? Okay, I just let Kaiser know. Let me see if he answers. Give him a few minutes. Oh, shit. Shit.
the majority of Chinese actually come to live in the south. Interestingly, after the Southern Storm, this trend reverses. And now today we have a pretty much equal distribution, about 50-50 between northern and southern China. The Southern Song is really the point at which the shift to the south reaches its peak. And that's not inappropriate given the kinds of changes that we see taking place in the south. Because of the more broken up nature of population distribution in South China, localities seem to have had a greater sense of sort of identity of their particular characteristics, their existence as particular places in distinction from other places. In the north, because of the fairly even openness of the North China Plain, one set of villages, one town, isn't necessarily all that distinctive from many others. But in the south, the particular localities of settlements and communities tended to have a greater sense of distinction, a greater sense of sort of individuality. And that's expressed in a greater local consciousness on the part of the educated elite. Indeed, this transformation of the Song dynasty from when it encompassed all of China proper to just the southern half can be seen having some very significant manifestations in the consciousness, in the sort of self-awareness of the literati, of the Sure class, the educated political elite. Literati families change the way in which they arrange marriages. This is a curious sort of marker in some ways, and yet there's a very clear shift between the Northern Song period and the Southern Song period that sets off and sort of highlights the distinctions in consciousness between these two eras. In the Northern Song period, Kaifeng, the political capital, had been a great cultural center where officials came from all over the empire. They traveled there. Part of the normal bureaucratic operation of administration in China is that every 3 years or so, officials return to the capital for a personnel evaluation and for assignment to new duties. It may be that they'll be sent off to another posting in a locality or in a provincial level administration, or they may be assigned to duties at the capital. But one way or another, everyone involved in the administration passes through the imperial capital on a regular basis. So that makes it a place where you meet and greet other people from the administrative elite, other members of the literati class. In the Northern Song, Kaifeng functioned as a sort of national marriage market. That is to say that gentlemen, when they would go to the capital, they would often maintain a residence there in addition to their home. And they would negotiate marriages. Families would arrange marriages. Arranged marriages were the norm in elite culture in traditional China. They would arrange marriages with other families from all over the empire. A family from Jiangxi province in the south might make a marriage arrangement with a family from Shandong province in the north, or a family from Sichuan in the southwest might enter into an agreement with a family from Zhejiang on the coast. These empire-wide marriage alliances were characteristic of the Northern Song period. What we see in the Southern Song is a very dramatic shift in that the sort of horizon of literati families seems to have become much, much, much narrower. Indeed, marriages in the Southern Song, elite marriages in the Southern Song, seem to have been arranged not only not on an empire-wide basis, but not even necessarily on a province-wide basis. Most families at the elite level tended to make marriage arrangements within just a relatively narrow local circle, perhaps just a handful of prefectures, a corner of the province, rather than even a whole province. And this reflects a change in the the sort of psychological focus of the elite during the Southern Song. Now, that's not to say that members of the literati elite abandoned their engagement with empire-wide affairs. They didn't. They continued to serve in government. They continued to go to Hangzhou, the new capital, on a regular basis for personnel evaluations and reassignment, just as they had in the Northern Song. But they modified their behavior, particularly in this one instance of marriage practices, in a way that is indicative of a change in their thinking, a change in the way that they thought of themselves. They thought of themselves principally as members of local societies who served on a national level, rather than principally as members of a national elite who happened to have a local base. And that change is marked in a number of ways. Marriage is a very clear one. But we can also see it in that literati families became very involved in local affairs, in managing the activities of local society. They organized a lot of what we might call public works. They undertook functions which were quasi-governmental. The Chinese state the traditional imperial state, never penetrated very deeply into society. And now in the Southern Song, we see members of the literati elite in their capacity as local elites, assuming a lot of semi-governmental or quasi-governmental functions. Public works, repairing roads or bridges or dredging canals or streams. Public security, organizing local militias to control bandits or put down unrest if that should occur. Educational activities. In the Northern Song, we talked about during private schools, private academies flourished during this period. Many schools are founded by families, by perhaps groups of families in particular localities, sometimes with a degree of public sponsorship, but largely on the initiative of private interest. So in a number of spheres of activity, local elites become sort of the leading forces in the Southern Song. And this, I think, is indicative of this sort of narrowing of their horizon. Their focus is on their localities rather than on the empire-wide affairs. Certainly in their capacity as officials, when they're assigned to administrative posts within the imperial government, they're involved in the administration of empire-wide affairs. That's not to say that a consciousness of the empire disappears. But this focus on local society is very, very significant and shapes a lot of the attitudes and behavior that we see at the elite level. Now, the broken up nature of the South, of the geography of the South, also has impacts or effects on economic developments during the Southern Song. And these economic developments are very significant as well, in that they represent the first of a series of periods of sort of economic takeoff that we see in Chinese history, particularly in terms of commercial activity, the commercial sector of the economy. One reason for this in the Southern Song period, although it doesn't just begin in the Southern Song, but it intensifies and accelerates in the Southern Song. It has its origins earlier, but certainly in Northern Song, perhaps even before. But again, because of the distinctive geography of the South, there's a tendency towards local economic specialization, which is to say that the production of certain commodities comes to be the special activity of certain particular locations. And there's a number of examples we could cite to demonstrate this. For example, tea growing. Rather than just trying to grow tea everywhere, certain particular areas, Zhejiang province on the coast, Hunan province in the interior, come to specialize in the production of tea. Families stop growing grain, stop trying to function as subsistence farmers in a grain economy, and become specialized commodity producers, growing tea and then marketing that tea in a national economy. cotton production in an area that we call Jiangnan, which is the area where the Yangtze River flows out to the Pacific Ocean, an area that will become increasingly important in the rest of China's history from here on down. In the Jiangnan region, we see cotton as a special commodity beginning to emerge at this time. Silk production also in the Jiangnan area. Jiangnan becomes an area where textile production, cotton and silk, comes to be perhaps the principal economic activity. Many households stop growing grain, stop farming in the sense of producing foodstuffs, and instead become commodity producers, producing silk and cotton. And those enter into a national marketplace. And in conjunction with that, of course, as Jiangnan increases its production, its specialization in textile production, it becomes a grain importing region. As grain is produced less and less, people still have to eat. The grain has to come from somewhere. So we now see long distance grain transport systems developing to supply the Jiangnan region with food. Perhaps one of the more dramatic examples of economic specialization is in the city of Jingdezhen. Jingdezhen is in Jiangxi province, right in sort of central southern China, south of the Yangtze River, in from the coast. It's one province in Zhejiang on the coast and then Jiangxi. And at Jingdezhen, a great ceramics center develops. Now, ceramics had been produced in China for a long time. Pottery, of course, going all the way back to the Neolithic. Many local centers of production had developed from time to time, and other centers of ceramics production persist even after Jingdezhen emerges. But Jingdezhen becomes a truly industrial center of ceramic production. The imperial kilns are located there. The ceramics that are produced for use by the emperors, for use in the imperial palace at Hangzhou, are produced in Jingdezhen. And then additional wares are produced that are then distributed through the market. Now, Jingdezhen becomes, as I say, a truly industrial center. The kilns are large scale. The production of pots and other objects is organized on a sort of assembly line basis. Thousands and thousands of workers are employed. They run on a 24-hour basis. There are descriptions of the glow of the sky at night as the fires from the kilns are burning. And the distribution is handled in a very industrial way. Great warehouses are built for the storage of products as they're cranked out from the kilns. And Jingdezhen ware, of course, the imperial ware goes straight to the capital, but other Jingdezhen wares are then sent out not only all over China, but they become international commodities. Jingdezhen wares go to Southeast Asia, to India, to the Persian Gulf. Jingdezhen wares have been found on the east coast of Africa. They enter into the trading networks of the Mediterranean. They become a truly global commodity. And they're one of the first instances of a really large-scale, mass production kind of economic organization and activity. All regulated, of course, by the imperial state. What's interesting in the southern Sung is that the imperial state, while continuing to be a Confucian government and continuing to embody the values of Confucianism, and we'll talk about these in relation to merchants again in just a moment, puts in place a number of policies which actively encourage the growth of the commercial economy. In particular, these are monetary policies. The Sung state encourages, carries out under its own auspices, a great expansion in the money supply, the production of copper coins, the circulation of silver. These are greatly fostered and encouraged by the activities of the state. Mining, smelting, minting of coins is carried out by the Sung. And again, the Sung state encourages not just, this is not just a domestic economic activity, but it has an international dimension as well. Sung coins are allowed to leave the country, and they spread throughout, particularly East Asia, and become the common currency in Korea and Japan at this time as well, so that a larger internationally, a more integrated international economy is encouraged. And this has significant effects, particularly in Japan. There are sort of secondary effects of the commercialization, the expansion of the Song commercial economy, and the expansion of the money supply affects the course of development of Japanese history around this time as well. It's a story that will have to be taken up elsewhere. The Song is also the point where the Chinese engaged in a great experiment in paper money. Paper money has a long history in China, beginning with the Song, and it is a fairly unique development in the world at this time. But the Chinese recognize the theoretical ideal of money as a universal means of circulation, a sort of universal commodity, and realize that money does not have to be a precious metal. It doesn't have to be something which has value in and of itself, so long as it is accepted as having value by the people in the economy. So the introduction of paper money by the Song state is a very, very modernistic, very modern-looking undertaking. And the Song print paper money in various denominations, and this circulates fairly widely within the empire. Not much paper money goes off into the international economy, but it does circulate within the empire. The experiment with paper money doesn't work as well as the Song state would have liked, and indeed, paper money passes out of use when the Song dynasty falls. There are later efforts to introduce paper money again during other periods of commercial expansion. We'll touch on those in later lectures. The growth of the commercial economy, the development of specialized centers of commodity production, the growth as a result of that of long-distance trading, the establishment of trade routes, of big market centers. This fosters a growth in a mercantile elite, a wealthy class within Chinese society, which derives its wealth not from the more traditional source of agriculture, but instead from commerce, from trade, from the production of goods, and from their distribution and sale. And this begins to create, in the Southern Song, some stresses within Chinese society. Now, we've talked earlier about the Confucian social hierarchy, particularly in connection with the examination system. In classic Confucian thought, there are basically four social categories. At the top are the shi, the literati, who manage the affairs of society and are considered, therefore, to have sort of the greatest degree of social utility. Under the shi come the peasants, the farmers, because they grow the food that everyone needs to live on. Then come artisans, who make many kinds of useful objects. And at the bottom of the hierarchy are merchants. And in classic Confucian sensibility, merchants are seen as sort of parasitic. They don't produce anything themselves, they don't create wealth, but they take things that have been produced by others, and by moving them around from one place to another, by, in other words, sort of manipulating society, social reality, they enrich themselves. And so this is viewed as sort of morally tainted, not as good as the activities of the other three classes. Still a certain grudging recognition of the social utility, the social necessity of markets, but it's looked on with a rather jaundiced eye. Well, up until the Southern Song, that had not been particularly problematic. Merchants and their descendants, as we recall, are banned from taking the examinations, but in general, this hadn't been a really big issue. However, in the Southern Song, commercial activity expands so much that you start to get really significant mercantile wealth. particularly in these areas of specialized commodity production, and most particularly in the Jiangnan area, the area where the Yangtze River flows out to the sea. In the Jiangnan area, you begin to get towns where large numbers of merchant families are dwelling, who have considerable economic resources. They've accumulated considerable wealth, and they start to display this. They build elaborate mansions. They wear very fine clothing, often the same kinds of clothing that the literati gentlemen are wearing, not their official garb if they're serving in government, but the kinds of clothing that they wear in private life. They have themselves carried around in sedan chairs. And then perhaps more significantly, they begin to emulate the culture of the literati, the culture of the established elite. They buy books, they establish libraries, they buy paintings, works of calligraphy. An art market, a commodification, if you will, of art objects takes place because wealthy merchant families want to display their sophistication. They want to say, we're just as good, we're just as culturally advanced, we're just as elite as the literati. They participate in some of these public service activities that the literati elite have been involved in. They give money to charities. They endow monasteries or other religious establishments. Now, this gives rise to a tension between an emerging commercial elite and the established literati agrarian-based elite. And this is not an unfamiliar phenomenon in world history. But what we see in China is a rather different trajectory of development for this tension, for this dynamic. We think about European history. At about this time, or perhaps a little bit later, in places like northern Italy or in the Low Countries, you have comparable developments. You have an existing, coming out of the Middle Ages, an existing sort of feudal, aristocratic, land-based agrarian economy and social order with an established elite that is based upon its control of agricultural wealth. And then you begin to have emerging in the midst of that what in the West we call a bourgeois elite, an elite based in towns whose wealth derives from their activities in commerce, in trade. In Western history, the tension between these groups becomes one of the dynamic forces in the movement towards the appearance of what in the West we think of as modern society. In Chinese history, we have that same tension. We have that same diversion of interests, but it gets resolved to a certain extent. It gets diffused, if you will, so that the course of evolution of Chinese society doesn't follow exactly the same trajectory that we get in the West. The commercial economy certainly continues to develop, and in many ways we will see in later times that there are dramatic parallels. There are ways in which economic history and even cultural and intellectual history move forward through stages, through episodes of development, very similar to things that we see in Western society. But we don't get the kinds of intensifying class confrontations that we do in Western history. And in part, this is because very early on, beginning in the Southern Zone, there's a sort of under-the-table convergence of interests that takes place. What happens is that many of the wealthy landowning families start to take some of the wealth that they're earning from their agricultural activities and invest it in commercial enterprises as silent partners. And at the same time, merchants who are becoming wealthy through their commercial activities want to kind of reinvent themselves as if they were literati gentlemen. And so they buy land. They move out of the towns. They set themselves up with estates. And after a generation or two, perhaps, they train their sons to take the examinations and they are able to then assimilate themselves to literati status. So we have a kind of quiet convergence of interest that allows Chinese society to escape some of the disruptions, some of the antagonisms that plague and characterize European history from the Renaissance on down. That story will continue to play itself out very quietly under the surface. Commercial development is dramatically disrupted, indeed almost derailed, by the rise of the Mongols that we'll be talking about a little bit later. But before we turn to that story, we need to deal with one more aspect of the Southern Song period, and that's the consolidation of the learning of the way, the real synthesis of Daoshui in the hands of Jushi. And we'll pick up that story in the next lecture. The Southern Song dynasty is a period of change and transition in many ways. The growth of the commercial economy, changes in the way that the literati elite thought of themselves, their roles in local society. It's also a period where intellectual developments, which had been underway since the Northern Song, since the 11th century, take on a more complete development. Indeed, it's during the Southern Song that what comes to be the sort of characteristic ideology of the late imperial period really is consolidated, really is given its fully developed form. And this is a system that in the West we conventionally call Neo-Confucianism. In Chinese, it's called the learning of the way, or the Dao Shui. Dao being the way, Shui being a word that means learning or study. Dao Shui is brought together, is given its mature form by an individual called Jushi. Jushi picks up on the ideas of several of the Northern Song cosmological thinkers that we've referred to earlier, people like Xiaoyong and Zhang Zai and the Chung brothers. But what Jushi does is to take the sort of disparate elements, the individual aspects of Dao Shui, of learning of the way, that had been manifested in the individual thinking of these various figures, and bring them together and synthesize them into a coherent philosophy, a coherent body of thought. Jushi lives from 1130 to 1200, so right in the heart of the 12th century. The early part, the first half of the Southern Song dynasty. And in the course of that time, takes Neo-Confucianism, takes the learning of the way from these scattered elements, puts it into a coherent form, and then bequeaths that essentially as a legacy to later times. It does not become, in Jushi's lifetime, the dominant ideology. It does not become accepted as the mainstream of thinking, but it does so very rapidly after his life. By the 1240s, it begins to be given official recognition by the imperial state, and even after the Mongol conquest, which we'll be talking about in the next few lectures, Jushi's ideas, Jushi's interpretation of Confucianism comes to be the official orthodoxy. And indeed, it's given pride of place in the imperial examination system. Jushi's interpretations, his commentaries, are the official version of Confucianism that is used in the examination system. So his ideas will be the absolute touchstone for Confucian orthodoxy in the remainder of imperial history. But it's during the 12th century, during his lifetime, that he brings them together and gives Dao Shui its developed incarnation, developed form. Now, what he picks up on, what the core of his argument involves, is this shift in the source of moral values from the primacy of the literary cultural tradition, when, to the primacy of a direct understanding, a direct apprehension of the natural patterns and principles of the universe. Okay, the focus on the concept of Li. Right? He believes that by observing natural patterns, deriving principles from them, you can ground morality in a very, very firm basis. It's not merely a matter of convention. It's not merely a matter of what people have sort of decided amongst themselves, but it's a natural order, a natural system. His argument is further that this is exactly what the sages of antiquity did. The great sage emperors like Yao and Shun had looked at the world around them and had harmonized themselves with the patterns and principles which they observed there. And that's why they were sages. That's why they were able to organize human society and give to human communities the well-ordered lives which the Chinese always looked back to antiquity as a model of. The texts, the literary cultural tradition, the body of Wen, is useful, therefore, as a record of how people have understood those insights, those ideals of the ancients. We shouldn't, Jushi says, take Wen as being the source of values in and of itself, but it's okay. We can utilize certain texts, certain writings, as a way of approaching an understanding of what the ancient sages believed, what their insights were. We need to carry out a sort of dual approach to deriving our sense of values. One is through the study of text, and indeed Jushi develops an elaborate curriculum for study. But the other is through our direct observation, our direct interaction with phenomena in the world around us. For Jushi, the critical figure in this process is the gentleman, what Confucius calls the junzi. Now, in reality and practice, what this means basically is the literatus, a member of the literati elite, a shur. Okay? The shur, the gentleman, is the individual who puts the quest for moral values into practice. The gentleman seeks to develop himself, seeks to cultivate his own moral qualities, and he also is engaged in the process of trying to make the world a better place. So we have a sort of dual function there as well. And in that process, he both undertakes study, learning, sure, and he also participates in what Jushi emphasizes, the investigation of things. In Chinese, the term is ge wu. Ge means to get close to something, and wu is phenomena, things, activities, events. So ge wu, to get close to things, to investigate things, to seek to understand the patterns and principles of the world around us. By developing the individual's sense of knowledge, his awareness of the past, and by participating in the investigation of things, the gentleman develops himself and prepares himself to be a good person, to live a good family life, and to take part in the affairs of state. Now, Jushi, as I say, did not reject the textual tradition, but he did take a very critical approach to it. He was unlike the literary gentlemen that we saw in the Northern Song, people like Ouyang Shou or Su Shi or Sun Guang. He didn't want to immerse himself in the textual tradition and sort of absorb values from that. But he did see that there were elements within the textual tradition that were of value. He was uncomfortable with what we might call the commentarial tradition. That is to say, all the writings that have been generated over 1,000 and more years, which sought to interpret the teachings, the writings of the ancients. Jushi felt that those commentarial traditions perhaps had obscured the original meanings of the ancients, had gotten in the way of an understanding of what the classical texts really said. And so he advocated a return to the classics, a direct engagement with the original sources, the original teachings of antiquity. In some ways, this is parallel to developments, again, that we see in Western history. Some people suggest sort of parallelisms between Jushi's activities and the activities of Western figures like Thomas Aquinas, or the scholastic philosophers of the High Middle Ages, in that desire for a return to a direct encounter with antiquity, with the Greeks, the ideas of Aristotle in the West, with the teachings of Confucius and the ancient sages, in the case of China and Jushi. One thing that Jushi does, one of his great legacies, is to select out 4 particular texts and make them the centerpieces of his educational program and of his philosophical system. The classics, when we talk about Confucianism, we often refer to the Confucian classics. And the number of classics varies. Sometimes people will talk about the 5 classics, sometimes the 8 classics. There's sometimes some versions where you have as many as 13 classics. What Jushi does is select 4 texts and make them the center of his whole system. Those 4 texts, 2 of them are fairly long. The Analects of Confucius, the sayings that were written down by his students and their successors, which are the closest that we can come to the direct teachings of the master himself. The Book of Mencius, the book written by Confucius's perhaps greatest follower, a century and a half or more after Confucius's own life, but interpreting and expanding the ideas that Confucius himself had initially developed. These are book-length works and had been part of the classical canon all along. And Jushi retains those as part of his what come to be called the 4 books, or the 4 texts. The other 2, however, are much shorter, very short passages, and they are in fact both selections or chapters taken out of a longer work called the Liji, which is a record of ritual activities, purportedly a description of the ritual order of the early Zhou dynasty. And Jushi selects from the Liji these 2 chapters, one called The Doctrine of the Mean, and one called The Great Learning. And he takes these 4 texts, the Analects of Confucius, the Mencius, the Doctrine of the Mean, and the Great Learning, and he says that basically this is where you should start. Everything you need to know, all the basic ideas, the basic concepts, are contained in these 4 texts. If you study these to begin with and you continue to study those, you can use other materials to supplement your understanding, but these core texts are where you should focus, where you should begin, and where you should really seek to get the basic message. Indeed, within the 4 texts, within the 4 books, I think it's also it's feasible to single out the Great Learning, in Chinese, the Dasha, as perhaps the single most important text. It encapsulates Jushi's thinking about the activities of the gentleman, about the nature of moral order, about a well-ordered world. And that text, in some ways, is the fulcrum of his whole system. The Great Learning is not a long text, but it follows a very careful course of development. It starts by referring back to the ancients, and this is very characteristic, again, of Jushi's approach. It starts by referring to the ancients who wished to bring order to the world. Okay? There's a preface, a little introduction before we reach the ancients that talks about what the way of great learning itself is, the Tao. And again, that introduces a concept that we've become familiar with. The way of great learning is in manifesting your virtue. Okay, so the point of all this is to create a virtuous person, a virtuous world. It is in knowing what's right, knowing, the text literally says, knowing where to stop. Okay, in other words, knowing to act, to do, to create things in a certain way, but knowing when you've done enough, knowing what the right action is, what the appropriate action is. When you reach that point, then you stop. You don't continue to do things just for the sake of doing them. It's a matter of appropriate, correct, proper action and behavior. And then he turns to this idea of the ancients who wished to order the world. And this is what the ancient sage kings, figures like Yao and Shun, sought to do. They wanted to order the world properly around themselves. Okay? The ancients who wished to bring order to the world first governed well their own states. Okay? Recognizing that even China is not the entire world, the entire universe, first you have to get a good government going in China, within your own state, or in a period like the Warring States, where there were many states, in your own particular locality. Okay? Wishing to do that, they first ordered their family. They first got their family to be properly organized and run. Wishing to do that, they first undertook to rectify themselves, to cultivate themselves. Wishing to do that, they first tried to get their consciousness straight, to get their awareness clear. In order to do that, they wanted to extend their knowledge. And in order to do that, they engaged in the investigation of things. And this concept of the investigation of things, Ge Wu, that we referred to earlier, this is the pivot in Juxi's thinking. This is the point around which his whole system is going to turn. Because the great learning then goes on and says, when things are investigated, knowledge will be extended. When knowledge is extended, then your thinking becomes clear. When your thinking becomes clear, then you can rectify yourself. You can clarify yourself. You can cultivate your own moral qualities. When your moral qualities are cultivated, you'll be able to order your family. When your family is in proper order, you'll be able to govern your state well. When you govern your state well, you'll be able to bring order to the world. So there's a sequence here. There's a sort of what sometimes is called a chain logic embedded in the learning. It moves from the sages of antiquity wishing to order the world and therefore having well-governed states and properly ordered families and well-cultivated individual personalities which were based upon clear thinking, the extension of knowledge derived from the investigation of things. That's the whole sequence there that brings us down to the investigation of things. The investigation of things, if that's done right, when things are investigated, then knowledge is extended, thinking is clarified, self can be cultivated, family ordered, state governed, world brought to order. That sequence is the program. That's what the learning of the way is all about. That is the concern for Juxi of the gentleman. That's what he should be undertaking. That's what he should be seeking to accomplish. Now, the way that it's written, the way that it's stated, it sounds in some ways as though it's a sort of a step-by-step program. First you do this, then you do that, and then you do this. But Juxi, in his discussions of this, and we have very extensive records of this, his students took careful notes when he lectured and when he answered questions. And these have been assembled over the years into many, many volumes of the sayings, the teachings of Juxi. And he makes it quite clear in those that he thinks that all of these phenomena, all of these activities, actually need to be undertaken at the same time. You can't, in other words, you can't just say, well, okay, I'm going to concentrate on the investigation of things so that I can clarify my thinking. I'm not going to worry today about my family and the government and the world. I'm just going to concentrate on this because this is what I have to do first. After I get this right, then I'll worry about those other things. She says, no, you can't do that. You can't separate one of these activities out from the others. It's true that they're based upon one another, but you must pursue them all simultaneously. And you must pursue them all the time. Okay? The gentleman is always engaged in trying to order the world. The gentleman is always engaged in trying to ensure that his family is running properly. He's always engaged in his own self-cultivation. Confucius, in one of his writings, talks about how the gentleman is cautious even when alone. And for Zhu Xi, this is a very important concept because it means that it's not just a matter of sort of public affairs or public performance. This is something which you undertake and you pursue even just by yourself, even if you're not serving in office, even if you're not involved in public affairs at a particular time, you still continue the process of self-cultivation, of learning and development. The path that this takes is a process of moral development, moral clarification, which, again, as I've said, for Zhu Xi, is largely the undertaking of the gentleman. Now, there's nothing in the great learning, there's nothing in the teachings of Confucius that specifically restricts this activity to one particular group within society. Indeed, at the end of the great learning, there's a sentence, there's a phrase that says, for everyone, from the son of heaven down to an ordinary farmer, this should be the way. Okay, this should be their concern. The implications of this are that moral self-cultivation is a responsibility that all individuals in society have. Whether they are gentlemen, whether they are members of the elite, or farmers, or artisans, or even merchants. Everyone should be concerned with their moral self-cultivation. The implications of this are not drawn out. They're not really emphasized by Zhu Xi. As we'll see in some later lectures, when we get down to the Ming Dynasty, there are later thinkers who draw out some fairly radical implications from these ideas. But even in the thinking of Zhu Xi, we can see to some extent, perhaps, an influence from the changes that are taking place in his social and economic context. The idea of a sort of individual moral responsibility, even if it's on the part only of the gentleman, corresponds in some ways to the emergence of a more market-oriented economic system, a system in which individuals participate in exchanges, in which there might be, we might almost say, a kind of marketplace of ideas. And in that marketplace of ideas, the individual will advocate his moral understanding, his insight, his sense of what's true and right. Zhu Xi's system is not a top-down system. It's not one that seeks to impose a truth from above, which challenges each individual to cultivate himself morally and to bring out his own moral understanding. Now, this sense of the investigation of things, the basic activities that Zhu Xi thinks are important, is grounded, as we've talked about before, in the importance of the concept of li. The importance of the concept of li, the pursuit of, the seeking out of natural patterns and deriving principles from them. Well, in a sense, everything shares in li. Everything shares in natural patterns. Why is it that some people are better than others? This is a question that, if there's a necessity for moral self-cultivation, why is that? Why aren't people good in and of themselves? And this brings in a concept that a also is very important for Jushi, and also is part of his, again, of sort of his cosmological orientation. And this is a concept that's called qi. Li and qi are very closely linked in Jushi's thinking. Indeed, he says that these are two concepts that you can't really separate. And qi, you often hear qi referred to, particularly in the West, as a sort of energy system in the body. People who do Tai Chi exercises and all that, it's a flow of energy within the body. And that's certainly the case. But for Jushi, for the cosmological thinkers more generally, qi is the stuff that constitutes material reality, constitutes the phenomena of the world around us. If Li is the pattern of things, qi is what gives substantive existence to things. Okay. Now, qi possesses a particular quality, and the terminology here can get a little funny, but we can think of qi as being relatively clear or as being relatively muddy or murky. Okay. The process of self-cultivation, what Jushi emphasizes in the Great Learning, is a process of the clarification of your qi. Okay? The clearer that your qi is, the more fully, the more directly Li, natural pattern, natural principle, will be manifested. To the degree that qi is murky or muddy or cloudy, you can think of it in various ways, to that degree, Li will be obscured. Okay, so the cultivation, the individual process of moral self-cultivation, is a process of clarification. It's a process of being able to more directly manifest Li. And when you're manifesting Li, basically what you're doing, the way that you're being, is to be in harmony with the Tao. Okay, and so it takes us again back to this concept of the learning of the way, of Dao Shui, of seeking to behave, seeking to conduct yourself in a way that is in harmony with natural pattern, natural principle. Okay. Jushi's ideas, as I said at the beginning, are characterized in the West. When we talk about them in the West, we often refer to them as Neo-Confucianism. Neo-Confucianism is not a term, it's not a way of thinking about these ideas, which traditionally was found in Chinese writing, in the way that the Chinese thought about it themselves. I've mentioned several times that in Chinese, this thought system is called Dao Shui, the learning of the way. It's not an insignificant distinction, because it reflects a basic sort of difference in cultural perspective between the West and China. We like things that are neo. We like things that are new, that are creative, that are innovative. But in Chinese culture, particularly in Chinese intellectual culture, you don't want to be an innovator. You don't want to be somebody who comes up with a new idea. You want instead to be someone who is returning to a correct interpretation of the past. And that's exactly the way that Jushi presents his ideas. There's excellent authority for this, which comes directly from Confucius himself. In the Analects, when Confucius talks about his own ideas, he says of himself, "I merely transmit, I add nothing." His argument is that, you may recall that the problem facing China during the Warring States period, the source of the problems, was the breakdown of the proper order of the early Zhou, the failure to observe proper ritual, the usurpation of the terminology of royalty by local strongmen. What Confucius advocates is a return to the rights, a return to the proper order of the past. Now, in practice, it's possible to look at Confucius's thinking as very creative, as very innovative, as positing a new order, a new way of organizing society. And it's possible to look at the ideas of Jushi as being a radical departure. Certainly, it's a break with the way Confucianism had been understood, had been articulated, perhaps for the previous 1,000 years or more. The very literary-oriented, the sense of moral values deriving from human experience, all of this. Jushi rejects that, but he doesn't do so in a way that says, and now here's my new way of thinking about this. He does it by emphasizing his return to the past. He appeals to antiquity for the authority of his ideas. Even later on, when we get to the Ming and we see more radical interpretations of these ideas, those too will be articulated as a return to the proper order of the past. Well, these ideas that are put together by Jushi, the metaphysics, if you will, the emphasis on cosmological thinking, on the pursuit of an insight into natural order, natural patterns, but also the emphasis on sort of individual moral agency. These become characteristic of intellectual culture, of political culture in the later imperial era. I've suggested that in some ways they're bound up with other changes, social and economic changes taking place in the Southern Song. All of those changes, the rise of Neo-Confucianism, the changes in the commercial economy, social developments, all of these things are dramatically disrupted in the course of the 13th century by the rise of the Mongols. And we'll take that story up in the next lecture. While the Song dynasty was flourishing in China, in the southern part of China, and the northern part of China was controlled by the Jurchen people and their Jin dynasty, the new power began to arise out in the steppes, which would not only lead to the disappearance of both the Jin and Song dynasties, but would spread itself in a dramatic era of conquest over most of the Eurasian landmass. The greatest conquerors in history up till this point, and perhaps ever, the Mongols, appear on the stage at the end of the 12th and beginning of the 13th century. And in this lecture, I want to talk about the rise of the Mongols and the period of their great expansion in the course of the early 13th century. And then we will take up the story of Mongol rule in China, the Yuan dynasty, in the next lecture. The rise of the Mongols was, in many ways, the achievement of one very, very exceptional individual, a man named Temujin, known much more commonly in history as Genghis Khan, or more correctly in Mongolian as Genghis Khan. Temujin was born in the 1160s. The exact year of his date isn't known. There's disagreement among scholars as to exactly when he was born. But he was a young man, late in the 12th century. He was the son of a minor tribal chieftain amongst the Mongols. This was an era in which Mongols lived a fairly scattered, decentralized lifestyle. They were nomadic, or at least semi-nomadic, pastoralists. They raised sheep and goats, and most notably horses, moving from summer to winter pastures in the great grasslands of Inner Asia, north and northwest of China. Mongol peoples had lived out in this area for centuries, and had throughout that time pursued essentially a decentralized, fairly low intensity sort of political culture. Leadership amongst the Mongols was organized on the basis of family affiliations, clan groups, tribal groupings, but they seldom came together as a coherent force. Temujin changes all of that, at least for a while. When Temujin was a young man, his father was murdered. His father was killed as part of a feud amongst different Mongol leaders. And indeed, Temujin and his mother and his siblings were forced to flee to a remote location out in Mongolia, and of course it's already a fairly remote part of the world. So they went to a fairly harsh setting in the hills by a small lake and hid out for a number of years to simply raise their herds and pursue their livelihood. But as Temujin became a young man, he conceived a desire to avenge his father, and beyond that, an ambition to unite the Mongol people, and indeed to perhaps even achieve greater things than that. He, in the 1180s and into the 1190s, began to pursue these dreams, these ambitions, first by leading his family back into the mainstream of Mongol society, although in the course of doing so, he began to demonstrate his ruthless side, murdering his elder brothers so that he would be the senior male member of the family. When he was 16, he claimed a bride, a woman named Berthe, who had been promised to him in an agreement between his father and her father when he was just an infant. Now, returning from his period of exile, Temujin claims his bride, and fortunately for him, his claim was honored. And indeed, not only did he receive his bride, but his father-in-law gave him a sable cloak, which was a very, very valuable item and became a symbol of Temujin's status and emerging power. He then used family connections through his in-laws and through his father's relatives, and largely his own courage and personal charisma to build up a following. He formed alliances with certain tribal leaders, and he began to establish a reputation as a strong and dynamic fighter and leader. This was helped out quite a bit at one point when his wife, Berthe, was kidnapped. This was not an unusual thing. Mongol groups raided one another from time to time and carried off each other's sheep and sometimes women. And what Temujin does is to launch a raid to reclaim his wife, which he does successfully. And this action brings him great glory as a fighter, as a warrior, and helps to further cement his status. In 1190, he's named as a Khan. Khan in the Mongol system is a leader, one of the leaders of the different tribal groups. There were many other emerging leaders, some established leaders, the other young men like Temujin rising up at this time in the normal sort of course of affairs amongst the Mongols. In particular, there was another young man named Jamuka, who was also pursuing his ambitions of rising to be a great leader. Over the next 10 years, Temujin and Jamuka and other Mongol warriors sometimes collaborated and cooperated, sometimes fought with one another. But Temujin manages to continue to succeed, to continue to build his alliances, to continue to absorb the forces of defeated rivals. And by 1200, he is in a position to begin a campaign to really try to unify all the Mongol tribes, all the different groups of Mongol peoples. But this generates a sort of counter-reaction, a sense of fear and anxiety on the part of other leaders who don't want to see one individual emerge as greater than all the others. A classic feature of Mongol political culture was that no individual emerged to be dominant over everybody else. When one individual started to stand out, others would ally against him to sort of cut him back down to size, or indeed perhaps eliminate him altogether. And when Temujin begins to make a push to really claim supreme leadership for himself, this triggers a counter-reaction. Over the next few years, there's a series of conflicts, a series of confrontations. which come to a head in the year 1204, when there's a great battle, and Temujin is defeated. He is deserted by many of his allies, and in this fight, his forces are defeated, are beaten. His hopes at this point seem to be crushed, but he did not accept defeat. Instead, he withdrew from the scene of the battle and rode off with his followers, only a few thousand followers now, where his enemies had tens of thousands of horsemen supporting them. But he understood that what would follow in the wake of this great victory on the part of his enemies was a great celebration. They would get together, they would make a big encampment, and they would drink fermented mare's milk until they were all drunk. And so what Temujin did was to ride away, wait 3 days until he knew that they had been celebrating wildly, and then brought his small force back, rode into the camp, and managed to destroy the leaders of his enemies. So taking advantage of their drunkenness, their disorganization, their false sense of security in victory, he was able to turn defeat to his own advantage and destroy those who had sought to destroy him. Over the next 2 years, he consolidates his power, and in 1206, he convenes what's called a Kurultai. A Kurultai is the great tribal assembly of the Mongols. All the different groups come together at a particular location. It's not a regular event. It doesn't happen on some sort of established cycle. It only happens when a leader emerges who is powerful enough to call the tribes together. And that's exactly what Temujin does. And it is at the Kurultai in 1206 that he is elected to be Chinggis Khan, or Genghis Khan more commonly. And the term literally means oceanic leader. That is to say, the ocean, which of course was quite remote from the consciousness, the direct experience of the Mongols, but the ocean was seen as this vast, all-encompassing space that contained everything else. So the Chinggis Khan was the Khan of Khans, the king of kings, the leader of everyone, of all others. So when Temujin is able to acquire this title, it represents the culmination of his ambitions to become the leader of the Mongols. Having achieved this, however, he is confronted with a significant situation, and that is that much of the leadership of the Mongols was based upon the ability to distribute goods which were seized in raiding. The Mongols had their pastoral economy, but they also engaged in a lot of raiding activity of their neighbors in particular, and of one another as well. The kidnapping of Horte that we mentioned earlier is just an example of this kind of constant acquisition of wealth, of loot through raiding each other or their neighbors. Well, having unified the Mongols, Temujin brings the internal conflicts, the raids of one group of Mongols on another, to an end. This is not going to happen anymore. And yet, to continue to be able to reward his followers, he has to have a new source of booty, a new source of loot. And so this is sort of the immediate material basis for the launching of the great Mongol conquests. Their domestic economy, their internal organization, is based upon these kinds of raids. And so if you're not going to fight amongst yourselves, you have to fight with someone else. And what they begin to do within just a year or two after the Kurultai is to prepare great attacks on the wealthy states, which are their immediate neighbors. The first one which they turn their attention to is a state called the Xisha. And the Xisha is a state located in far northwest China today, what would be northwest China today, near the northern loop of the Yellow River. It is a state that was founded by elements of the Khitan people after the Liao state had been destroyed by the Jin. Some of the Khitan people fled to the west. They established the Shisha state, and it's a fairly prosperous, wealthy, settled community, certainly in contrast to the pastoral lifestyle of the Mongols. So they turn their attention first to the Shisha, and then they begin launching fairly large-scale raids against the Jin state, the Jurchen state in northern China, which, by virtue of controlling the agricultural wealth of the North China Plain, is a very enticing target. As time goes on, and we move now into the second decade of the 13th century, the 12 teens, the Mongols begin to turn their attention to the west, out to the very, very wealthy city-states along the Silk Road, along the inner Asian trade routes. These are towns built at oases in the deserts and the arid highlands of Central Asia. They have grown incredibly wealthy over the years on the trade that passes back and forth between East Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Persia, the Mediterranean area. And they are very, very attractive targets for the Mongols. So raiding their immediate neighbors and then going further afield to start attacking the caravan cities of Central Asia, this is how the Mongol conquest gets started. Now, the key to the great age of conquest that the Mongols carry out, I suppose there are basically two elements to this. First is cavalry. First is their ponies. The Mongols had raised ponies out in the grasslands, the steppes of Central Asia, for hundreds of years by this time. And the ponies that they had were particularly hardy, particularly strong and tough and resilient animals. And the Mongols themselves were incredibly accomplished horsemen. They were able to cover great distances. They could stay in the saddle sometimes as long as 4 days. When they rode on these sort of forced marches, forced rides, covering vast distances in very, very short periods of time, they would simply stay in the saddle. They supported themselves, they fed themselves by making cuts, little incisions in the necks of their ponies, leaning down and literally drinking the blood from their horses as they rode. And apparently the ponies were bred in a way that this was, they could bear this, they could stand this. And so the Mongols were amazingly mobile. And what this gave them was a very strong capacity to inflict surprise. They could show up outside of a city, outside of an encampment, completely unexpected. Normally, if an army was on the move, scouts and spies would alert you, and it would take days for them to arrive. The Mongols often showed up overnight. A day before, they would have been a long distance away. They ride like the wind and show up outside your city, and when the sun comes up, you find yourself besieged. So their ability to move rapidly, to ride these ponies, was one very important aspect of their military success. The other was their ruthlessness. When they besieged a city, when they encountered an enemy, they basically made them an offer that they could either surrender or they could die. If they surrendered, they would be defeated. Their soldiers would be incorporated into the Mongol armies. Their wealth would be carried off. Their women would be carried off, and many of the men in the city would be killed. But if they resisted, then basically everybody would be killed, and they'd still take all the wealth. So the choice was a very stark one. Neither option was particularly attractive, but one was certain devastation, and the other was perhaps only partial devastation. And the Mongols were quite ruthless about enforcing these kinds of ultimatums. So they conquered place after place, city after city. They absorbed larger and larger armies of their defeated enemies into their own ranks. They developed a very highly refined system of military organization. They organized their groups on a sort of decimal system. And so it was very easy for them to expand their forces. They simply created new units, mixing Mongol soldiers with new arrivals. Usually the Mongols became the officers. And they were able to grow their military forces in a way that simply constantly expanded their power. They took these armies very, very far afield. They moved into Central Asia. They continued their pressure on the Jin state back in North China. They moved down into Persia. They reached an interesting accommodation with Tibet. They did not militarily conquer Tibet, but they won the submission of the Tibetan leaders, who were at this point mostly Buddhist monastic leaders. And indeed, many of the Mongols adopted Tibetan Buddhism as their personal religion. So there was an interesting accommodation that took place there. It's one of the few instances where the Mongols didn't simply ride in as conquerors. But they pushed on down into Persia. They began to push north and west into Russia. In 1227, after they'd been pursuing these conquests for 2 decades, Temujin died. He was bringing his forces back towards Mongolia. He knew he was ill and was not going to survive much longer, and had wanted to return to his homeland. But he dies in Central Asia before he's able to get all the way back to Mongolia. When he died, it became necessary for the Mongol armies all over to return to Mongolia. A new Kurultai had to be held, and a new leader needed to be put in place if they were going to continue the kind of unity and expansion which they had been pursuing. Now, it took a while for everybody to get back. Temujin dies in 1227. It's not until 1229, 2 years later, that it's possible for a new Khan to be elected. And this is Temujin's son, Ugedei. Now, Ugedei becomes Khan in 1229 and lives until 1241. He presides over a second great age of conquest. It's under his leadership that Mongol armies finally destroy the Jin state in North China in 1234, begin to inflict losses on the southern Sung, begin to seize territory in the western part of the southern Sung, begin to put pressure on Korea to extend Mongol power onto the Korean peninsula. And further west, it's during his reign that the Mongols further extend their conquest in Persia and in southern Russia. After his death in 1241, there's a period of political uncertainty. It takes almost a decade for the next phase of political leadership to emerge. It is at that point, actually, that Europe sort of gets lucky, because the Mongols had pushed through Russia, had pushed into Eastern Europe, and were in fact besieging the city of Vienna when word arrived that it was time to go back for yet another Kurultai, for yet another effort to select a new leader. And quite suddenly, quite rapidly, the Mongols retreated, pulled back from their conquests. Had they, of course, managed to seize Vienna, the way to Central Europe would have been open. It's unclear how history might have developed had the Mongol conquests gone further. But they didn't. They went back. There was a long period of internal political conflict. And eventually, the Mongol conquest empire winds up being divided among 4 of Temujin's grandsons. Batu Khan takes over Russia and the Ukraine. His territory is called the Khanate of the Golden Horde, and it is his descendants, the successors of the Mongols in this area, who we find in later European history as the Cossacks. Another grandson, called Kulagu. Kulagu controls Persia. His descendants come to be known as the Ilkhan. And the Ilkhan convert to Islam Islam was already the religion of this part of the world, of the Middle East at this time, of course. And the Ilkhan Mongols convert, take on the language and culture of Islam, and sort of settle in as a new conquest elite in the territory of what had been Persia. A little bit later, under the name of the Mughals, which is sort of a corruption of the term Mongols, some of Hulagu's descendants invade India and establish there the Mughal dynasty, which flourishes in the 16th century and which survives all the way down until 1857. The last Mughal emperor is removed by the British in 1857. So the legacy of Mongol conquest, particularly in South Asia, continues to be quite influential long after the Great Age of Expansion, comes to an end. In Central Asia, the third territory, the third division of the empire, is the Khanate of Chagatai. Chagatai presides from Khan, and one of his descendants will become Tamerlane, who was a great conqueror, a great warrior in the 15th century, who almost rode in and conquered China, but died in the course of that military campaign, died of illness. And finally, in China itself, Kublai becomes the Khan, becomes the ruler of the territories conquered by the Mongols in East Asia. This includes, not at the beginning of his reign, but in the course of his reign, all of southern China. The southern Song dynasty is finally swept away by 1279. It includes Korea, and Kublai will preside over a couple of abortive attempts to invade and conquer Japan. This age of conquest of the Mongols was really unprecedented. They brought together territories that had never been controlled by a single power. And it created an age, it created a period where several very unprecedented conditions came to be. It became safe, for example, to travel from the Eastern Mediterranean all the way to the Pacific under the protection of the Mongols. While they controlled the trade routes, while they controlled the Silk Road all the way from China to its termini in the Middle East, travelers could go back and forth along there in greater security than at any previous time in history. There was much more communication, much more interaction amongst different parts of Asia and Eastern Europe and Middle East than there had been in previous ages, while Mongol control lasted, even after the conquest territories were divided up amongst the four grandsons of Temujin. Now, there's an interesting sidebar to all this that takes place in the area of the Ilkhanate, in the area controlled by Hulagu and his successors. When the Mongols arrive in Persia, when the Mongols arrive in the Middle East, it is, of course, the middle of the 13th century. And in the middle of the 13th century, the situation in the Middle East was that the Crusades were underway. Armies from Western Europe, what in the local history come to be called the Franks, had come into the area beginning at the very start of the 12th century. The First Crusade proclaimed around 1095. And by the middle of the 13th century, they had succeeded in establishing some small states, the Crusader states, Kingdom of Jerusalem, Principality of Antioch, and were engaged in an ongoing conflict with Islam, with the Muslim states of the Middle East. Now, there were stories in Europe, legends in Europe, of a great Christian community out in Central Asia, ruled by a figure called Prester John. Prester John was believed to be a Christian king who had a fabulous empire, which was inaccessible because of the interposition of Islam between the realm of Christendom in the West and Prester John's lands in Central Asia. When the Mongols arrived on the scene, some in the West, some in the crusading area, thought that perhaps they were the armies of Prester John. And there was a hope for a great alliance between the Christian forces of Western Europe and the Mongols for the defeat of Islam. And it's not as preposterous as it seems, because in fact there was a Central Asian variant of Christianity, something called Nestorian Christianity, which derived from a figure at the much earlier Persian court, a man named Nestor, who taught a sort of form of Gnostic Christianity, which had spread out into Central Asia, and indeed some of the Mongol leaders were themselves Nestorian Christians. Kublai Khan's wife was a Nestorian Christian. So there were Christians in positions of some influence within the leadership of the Mongols. Nonetheless, the hope for a Mongol-Christian alliance to free the Middle East from Islamic control was an ephemeral one. It broke down very quickly when it became evident that the Mongols were interested in conquest and not in cooperation with the Christian forces. The great age of conquest by the Mongols comes to an end by about the 1250s or 1260s, and they settle in then to the rule of the various territories of the four Khanates. In our next lecture, we'll take up the story of Mongol rule in China under Kublai Khan and his successors. The great age of conquest for the Mongols was over by the middle of the 13th century. The empire that they had built, stretching across Eurasia from Persia and Russia to the Pacific coast, was broken up in the middle of the century and divided amongst the descendants of Temujin, or Genghis Khan. And that gives us the chance now to bring our story back to a major focus on China. We'll let the rest of the Mongol Empire go off on its various courses, and we'll be concerned now with Mongol rule in China, and in particular with the institutions of the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols come to power over all of China, of course, through a process of conquest. And the man who presides over that is very famous of the Mongols, Kublai Khan, one of the grandsons of Temujin, one of the grandsons of Genghis. Now, the Khanate, the area that he comes to control, eventually will include all of China, the Mongol ancestral homeland out in the grasslands, Korea, and he attempts to extend his rule and control even beyond that. The core of the territory that he inherits, that he takes over in 1260, which is when he becomes the great Khan of this area, was the old northern half of China that had been the Jin state, the dynasty established by the Jurchen people. And that had been taken by the Mongols back in 1234. Mongol conquest of Korea was ongoing through this period, isn't really consolidated until sometime in the late 1260s or early 1270s. Even before Kublai comes to the throne, there's a debate amongst the Mongols as to what to do with their newly conquered territories, what to do in particular with the former Jin state in North China. And there's a fascinating and rather macabre proposal to basically clear the land in North China. The North China Plain that we've talked about in a number of contexts is, of course, this vast agricultural area, very smooth, very easy to get around in. And some of the Mongols thought that this would make excellent pasture land for the Mongol ponies, which were such a central part of their culture and their military style. But fortunately, a former official of the Jin state, a man named Yelu Chutsai, was able to convince them that it would be more profitable in the long run to maintain North China as a zone of farming and keep the Chinese population in place as a source of taxation rather than try to convert this all into pasture land. Well, Kublai, when he became great Khan in 1260, decided to devote himself to first consolidating his own power, but then to extending that power over all of Chinese territory. The southern half of China at this time, of course, was still in the hands of the Song dynasty, what we call the Southern Song Dynasty. And Kublai set about a prolonged campaign of conquest to take over that territory. This was not an easy undertaking for the Mongols because the geography of South China, as we've talked about before, very hilly, broken up into hills and valleys, a population dispersed in pockets, not just spread out quite so evenly the way it was in the north, and also a much wetter environment in the south, many more rivers and lakes. This was a set of conditions which the Mongols were not really used to dealing with. And so they had to adapt their usual methods of warfare to deal with this, to deal both with the geographic situation and with the relatively dense population of South China. They pursued a couple of strategies in doing this. For one thing, they brought in troops from other parts of the Mongol Empire, particularly from Persia, who had experience in urban warfare, both in siege warfare and in combat in cities, in densely populated areas, to help out with operations. And they also learned to fight on rivers and waterways of South China, and for the first time really began to develop a naval component to their military operations. There were in particular some very important campaigns along the Yangtze River and in the great area of lakes in the central Yangtze, in what is today Hunan and Hubei provinces, Jiangxi province. And some great naval battles on these lakes take place, of course, in 1260s and early 1270s. Eventually, the Mongols succeed in driving the Song emperor out of Hangzhou, his capital, in the late 1270s, and by 1279, the last claimant to the Song throne is done away with, and the Song dynasty comes to an end. So from that point on, once again, China is unified, although under an alien ruler. And even before this, in 1272, Kublai had proclaimed the establishment of a new dynasty. And his adoption of a dynastic model, and he gives a dynasty a name, he calls it the Yuan dynasty. Yuan means long-lasting or far-reaching. This reflects his desire to start to adapt his rule, adapt Mongol domination to the realities of administering the vast Chinese empire. And this was consistent with Mongol practice in other parts of their conquered territories as well. In Persia, the Mongol conquerors eventually adopted Islam. In other parts of the domains of conquest, they fitted themselves in. They found ways to rule which were less alien, which were designed to be more effective in dealing with local conditions. The Mongols set up a capital. Kublai establishes his capital on the same site where the present-day capital of China, Beijing, is located. He built a city which in Chinese was just called Great Capital, and the Chinese for that is Dadu, and Dadu was the capital of the Mongol period. But not all of the Mongols were happy with this. Some Mongols, some of the noblemen amongst the Mongol leadership mistrusted the idea of settling down to rule over so vast and sedentary an empire as that of China. And a proportion of Mongols actually break off in the 1260s or so and go back over the mountains out into the grasslands and resume their traditional lifestyle, which actually proves to be very fortuitous in the future, because when the Mongol dynasty comes to an end, there's still a viable Mongol society functioning out in Central Asia, out on the grasslands, to which the defeated rulers of China are able to withdraw. But that gets a little ahead of our story for right now. Now, the Yuan dynasty, when it comes to power, when Kublai establishes this as his administrative system for China, faces some very significant challenges. Most particularly is the question of how to administer the Chinese state. China at this time has perhaps 100 million people. There are certainly no more than perhaps 1 million Mongols, and of course they're spread not only over China, but the other territories that have been conquered. And so the idea of administering this vast empire with a relatively small elite of conquerors is quite a challenge. They also had there were particular tensions between the Mongol conquerors and the traditional elite of China, the literati. The literati had led a very stiff resistance to the Mongol conquest, particularly in the territories. It had taken over 20 years of military campaigning to subdue the Chinese, to bring southern China under Mongol control. And this had led to a lot of resentment and hostility on the part of the conquerors towards the local elites who had mobilized and organized this resistance. There's also a cultural barrier here, which of course reflects the fact that the Mongols, who were largely illiterate, many of them didn't even read Mongol, which had its own script, a very distinctive writing system, very different from that of China. They couldn't read classical Chinese. They didn't understand the very highly convoluted discourse of the literati. They couldn't understand. They couldn't figure out exactly what the literati were up to, and so that furthered their distrust. That deepened their distrust. They didn't think that the literati were going to be reliable, and so they had to come up with mechanisms that allowed the Mongols to sort of keep the literati under control. They couldn't completely do away with them. They couldn't administer China without some access to local societies, without some access to the existing institutional mechanisms of administration. But they were unwilling to simply employ the literati as their local agents. And they came up with a very creative solution, very interesting solution to this, which was to import educated people, people with administrative ability, people with perhaps administrative experience and demonstrated competence from other parts of their conquered territories. And these individuals come to be known by a very interesting term. The Chinese called them the Semu Ren. Semu means colored eyes, and Ren means people. So these are the people with colored eyes. And this reflects the fact that they were non-Chinese. In particular, there were Russians, there were Circassians, there were people from Persia, Tajiks, and other people like that, who had light-colored hair, blue eyes perhaps, or other colored eyes, or even just light or brown eyes, but looking sufficiently different from the Chinese for this to be a notable, a remarkable physical feature. So the Semu Ren were these people who were brought into China from outside, and they were then placed in administrative positions alongside literati officials. As I said before, they couldn't completely do away with the literati, but they didn't feel that they could trust them to administer things by themselves. So by putting the Semu Ren alongside them, they had a sort of check system. Now, of course, the Semu Ren themselves didn't speak Chinese, couldn't read necessarily the Chinese documents, and certainly would not have spoken the local dialects in particular localities around China. So they still had to work through the literati as kind of intermediaries. But the idea was to control the literati, to keep them out of policy-making or decision-making positions so that they would minimize the influence that they could have, to basically employ the literati almost as clerical workers, simply as agents of imperial policy, rather than in their traditional role as those who would shape and formulate that policy. But the literati in this context found themselves in a very difficult situation. They, of course, thought of themselves, their whole sense of identity was that they were the ruling elite. Particularly from the 11th century on, all through the Song dynasty, the literati, because of their participation in the Confucian examination system, the educational culture that went along with that, had developed a sense of self, a sense of mission, of purpose, however you want to think of it, which was that it was their duty, their obligation, and also their right and privilege to order the world, to be the ones who ran the affairs of state, who ran the affairs of the empire. Now they were marginalized to a significant extent, excluded from the top positions of influence and power in the government, and even when they were employed by the Mongols in administrative positions, they were restrained. They had these alien overlords placed alongside them to ensure that they were kept under control. Excuse me. And what this results in is that many literati gentlemen began to direct their attention, their activities, their energies into other kinds of activities. They didn't certainly abandon their concern with government and politics and philosophy and all that, but they took up other kinds of other avenues of expression. And this is not necessarily something that's entirely new. There were gentlemen, literati gentlemen, who had been certainly poets and painters and artists of one kind or another for a long time, as we've already talked about, particularly for this song. But in the Mongol period, these forms of expression, both in art and literature, became imbued with a particular consciousness of their sort of troubled position. We see, for example, in painting, the flourishing of a whole genre of painting that uses symbols of perseverance and endurance. Symbols like rocks and bamboo and flowering plum trees that bloom when the snow is still on the ground. These kinds of images were meant to reflect and to express the position of the gentleman in a time of adversity, just as the rock endures, just as the bamboo can bend in the breeze and then bounce back. The gentleman endures under the stressful conditions of alien occupation. So these were acts of cultural communication sort of amongst the elite, among the literati gentlemen, using symbols which they would all understand, but which might not be immediately comprehensible to the Mongol conquerors. They would just see a painting of a rock and some bamboo, and they wouldn't necessarily understand the cultural allusions that were embedded in them. Perhaps more significantly, in a political sort of sense, literary gentlemen during the Mongol period began to write plays, began to produce popular dramas, which were performed in theaters located all over the empire, but perhaps most notably right in the capital at Dadu itself. And these were historical dramas. They drew on legends from the past, historical accounts of ancient times, perhaps the Han Dynasty. This was a very popular time for setting these sorts of dramas. And they often told stories that had to do with resistance to arbitrary authority, or with maintaining the purity of Han culture in the face of various kinds of alien barbarian pollution. These were often set in the context, again for the Han Dynasty, of the Xiongnu, the Inner Asian non-Chinese people who had always been on the northwest frontier of the Han. But of course, they were meant to be allegories about the Mongol conquerors. And here again, the cultural and linguistic barriers between the conquerors and the conquered came into play. Because while these dramas were fairly straightforward, a Chinese audience certainly would see them as sort of political allegories. By virtue of setting them in the ancient past and using fairly elaborate classical language, the Mongol censors didn't catch many of these. The growth of popular theater was a very political phenomenon that fueled and maintained the resentment of the Chinese to their conquerors. Well, talking about the Semuren and talking about the ways in which the Mongols sought to administer China once they had conquered it, brings us to a sort of sidebar, a very interesting episode, which many of us in the West have certainly heard of. And this is the story of Marco Polo. Marco Polo is himself a Semuren. He is a non-Chinese who winds up under the reign of Kublai, coming to China from outside and serving as a political official. He was a Venetian, of course, and traveled to China. He leaves Venice in 1272 and travels overland through the Middle East and Central Asia, arriving finally at the Mongol court, and travels with his father and his uncle. Both his father and uncle had made a previous journey to China, and this, of course, reminds us of the stable conditions which the Mongol conquests had established. It was possible for merchants, for travelers, like the Polos and others, to go from the Mediterranean world all the way to the Pacific coast in relative safety without having to be overly anxious about their security. And as traders, to take along money and to transport goods back to the European realm in a way that was not normal, in a way that was not the usual state of affairs in Central Asia. And there's quite a bit of traffic. Marco Polo and his father and uncle were commercial travelers. Others made this journey as well. There were representatives of the Catholic Church who wrote their own accounts of their journeys, and other travelers who made their way back and forth across the vastness of Inner Asia. Marco Polo stays in China for nearly 20 years. And when he arrives, along with his father and uncle, and is presented at the Mongol court, he makes quite an impression. He was a fairly young man at that time, and caught the eye of the emperor, of Kublai, and was offered employment within the Mongol administration, which he accepted and served in a number of capacities. Most notably, he was appointed, after its fall, he was appointed governor of the former capital of the Southern Song dynasty at Hangzhou, and served there for a couple of years, as well as in a variety of other appointments in China. He also was sent on a couple of sort of diplomatic expeditions for the Mongols, including, most notably, escorting some Mongol princesses who were being sent as brides to local rulers in India. The Mongols had a very far-reaching sort of diplomatic sphere, and they were very concerned with areas of activity beyond China, beyond East Asia, beyond the Himalayas. They certainly weren't about to try to launch military conquests in India, but they did seek to have diplomatic relations there. And these brides were sent on as part of that process. Eventually, in the 1290s, Marco Polo makes his way back to Europe. And of course, when he returns, he has a very problematic career after his return to Europe. He's captured by Genoa, the great trading rival of his home city of Venice, and is held in prison there for a while. And it's while he is in prison that he dictates his book about his travels. Even after he is released from prison and makes his way back to his home city, he has some further problems because people wouldn't believe the things that he reported that he had seen in China. He talks about the great cities, the fabulous wealth, just the grandeur, the glory of the Chinese Empire. And of course, for Venetians, this was a very difficult message for them to accept. Venice was a very proud city and was very sure that it was the wealthiest, the most civilized, the most sophisticated place in the world. And to have Marco Polo come back and write his story and tell his story of the things that he had seen, this was very problematic. His book comes to be known as The Millions, and this was not a reference to millions of ducats or something in terms of wealth, but the millions of lies which he was alleged to have told. Nonetheless, Marco Polo's book was not rejected by everyone, and indeed by those who had perhaps a more serious geographic knowledge. It became a very, very important source of information. We know, for example, that Christopher Columbus, who was, of course, himself from Genoa, Venice's great rival, owned a copy of Polo's book, that he had annotated it fairly extensively himself, and that it was part of his library that he had assembled and consulted in preparing for his own voyages of exploration. He, too, was very interested in the riches and glories of China. Of course, he never gets there, but that's another set of stories. Well, Kublai reigns until 1296. In 1296, he finally passes from the scene, and with him, in some ways, the great age of the Mongols starts to come to a close. Elsewhere, others carry on more dynamic traditions. In Persia, the descendants of the Mongols, first known as the Ilkhan, and later as the Mughals, will move on and eventually invade and conquer northern India. In Russia, descendants of the Mongols begin to integrate themselves further into local society, and eventually the Cossacks are one of the legacies from Mongol conquest there. Tamerlane, the last of the great Mongol descendants in Central Asia, will rise to power and glory at the end of the 14th and beginning of the 15th century. But no one really takes the Mongols back onto the great road of conquest, which they had done so well in the beginning of the 13th century. In China, after Kublai's death, there is a succession of not very dynamic emperors. The Mongols remain in power for another 8 decades in China, but they never really get back on track. They never really have the kind of power that rulers like Kublai had. And this gives rise to a couple of sort of developmental trends within the Mongol state, which ultimately contribute to its downfall. On the one hand, power, even at the imperial court, once again falls increasingly into the hands of Chinese officials, of members of the literati. They are theoretically employed solely as advisors, and yet after Kublai's death, they come to have greater and greater influence in the councils of state. This is not simply a phenomenon at the capital, although it's significant that it takes place even at so high a level. All across the empire, by the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century, the literati are sort of making a comeback. They are finding ways to sort of shoulder aside the samuren, to shake off, to overcome the systems of control and restraint which the Mongols have put in place to keep them in their place, to keep them in a subordinate position. This is perhaps most clearly shown in the year 1313. At that point, the Mongols decide to reinstate the imperial examination system. Now, the examination system, as we've talked about before, was the central mechanism of recruitment for people to serve in government, but even more importantly, it's sort of the central cultural mechanism for the literati elite. The process of studying, of preparing to take the exams, of sitting for the exams on the entry level, sort of local level, and then hopefully for those who were successful, rising higher through the examination system and entering on their official careers. This was the focal point of literati life. When the Mongols had conquered China, particularly the southern Song, they simply suspended the examinations. They didn't hold them. The last examinations under the southern Song were held right around 1270. And since then, they had simply not been used. When the Mongols decide in 1313 that they're going to reinstate the examinations, this is a tremendous concession to the literati, and it really marks a moment of transition. The Mongols at this point sort of abandon the initiative, and it really falls back into the hands of the Chinese elite. Now, what happens from there on is that, sort of two spheres of problems, two spheres of conflict develop. On the one hand, amongst the Mongol nobility, there are great conflicts of personality. When we talked about the rise of the Mongols, one of the challenges, one of the problems that Temujin faced when he first began to try to build up his power and establish his dominance and leadership over the Mongols was a tradition within Mongol political culture that if someone began to stand out, if someone began to rise up in a special way, others would sort of unite in order to bring him down. And this had the tendency over time, in the normal sort of functioning of the Mongol political system, to prevent strong leaders from emerging. Temujin had managed to overcome that. His descendants for several generations had managed to be very dynamic leaders. But now, When Kublai is gone, when several generations of less significant, less dynamic emperors have come to the throne, now this aspect of Mongol political culture starts to reassert itself. And when one Mongol leader or noble, not necessarily an emperor or even a prince, but someone within the leading ranks of the Mongol inner circle, begins to be more powerful, more effective, more competent, others come together and undermine his position, undermine his effectiveness. And that renders the Mongols more or less neutral as a significant political force. At the same time, the literati, although they have come back into positions of influence, tend to fall into factional conflict with one another. They don't have the kind of power base that would be necessary if they really wanted to function as the ruling class, because they still are under Mongol domination. And so they wind up sort of breaking up into different little cliques, loyal to one or another Mongol leader, or loyal to one or another outstanding member of the literati elite, but they too are divided and factionalized. And these two sets of sort of conflicting in-groups, the Mongol nobles and the factionalized literati, paralyze the Mongol state in many ways. They render it unable to respond to a series of both natural and human challenges that arise as we get to the middle of the 14th century. And those challenges and the inability of the Mongol state to deal with them result eventually in the collapse of the Yuan dynasty. A new dynasty rises up, and we'll turn our attention to that process in the next lecture. The Mongol dynasty, the Yuan dynasty, which ruled China from the middle of the 13th through the middle of the 14th century, was fraught with internal divisions and problems as it moved into the middle decades of the 14th century. And that was when a series of circumstances arose that really led pretty directly to its collapse and replacement by a new dynasty with a restored Chinese ruling elite. As we talked about last time, the Mongol government, the imperial court, was paralyzed in many ways by conflicts both within the Mongol nobility and amongst different factions of the literati officials who had returned to greater influence at court, but hadn't really been able to translate that into effective government because they were so internally factionalized and divided. Those very human political circumstances meant that the government of
Right, because I'm not a little bitch. But I'm telling you, if you want it to stop, then that's what you do.
No, I'm not a little bitch either.
No, you're cute.
Any fucking websites. That's fucking.
What did they get into?
First tracked it, so I can find who this bitch is.
Yeah,
mortality that the plague brings to central China was intense, and in some instances, in some communities, perhaps as 50%, as much as 50% of the population may have died. That, of course, is bad enough in and of. or maintain the river control system, but instead there was very little response. There was very little effective effort on the part of higher authority to deal with these circumstances. And year after year, the situation in central China continued to deteriorate. The local elites, who in many instances we would expect to be the ones who would step into the gap and take up many of these quasi-governmental or even governmental functions, did not do so. They were afraid. They were apparently quite terrified of the disease and of insecurity, and they tended to turn inward, to hoard what resources they had and to protect themselves. This meant that there was really no one on the ground in a sort of official or even semi-official capacity that was addressing the concerns at hand. As a result of this, popular movements rose up. Groups of peasants, sometimes with relatively effective local leadership, began to organize themselves to seize the resources that they needed to basically become bandits and rebels. And these spread throughout, particularly the central and lower Yangtze River Valley. The only group, the only sort of institutional force in this period that played much of a positive role at all were the Buddhist monasteries. And it is in their capacity as institutions that could provide some relief, could provide shelter or food, in some instances medical care, that we encounter the individual who will prove to be the main protagonist of the story of the transition from the Mongols to the Ming Dynasty. And this is a gentleman that we know as Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu, the family name, Yuanzhang, his given name. Zhu Yuanzhang was himself an orphan. His parents had died in the disasters of the mid-century. He himself had suffered from smallpox, but had managed to survive that, although his face was heavily marked by the disease. And as a young man, he had lived basically as an itinerant, not exactly a Buddhist monk, but going from monastery to monastery, relying upon the services which were available there. The monasteries had rules about how long you could stay to protect themselves from simply being overwhelmed by the needy. But Zhu Yuanzhang would go from one place to another, and eventually became drawn into some of these mystical peasant movements that were growing up along the course of the Yangtze, as local people simply had to find ways to organize themselves to survive. And of course, this put them in a status of rebellion or outlawry in relation to the official regime. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang becomes involved with one of these groups known as the Red Turbans, and his military skills and his sort of native intelligence made him very effective, and he rises fairly quickly to a position of significant influence within the leadership of the movement. Indeed, by the early 1360s, he's able to take over the movement, and when he does so, he begins to subtly reposition it and himself, moving away a little bit from the more millenarian aspects of the movement, the idea of a sort of apocalyptic upheaval, which was going to transform the world by bringing compassionate spiritual beings in and casting down the mighty and raising up the lowly, and all this. A very standard sort of motif in Chinese popular mysticism. But Zhu Yuanzhang, when he becomes leader, conceives the ambition, and we don't know how early on he had this ambition, but certainly by the early 1360s he begins to act on it, of not simply presiding over a mystic movement of peasants, but of trying to found a new dynasty, to overthrow the reign of the Mongols, and to create a new order, a new state, with himself at the head. In 1368, he formally proclaims this new dynasty, to which he gives the name Ming. Ming means bright. The character is a combination of the sun and the moon, so it's all the brightness you could want. And this is to manifest his leadership, his brilliance, as he presides over the establishment of his new order. He launches a military campaign, takes his armies, which have now consolidated his rule, his dominance in the Yangtze River Valley, and marches north towards the Mongol capital at Dadu. But there is no great apocalyptic confrontation. The Mongols, perhaps weary of the political infighting and the disasters which have plagued their rule in recent decades, basically abandon the city and retreat across the mountains out to the grasslands. And Zhu Yuanzhang is able to seize Dadu and to take control of North China. He decides to return south and establishes his capital at the site of the modern-day city of Nanjing on the Yangtze River, in the area that he had first controlled when he rose to prominence. But he leaves one of his sons, Zhu Di, in command of the former Mongol capital to maintain it as a defensive post against the possible return of the Mongols. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang, from his new capital in Nanjing, of course, he has to pursue the further consolidation of his authority over China, and there are a series of military campaigns about this. But his principal task now is to set about creating the institutions of a new dynasty, and a Confucian state is the model that he adopts. It's basically the only successful model to hand, and he sets about putting in place the proper bureaucracy and bringing into that bureaucracy the right people to run it. And of course, this means relying on the literati once again. He reinstates the Confucian examination system. He holds examinations in 1370, just 2 years after the founding of the dynasty. But he immediately suspends them. He doesn't trust the literati, and in some ways, he's in some ways comparable here to what we had seen with the Mongols when they established their power. He doesn't trust the literati. He thinks that they didn't behave very well during the crises of the late 1340s and 1350s as members of the local elites. He also, being not very well educated himself, is mistrustful of them, of their literary sophistication, their obscure language, their difficult writing system. And so there's a troubled relationship. He recognizes the necessity of relying upon them. He's not trying to rule China without the literati, but he wants to keep them as firmly under his control as possible. So he gives the examinations a try in 1370, but then suspends them for a decade because he doesn't like the outcome. He doesn't feel comfortable with the successful examination candidates. In 1380, he reinstates the examinations, and indeed they run from 1380 pretty much without interruption until 1905. So that's the last significant challenge to the examination system. But he still mistrusts the literary gentleman, the products of the examination system. Indeed, in the same year that he brings the examinations back, he becomes suspicious of his chief minister, a man named Hu Weiyong, and he comes to believe that Hu is plotting against him, and he purges Hu Weiyong, has him executed, and is far from satisfied with that, and goes on to execute or have executed everyone who worked with Hu Weiyong, all the members of his family, out to several degrees of relation, members of the families of people who worked for him. Thousands of people wind up being killed in this great purge in 1380. This proves to be the beginning of a pattern with Zhu Yuanzhang. He, from time to time, during the remaining years of his rule, has these episodes where he becomes convinced that someone is plotting against him and launches these very, very bloody purges to eradicate his enemies. Now, of course, it doesn't take long for members of the official bureaucracy to start to worry that they may be the potential next victims. And of course, once they start talking amongst themselves about, gee, what do you think's going on with the emperor? How can we protect ourselves? This can begin to look to the emperor like some sort of conspiracy. And so, it kind of becomes a cycle that feeds upon itself. And these purges recur several times. Tens of thousands of people wind up being killed in the course of these political upheavals. In some ways, almost a more serious consequence of these events is that when Zhuge orders the head of his chief minister to be cut off in 1380, he also cuts off the institutional head of government. He abolishes the office of chief minister and takes the administrative functions which had belonged to the chief minister into his own hands. Now, when you have an emperor like Zhuge, who's a very, very active, very hands-on kind of ruler, who spent perhaps 16 to 20 hours a day administering, being the emperor, sleeping very little, reading or having read to him large volumes of documents, and commenting on them, making lots of decisions himself, this may be all right, abolishing the position of chief minister, taking these functions into his own hands. That's okay if you have someone who's so deeply engaged with administration. But as we'll see, that becomes problematic later in the dynasty when we have emperors who are not so dynamic, not so competent, not so deeply engaged and involved in the day-to-day management of political affairs. Well, Zhuge reigns until 1398. He is emperor, known as the Hongwu Emperor, from 1368 to 1398. When he dies in 1398, one can imagine that there must have been quite the collective sigh of relief from his Confucian officials. He was succeeded by one of his grandsons, a man named Zhu Yunwen. And this grandson was the eldest son of Zhuge eldest son. And in the normal line of succession, the emperor's eldest son would become the next emperor. When Zhuge died, his eldest son had already predeceased him. And so he had to make a decision about the succession. And what he chose to do was to pass the throne to the eldest son of his eldest son. This, however, was resented by some of the brothers of some of Zhuge other sons, some of the brothers of the man who had already died. And in particular, it was resented by Zhu Di. Zhu Di was the fourth son of Zhuge, but by this time, by the end of the 1390s, he was the oldest of the surviving sons, and he basically felt that he should have become the emperor. He also began quite quickly to view his nephew as betraying the heritage of Zhuge. Zhuge, as we've talked about, had this extremely problematic relationship with the Confucian officials, with the literati, and he tended to keep them on a very, very short leash, to sort of terrorize them from time to time with these purges, and generally to have basically an antagonistic relationship with them. He had to have them, he needed them, but he never was comfortable with them. Zhu Yunwen, the new emperor, had grown up in the palace, had grown up surrounded by Confucian officials, had been educated in the Confucian classics, was a highly literate young man, and very different from his grandfather, had never been a military campaigner. It was basically just a very different kind of individual. He signaled his views, his sort of cultural orientation in the name that he chose for the period of time that he was on the throne, what we call a reign title. Zhuge, the founding emperor of the Ming, had selected the reign title Hongwu, which means vast martial virtue, and was emphasized his position as a warrior and hero. Zhu Yunwen adopts the title of Zhenwen, and Zhenwen means to nourish the cultural, to nourish the literary. Okay, so he was signaling through this and through his other actions that he was going to have a much closer working relationship with the literati officials. Far from mistrusting them, he really relied upon them. Indeed, in some ways, he thought of himself as one of them. He identified with the same sorts of values and ideals that the Confucian officials did. Well, Zhu Di, looking at this, saw his nephew as not seeking a more viable relationship with his officials, but as betraying, undermining the political culture which had been put in place by the founding emperor. And so he began to maneuver to take the throne for himself. And particularly between 1400 and 1402, he carried out a series of political and military actions which were designed to put the pressure on his nephew. In 1402, he led his military forces to the south, attacked the capital at Nanjing, and seized the throne. When he did so, he proclaimed himself emperor. He becomes the third emperor of the Ming Dynasty, although in the official historiography for over 150 years, his nephew's reign was simply erased, and he presented himself as the second emperor, as if he had simply taken over directly from his father. Eventually, the Genwen emperor is put back in the official history, but that takes place quite a while later. Now, Zhu Di faced some problems when he seized the throne because he was not the legitimate emperor. He was a usurper. And he first had to deal with the fact that many of the Confucian officials would not recognize his usurpation, his seizure of power. In particular, a man named Fang Xiaoru defied him in open court when the emperor ordered Fang to write an edict proclaiming that he, Zhu Di, was the legitimate emperor. Fang Xiaoru refused to do so, and he was rather brutally executed along with other officials who refused to accept Zhu Di's seizure of power. Nonetheless, although he had been critical of his nephew, and although he intended to restore the proper line of succession as he saw it, and to respect and honor Zhu Yuanzhang as the founding emperor, in practice, Zhu Di was much more friendly, I suppose you could say. He had a much better relationship with the Confucian officials than his father had. He does not return after the executions associated with his seizure of power. He does not return to a pattern of these sort of periodic purges of attacking the officials from time to time. And instead, he begins to cultivate a much more positive relationship with his officials once, of course, they have accepted the legitimacy of his position. In particular, he becomes involved with building up the power of one institution within the central government, and this is what's called the Grand Secretariat. The Grand Secretariat technically was simply a document processing office. Edicts that were going to be issued, proclamations that were going to be made, reports coming in from officials in the provinces or from the government ministries in the capital, memorials, requests for funds, things like that. All this paperwork passed through the Grand Secretariat. What Zhu Di does is to imbue the Grand Secretariat with a consultative function. He gives the officials who are the leaders of the Grand Secretariat in particular the role of counselors, of advisors to him as the emperor. And this begins to make the Grand Secretariat into really the most important policy-making, policy-formulating body within the imperial government. The other great legacy that Zhu Di leaves is the city of Beijing, the capital of the Ming Dynasty from 1420 on, and the capital of China today is this great city built at the northern end of the North China Plain. He takes over this site at the time of the overthrow of the Mongols. He's made prince of this particular location, and has already lived there most of his adult life. And when he is emperor, he decides to move the imperial capital from Nanjing to Beijing. And indeed, the names of these cities today stem from his actions in the 14 teens. Nanjing means southern capital, Beijing means northern capital. And so he moves from the southern capital to the northern capital, although he keeps Nanjing as a secondary center, a subsidiary political center as well. He moves 100,000 families of carpenters and artisans of various kinds up to the north so that they can build a great capital. The palaces that are at the heart of the imperial city that still stand in central Beijing today date from this time. He moves the sort of center of the city a little bit south. The old Mongol city was a little bit further north than the present-day center of Beijing, but basically builds on the site of the Mongol capital and makes this his administrative center, and it remains the capital except for a brief period in the first half of the 20th century, from 1420 on down to today. Now, under Zhu Di, who reigns, by the way, I should mention his reign title too, because often the Ming emperors are referred to both ways. He's known as the Yongle Emperor. Yongle means eternal happiness or eternal joy, or sometimes everlasting happiness, something like that. Under his reign, China embarks upon a very unusual undertaking. And I want to just take a few minutes to talk about this because it's a subject that is often of great interest and has recently come in for some popular attention in books and articles. And these are a series of voyages. Great fleet is assembled, is built, and beginning about 1405 and running down indeed even after the death of Zhu Di in 1424. These voyages continue for another decade. A series of 7 of these great exploratory voyages are sent out by China to Southeast Asia, to the Indian Ocean, to the east coast of Africa, to the Persian Gulf. They are commanded by a man named Zheng He, and Zheng He is a eunuch, probably a Muslim. He comes from a part of the southeast China coast where many Muslim trading families had lived for generations, if not centuries. And he is placed in command of these great expeditions. Hundreds of ships were involved, and the largest of these ships were several times the size of the vessels that Columbus commanded when he sailed across the Atlantic about 70 years later. And the Ming voyages, as they're called, or the voyages of Zheng He, as they're sometimes referred to, went all over what for the Chinese in many ways was the known world. There are records of these ships coming to ports all over Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. Monuments that were erected by the Chinese when they traveled and made these port calls are still in place in many areas. Chinese trade goods, which had preceded the great voyages. Chinese maritime traders had been traveling over these same routes for centuries. What's unique about Zheng He's voyages is that they were official. They were launched by the Chinese government, not by private traders. And Chinese trade goods are found all over this region as well, including on the east coast of Africa. These voyages, there's been a lot of debate within the ranks of Chinese historians, both at the time and since, about why they were launched, and then, of course, about why they were stopped. Some people argue that they were launched because Zhu Di wanted to find his nephew when he occupied Nanjing in 1402 and the imperial palace was burned. The body of the genuine emperor was never located, and there were rumors that he had escaped and was living in Southeast Asia and might return to claim the throne someday. And so some people speculate that the voyages were launched to seek him out. It seems rather a massive undertaking for such an objective. More likely is simply the desire of Yuanzhang to demonstrate his power, to show the glory of China, and perhaps to demonstrate the legitimacy of his rule by showing the flag, by exploring officially, sending representatives to many of the countries, many of the places that regularly traded with China. The end of the expeditions, I think, is actually a lot more easy to understand than why they were launched in the first place. The voyages were discontinued after 1435. As we'll see in the next lecture, by this time there's a significant reorientation within the imperial state, within the sort of political culture of China, and a return to more traditional strategic concerns, which were largely directed not towards the sea, not towards the maritime world beyond China's coast, but to the inner Asian frontiers, where Chinese had perceived strategic threats originating for thousands of years. By that time, new emperors, younger emperors were on the throne. The Grand Secretariat was even more powerful than it had been under Zhu Di, and China was moving into a new era of internal expansion and development. We'll pick up the story of the middlemen and the growth of the economy and the elaboration of social and cultural life in the next lecture. The Ming Dynasty, which had been founded in chaos and rebellion at the latter part of the 14th century, had gone through some fairly tumultuous times in the reigns of the first emperors, stabilizes by the middle of the 15th century. And indeed, the Ming then embarks upon a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, and domestic economic expansion, which makes it one of the golden ages in Chinese history. It's a period that even today is looked back upon by many Chinese as one of the finer eras in their past. After the reign of the Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di, the dynamism of the monarchy seems to fade a bit. The great strengths and charisma of the founding emperor and of Zhu Di himself give way to a succession of emperors, several of whom are fairly nondescript. There are some good emperors later on in the Ming, but in the immediate wake of Zhu Di's passing in 1424, there are several emperors who don't contribute much to leadership. He was immediately succeeded by his son, Zhu Gaozhi, who reigned for less than a year in 1425. The next emperor, Zhu Jianji, held the throne from 1426 to 1435, but didn't prove to be a very dynamic ruler. And he then is succeeded by Zhu Qizhen, who was only 8 years old when he comes to the throne in 1435. In this period, in the wake of the disappearance of strong leadership on the part of the emperor, not surprisingly, it is the Grand Secretariat which emerges as the principal political force in China, the kind of central office of the imperial government. And indeed, during this period, there are three remarkable individuals who served in the Grand Secretariat, who came to be themselves the leading political figures of their time. There were other Grand Secretaries during this period. These aren't the only three individuals in the Grand Secretariat, but they stand out in part, I suppose, because they all shared the same surname. They were all named Yang, and the Chinese refer to them collectively as the three Yangs, the San Yang in Chinese. Yang Shuqi was, in addition to being a Grand Secretary and one of the leading political figures of the day, was one of the most prominent literary authorities of his time as well. He sort of dominates the writing scene at this time. The other two, Yang Rong and Yang Pu, were grand secretaries who had come into office under Zhu Di, and they continued, along with Yang Shiqi, to guide the affairs of state for a decade and a half after Zhu Di's death, through the rest of the 1420s, the 1430s, into the early 1440s. These three men and the other leaders in the Grand Secretariat were the most powerful figures, the powerful officials, Confucian officials, in the Chinese state. However, during this period, another source of power, another group of power holders, in a sense, comes to prominence and begins to give to the Ming Dynasty, to the Ming state, a somewhat unusual quality. And these were eunuchs. Now, eunuchs had been part of the palace scene as long as we know in Chinese history. If you go all the way back to the very earliest texts, to some of the classical works like the Book of Songs, there are references to eunuchs in these. There are references to the organization of the eunuchs in the palace in the early ritual texts referring to the Zhou dynasty. So we know that eunuchs had been around for a very, very long time in China. And they played a particular role within the sort of cosmological order of the imperial system. Because within the palace, the emperor represented the creative force of Yang, and the imperial women, his harem, were a kind of reservoir of yin, the feminine receptive force. In the imperial palace, the desire was that there be no yang, no male creative force that wasn't the emperor. And so to staff the palace, to have individuals there who could perform the menial tasks of maintenance and cleaning and things like that, it had become the practice to employ castrated males, eunuchs. This, of course, also meant that they were unlikely to meddle with the imperial succession by fostering illegitimate children or anything like that. In the Han Dynasty, in the Tang Dynasty, within the palace had been able to parlay their position, their special access to the imperial family, into exceptional power. And both of those dynasties in their final stages had seen great conflicts, purges of eunuchs, massacres of eunuchs. In the Ming Dynasty, this process gets off to a rather different start and takes on a much greater dimension than in previous instances. Zhu Yuandang, the founding emperor, had excluded eunuchs. He had known enough of history and the precedents of the past that he put up a proclamation saying that eunuchs were not to be allowed access to government documents. They were not allowed, in fact, to be taught to read, and anyone who violated this would be subject to severe punishment. But Zhu Di, when he was conspiring and preparing to seize power, had used eunuchs from his princely palace as emissaries and as secret agents as he prepared to launch his attack on his nephew at Nanjing. Even after seizing the throne, Zhu Di continued to employ eunuchs as his personal agents, perhaps carrying on to some extent his father's mistrust of the literati, even while building up the power of the Grand Secretariat. Zhu Di wanted to have individuals in his employ who were completely dependent upon him. The literati, of course, had their own power base. They were landowners for the most part. They had the examination system. They had a sort of separate identity, which kept them more or less autonomous within the political system. They were dependent upon the emperor. They were appointed by the emperor, and yet they were not completely the emperor's creatures. The eunuchs, on the other hand, were entirely dependent upon their imperial masters. Zhu Di gave eunuchs not only these sorts of secret missions, but allowed them to become involved in the handling of documents, the transmission of information within the palace. And indeed, right at the end of his reign, He set the stage for the founding of what comes to be known as the Inner Palace School, which was an academy within the imperial grounds for the training of eunuchs so that they could help with the documentary processes of government. This was a direct contravention of Zhu Yuanzhang's wishes, but Zhu Di seems not to have been overly troubled by that. So the mature Ming state, as we see it from, say, the 1530s on, includes a sort of balance that has to be maintained between the power of the eunuchs in the inner palace and the power of the Confucian officials in the outer court and in the empire at large. Late in the dynasty, certain emperors begin to actually send eunuch commissioners out from the palace to oversee various kinds of economic actions, to conduct sort of secret police functions. The emperors come to use the eunuchs as almost as surrogates for imperial power, while the Confucian officials maintain the regular bureaucracy and have to find ways to deal with the power that eunuchs have gained. So it creates a special kind of a challenge, a special set of political circumstances that we need to bear in mind when we look at Ming history. Eunuchs, given the power that they came to have, given the wealth that some of them came to have, sought to legitimize themselves, sought to make themselves less offensive, less problematic. As mutilated individuals, they were felt to be unfilial. They hadn't maintained the bodies they had received from their parents. They certainly weren't going to be carrying on their ancestral lineage. And this was seen as very ritually bad by the Confucian officials. To overcome that, to sort of legitimize themselves in public eyes, many powerful eunuchs in the Ming became patrons of art, patrons of Buddhism, founded monasteries, things like that. Well, the state, the Ming state, by the middle of the 15th century, has kind of settled into a routine of governance, literati in their traditional role, certainly the role that they felt rightfully belonged to them, of running the imperial bureaucracy, maintaining the examination system, dominating the cultural life of the empire. The eunuchs, very powerful within the palace, but still functioning essentially in the interests of the monarch and keeping the state going. While this goes on the political level, Ming society is embarking on a great age of expansion and development. And in part, this is facilitated by actions of the government itself. The Ming dynasty possessed, from very early on, this was one of Zhu Yuanzhang's priorities when he came to the throne, a very well-developed system of internal communication, particularly for government. Part of Zhu Yuanzhang's obsession, if you will, with knowing everything that was going on, was to have information flow to him from all over the empire as efficiently as possible. And accordingly, he had built up a system of communications, of post roads, that extended all over the empire. There were postal stations every a few miles or so along these routes. Horses were maintained at the different stations. Lodgings were provided for couriers. It took perhaps as long as 5 weeks to get to the very southern extremities of the empire, but that was actually fairly rapid in terms of standards of communication and transportation in the world at that time. This system of official post roads, stations, communications became the core, the infrastructure for a much more expansive system that was used not by only official representatives, but by merchants and other kinds of travelers. Since these roads were already there, since there were there was an imperial presence at these post stations along the way, there were guards, the imperial army tended to be garrisoned along these routes, they were safe. And so travelers, merchants in particular, who wanted to be traveling with money or with goods, found it safe to travel along these same roadways. So the Ming official postal roads became the network of the trading system of the Ming Dynasty as well. That, in turn, contributed to further economic growth as services directed towards these commercial travelers began to spring up in conjunction with the official stations. There might be an official station where imperial couriers would stop and change their horses and eat and rest, and around those grew up hostels, taverns, inns, other kinds of services to be provided for private travelers, but in the same places, along the same roads, and under the same basically secure conditions. Merchants were also allowed to utilize certain government facilities, particularly the transport barges on the Grand Canal. The Grand Canal was used to ship grain, which was grown in southeastern China, north to the imperial capital. Beijing at this time was such a large city, it was unable to meet its grain needs from the immediate countryside around it, and so grain was shipped from the south to the north. When these barges traveled back south, or even on the northern journey, if they weren't full, they could be utilized by merchants to ship commercial goods. So there were a number of ways in which the official infrastructure of the Ming state contributed to and encouraged the growth of the domestic economy. We see in this period, from the beginning of the 15th century on through the 16th and even beyond, a revival and indeed a further intensification of the process of regional economic specialization that we talked about back in the Southern Song, where certain areas within China began to develop particular specialized kinds of production. The textile centers in the Jiangnan region, where cotton was grown and spun, where silk was produced, the tea growing centers of Zhejiang and Hunan, the great imperial kilns at Jingdezhen in northern Jiangxi province returned to their very large scale operations. These kinds of centers of production meant that you had large population areas where they were producing things, either growing things or manufacturing things, which were then traded out into a national market and indeed beyond China into an international market. But those areas of specialized production also became areas of consumption because families which had formerly been subsistence farmers or self-sufficient farmers now were producing, say, cotton for the market or tea for the market, but weren't producing their own food. And so it became necessary to import food into these areas. And these exchanges, these long-distance exchanges, going often along these imperial routes of communication and transport, revived and intensified the commercialization, the growth of the Chinese commercial economy. That growth is reflected, the more complex kinds of economic operations that were attendant upon this kind of economic growth are reflected, for example, in the development of financial institutions, bills of trade, the circulation of paper money, which had been experimented with back in the Southern Song, is tried again in the Ming Dynasty. Certain sort of proto-banking institutions begin to develop. Interestingly, particularly in Shanxi province in the northwest, where financial instruments, paper financial instruments, not government money, but private commercial paper, begins to circulate and begins to be used during the Ming. While domestic growth is in many ways enhanced and facilitated by government action, the international situation is a little bit more complex. The Ming government, particularly after 1435, after the end of the voyages of exploration that had been commanded by the eunuch Zheng He, the official view of the Ming state is rather negative on international trade. When the dynasty had first been established, one of Zhu Yuanzhang's concerns had been for coastal security. There had been some resistance to the establishment of Ming rule on the southeast coast. And there's something called the Maritime Interdict, which is an effort to control trade, coastal trade is put in place. And this remains a concern through much of the Ming Dynasty. It's not so much an effort, a real effort to totally eliminate trade as to regulate it very, very carefully. There are times when trade is banned completely, but for the most part, the government simply tries to regulate it very carefully. But that's very problematic because the impulse to trade is very strong. And what happens is when the state is clamping down on trade, trade goes into private hands and indeed into outlaw hands. And one of the chronic security issues in the Ming Dynasty in the 15th and 16th century is piracy. People who are traveling on the sea and who are going from port to port and who are acquiring goods and acquiring wealth cannot do this legally, and so they wind up becoming pirates. And when they are resisted by coastal authorities, they wind up raiding instead of trading. And this becomes a chronic problem along the coast in the Ming, particularly during certain periods. Nonetheless, there is official trade or officially tolerated trade that continues throughout this period. And indeed, particularly with Japan, what gets established is what comes to be known as the tally trade, which isn't a trade in tallies, but it's the use of tallies of markers, which are sort of divided in half so that the Japanese merchant has one half and the Chinese official has the other half. And when the merchant comes to port, you can match the halves together, and that proves that this is an authorized, a legally sanctioned exchange rather than a kind of piracy. And that served to facilitate trade with Japan. This was particularly important because Japan at this time had discovered rather significant deposits of silver, and silver mining was going on fairly significantly in Japan. And the flow of silver from Japan into China helped to facilitate the monetization of the Chinese economy, the increased use of money rather than barter in the Chinese domestic economy. That trend towards monetization and the encouragement to commercial growth that went along with it becomes even more significant when we get to the latter part of the 16th century. Of course, at this time, in the New World, the Spanish, who have been establishing their colonial empire in Central and South America, begin to mine a tremendous amount of silver themselves, both in Mexico and even more so down at Potosi in Bolivia in Peru. And this new supply of silver begins to flow into the global economy in the last third of the 16th century. In the 1570s, the Spanish acquire a trading post at Manila in the Philippines, and very, very quickly, the Chinese begin to trade extensively with the Spanish. So a large flow of silver coming out of Mexico, going across the Pacific to Manila, and then from Manila entering into China gives even greater impetus to commercial growth and development in China. That process of commercialization, both in terms of the circulation of money and the increase in demand for Chinese goods in the international market, becomes a second factor in China's growth at this time. Domestic growth, fueled by specialized production and circulation within the country, dovetails nicely with this growing involvement with global trade. Global trade beyond just Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, but involving now the Europeans, either in Europe or in the New World, to a much greater extent. This economic growth that is taking place in China is matched by, is in some ways reflected in, the growth of the Chinese population. In 1380, near the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, there had been perhaps 155 million people living in China. By 1500, that figure had grown to around 230 million, and by the end of the Ming Dynasty in the middle of the 17th century, it would rise to nearly 270 million people. So a very, very significant growth of the population in China during this time. And yet, although there was very large growth in population, standards of living rose throughout the Ming Dynasty because the economic expansion that was taking place was going on even more rapidly than population growth. So more goods were being produced, technological improvements in agriculture resulted in higher food yields, and the growing engagement of China in the global market meant that wealth was flowing into the country as well. All this leads to significant expansion of wealth in the empire and rising standards of living for many Chinese, not necessarily all, as we'll see, but for many Chinese in the course of the century. Nonetheless, it remains true that even the Middle Ming, what we sometimes call the Golden Age of the Ming, was not a period where China didn't face some serious challenges. It is a period of growth and expansion, a period of prosperity, a period for the most part of peace, and yet not without certain difficulties. In particular, the Mongols returned in a couple of instances and caused serious concerns on the northern frontier. In 1449, Mongol raids along the Great Wall near Beijing and a little bit further west than there had frightened the court, the officials, and at this time, the emperor, Zhu Qizhen, who had come to the throne back in 1435 as an 8-year-old boy, now is a young man and wants to demonstrate his maturity, his heroism. He is advised by one of his eunuchs, a man who had been his tutor when he was a young prince, and now, after the death of the three Yangs, new leaders within the Grand Secretariat are not as powerful or influential with the emperor, and the emperor, listening to his eunuch advisor, decides to launch an expedition to the Mongols and to lead it himself. This proves to be a disaster, and in September of 1449, after wandering around ineffectively beyond the Great Wall, the imperial entourage is attacked just before re-entering China proper, and the emperor is actually captured and held for ransom by the Mongols. So this incident, which has political repercussions that go on within China for several years thereafter, is the first case where the Mongols really are revived as a threat. A century later, in the late 1540s and in the early 1550s, Mongol forces once again begin to raid across the Great Wall and indeed come within sight of the city walls of Beijing. And this puts the question of border security once again right at the top of the imperial agenda. Indeed, there are major factional conflicts, major political debates about how best to deal with the problem of the Mongols that run right through the late 1540s and 1550s and become very, very significant concerns at court. At the same time, the issue of these so-called pirate raids down on the southeast coast in the Jiangnan area also becomes a concern. In the 1550s, there's a real coincidence of these two threats: the threat from the Mongols on the northern frontier and the threat from the pirates on the southeast coast. Now, the pirates during this period, when you read the Chinese sources, they refer to them as Japanese pirates. This is the sort of standard term. In fact, although there certainly were Japanese sailors and captains amongst the forces that were along the coast, many of the so-called pirates, many of the so-called Japanese pirates, were in fact Chinese. Some of them were merchants, some of them were adventurers, some of them were simply outlaws, but many of them, if not most of them, were actually Chinese. These forces would raid, particularly in the Jiangnan area, the very wealthy area of textile production and commercial towns. There was a lot of wealth there. It was near the mouth of the Yangtze River, so it was easily accessible from the sea. And this became a major source of insecurity, and like the Mongol threat on the northern frontier, led to political debates and policy factionalization around the late 1540s and 1550s as well. Eventually, the Ming managed to put together a military force and a political initiative which suppresses piracy along the coast. And fortunately, they then decided to relax some of their policies controlling trade along the coast and allowed more access to ports and more international trade to proceed. That worked out nicely in terms of the timing of the arrival of the Spanish and all their silver, so that this could become a more significant zone of activity in the second half of the 16th century. By the end of the 16th century, other problems began to emerge within the dynasty. Some of these were the result of the very success that the dynasty had had up to that point and the rapid growth that had been taking place in the economy. Other problems arose not so much from material issues, but from social and political stresses within the empire and related cultural and intellectual developments. And other challenges to the Ming began to arise from factors outside of China. We'll look at the confluence of these various concerns in the next lecture. Towards the end of the 16th century, the long era of the Middle Ming, period of peace and prosperity and growth and development in China, begins to run into a variety of problems. The reign of the Wanli Emperor, Zhu Yijun, which begins in 1572 and runs down to 1620, is an era where a number of crises begin to affect China and deepen as time goes on. The reign gets off to a pretty good start. The Wanli Emperor actually was a pretty good emperor and had the potential to be a truly great emperor. As things actually worked out, he doesn't realize that potential, but the reign gets off to a good start, and there's a sense of kind of optimism to begin with. In particular, he has a very good advisor at the beginning of his reign, the first decade or so of his reign. A man named Zhang Zhujiang, who is a grand secretary. By this time, the Ming has sort of informally evolved the practice of having one of the grand secretaries serve as sort of chief grand secretary. And that's the role that Zhang Zhujiang steps into at the beginning of the Wanli era. What Zhang Zhujiang wants to do is to strengthen the power of the central state. He wants to serve the emperor. He wants to allow the state to more effectively respond to its mission, its challenges in governing China and in addressing some of the stresses and problems and tensions that are building up within Chinese society. We can see Zhang Zhujiang in some ways as a successor to one of the streams of thought within imperial statecraft that goes back to figures that we've seen before, such as Wang Anshi in the northern Sung dynasty, or the great dynamic Emperor Wu all the way back in the Han. Zhang Zhujiang sets out to reform the revenue system, the taxation system, and to restrain the excesses of both local officials and private wealthy families in local society. He wants to also reform the tax system in response to changes that are taking place in the Chinese economy with the growth of commercialization and the monetization of the economy. In other words, he's responding to some of the developments that have been taking place in the course of the Ming, and in particular to the flow of silver into the Chinese economy. He undertakes a series of reforms. He wants to carry out a survey across the empire to determine who owns land, how much land they own, what the quality of that land is, and what the proper evaluation and tax burden should be in association with that land. There hasn't been a comprehensive survey of the empire since 1393 at this point. And so Zhang Zhuzheng simply wants to bring the records of the revenue system, the knowledge of the central government, into line with realities which will have changed significantly out there in the field, out in the provinces. To do this, he sends officials out to try to survey land, to try to go through the existing records, to try to determine ownership and use and things like that. He also undertakes a series of reforms designed to make the collection of taxes both easier and more efficient, to streamline it so that it's easier for people to pay their taxes, and to reform it in such a way that a greater proportion of taxes that are paid wind up in the imperial treasury. Okay? Now, the central aspect of his reforms, what come to be known as the single whip reforms, well, there are two basic aspects to it. One is timing, and the other is the way in which taxes were paid. Taxes had traditionally been paid in kind. In other words, not in money, but in grain or cloth. And these taxes were accordingly collected at times of the year when grain or cloth would be likely to be in good supply. Grain taxes tended to be collected in the fall after the harvest came in. Cloth taxes tended to be collected in the spring when the winter weaving season was completed. Okay, so this had been the practice from time immemorial. What Zhang Zhuzheng wants to do is to convert the payment of taxes from essentially a sort of barter transaction to a cash transaction, and have taxes be paid now in silver. And indeed, he does this, and this aspect of the single whip reforms is put into effect. He also consolidates the payment of various kinds of taxes, which had previously been assessed in terms of so much grain or so much cloth, into single lump sum payments in money. Okay, so it's a good system. It allows people to pay their taxes efficiently. If they're grain dealers, to sell grain and get money. If they're cloth merchants, to sell cloth and get money. If they're farmers, to sell whatever it is they're producing and get money. Everybody can use the common currency of exchange, which is silver, and the taxes are denominated in terms of silver. And so in those parts of the empire where commercial development has been taking place, which is where large centers of wealth, of course, have come to be concentrated, this proves to be a very effective set of reforms. His efforts to survey the empire and to get a better sense of the taxes that people actually owe and who owns the land does not go as well as the monetary reforms. And this is because the wealthy families that own land don't really want the records to be accurate. It's not in their interest to have this survey take place. And of course, here we see, once again, the classic sort of contradictory situation of the literati elite. On the one hand, literati serve in the government. It is from the ranks of the literati that government officials are recruited through the examination system. And in their capacity as officials, in their capacity as servants of the monarchy, of course, they're part of the system that is out there trying to do this survey and trying to get a better understanding of the financial situation. But the literati are also the local elites. They tend to be the wealthy landowning families, and particularly in the wealthier parts of the empire, the Jiangnan area, the southeast coast, the Yangtze River Valley, there's a contradiction. In their capacity as private citizens, in their capacity as local elites, they want to resist the efforts of the state to extract more wealth from their land. And so they resist the efforts to conduct this survey. They sort of thwart and frustrate the officials who are sent out. And they are fairly effective at undermining Zhang Zhuzheng's ability to carry out this survey. And indeed, they resent his actions so much that as the decade of the 1570s goes on, Zhang Zhuzheng becomes politically suspect. He becomes the political enemy of large contingents within the ranks of the literati, even within the ranks of literati serving as officials. It's felt that he's going too far, that he's pushing an activist line for the state, where in fact the state should be a little more hands-off and allow the literati, the local elites, to manage affairs more directly themselves. Now, eventually, by the beginning of the 1580s, this will lead to Zhang Zhuzheng's downfall from power. At the same time, though, the effects of his monetary reforms, the effects of the single whip reforms in terms of paying taxes in silver instead of in kind, also become a little more complex. As I said, in those parts of the empire where commercial development has been taking place, this is a very effective reform. It's a popular reform. It's easier on the citizens who are paying taxes, and it results in better revenues for the government. But in other parts of the empire, areas where commercial growth has not been as extensive, areas where silver is not widely in circulation, the single whip reforms become a burden. And in fact, they make the situation worse for many people. Peasant farmers living in, say, the northwest or the far southwest, in Shanxi or Guizhou provinces, find themselves having to take their relatively meager crops and sell them for money so that they can pay their taxes. The problem with that is that in these areas, less silver is in circulation, more copper is in circulation. Copper coins, copper cash are in circulation. So they sell their grain for copper cash, which they then in turn have to convert into silver. And the exchange rate between silver and copper is very biased against copper. So you wind up spending more copper to get the silver you need to pay your taxes than you would if you were simply paying your taxes in grain or cloth, or even if you could just pay them in copper coins. So the single whip reforms have a negative impact on large parts of the empire away from the coastal areas and the Yangtze River Valley. And at first, this isn't particularly significant. When the reforms are first put into place, the flow of silver that's coming into the treasury looks so good that nobody really worries about it very much, and the situation takes a while to develop to the point where these tensions, the disparities between the more commercialized and the less commercialized part of the empire really begin to become a serious problem. By that time, Zhang Zhuzheng is long gone. He falls from power at the beginning of the 1580s, largely because of the resentment and resistance against him on the part of local elites who use influence within the imperial system to bring him down. That perhaps would have been simply a passing episode if circumstances had then not become even more problematic for the effectiveness of the government. And what comes into play now is a very complex sort of philosophical and cultural process. At the end of the 16th century, the government of the Ming Dynasty, the imperial state, goes into a kind of gridlock. It ceases to function effectively, not so much on the day-to-day level, but on the level of being able to respond to changing circumstances, to respond to newly arising problems. It continues to run along pretty well, just in terms of the everyday operations of government, the collecting of taxes, the paying of officials, the monitoring of local circumstances. But political debate, political discussion, the political process, if you will, grinds to more or less a halt because it becomes moralized. We get what we call a moralization of political discourse or of political rhetoric at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century that makes it very difficult for the state to function effectively. The roots of this, the origins of this, are in the ideas of a man named Wang Yangming. Wang Yangming was a philosopher, he was a scholar, he was an official, he had a very successful government career, and he proves to be, in some ways, the last great Confucian philosopher in imperial times, where Zhu Xi had, back in the southern Song, brought together a lot of ideas and formulated them into the system that we sometimes call Neo-Confucianism, or the learning of the way. Wang Yangming now takes certain elements within that tradition of Confucianism and gives them somewhat different interpretations, emphasizes certain aspects of them, and this gives rise to philosophical developments which he may not actually have anticipated the way that they would play out fully, but which come by the end of the 16th century to cause significant problems. So let me unpack this a little bit and talk about what these ideas were and how they came to be somewhat problematic. The critical idea within Wang Yangming's thought was that everyone has within them what he calls an innate knowledge of the good. Okay? There's actually nothing new about this, in the sense that he doesn't make it up. It's not an idea that he introduces into Confucianism. It's an idea that has been there all along, but he takes it out, sort of moves it to center stage, and puts a particular emphasis on it. What the idea of the innate knowledge of the good means, and certain of his followers go much further than he did in drawing the implications of this out. What it means is that individuals have a responsibility for moral judgment. Okay? In Confucianism, prior to this, the tendency had been for most people, the vast majority of people, to simply defer moral judgment to their superiors, to the elite, particularly to the literati. The literati, as the bearers of the literary cultural tradition, as the educated elite, the people who were steeped in the Confucian classics, were looked to provide the leadership, the moral models for other people to follow. Wang Yangming's ideas suggest that individuals would find within themselves the source of moral responsibility, that they would have a personal conscience, that they would have a personal agency in acting in the world. And Wang Yangming placed an additional emphasis on the idea of the unity of knowledge and action. It wasn't enough to simply know what was good, to have an innate knowledge of the good. It was imperative that you act on the basis of that knowledge. And again, this is consistent with Confucian teaching over the previous 1,500 and more years. But in conjunction with his emphasis on the innate knowledge of the good being in everyone, this idea that it was necessary to act on that knowledge really has almost revolutionary implications. It comes to be seen in the context of the 16th century, in the context of all the many other changes taking place in China at this time, the growth of a commercial economy, many things that are similar to circumstances in early modern Europe. This comes to be seen as a sort of rise of Chinese individualism, a kind of individualist humanism, very similar to things taking place at the same time in European thought. Well, as the 16th century went on, Wang Yangming himself dies in 1529, but as his followers interpreted and developed his ideas, a variety of popular movements took place. People from non-literati backgrounds, merchants, even ordinary peasants, farmers, artisans, became involved in movements based upon or growing out of the ideas of Wang Yangming. Sometimes these defied the power of officials. Sometimes they set up utopian communal experiments, all based upon the idea that it was not necessary to defer to the power and authority of others, but rather to act on the basis of their own moral insights, their own moral knowledge. Not surprisingly, these ideas also gained a lot of currency amongst the educated elite. Most of Wang Yangming's followers were themselves members of the literati elite. These debates about morality, these discussions about individual moral responsibility and agency, penetrated the political culture of the Ming state. And by the end of the century, they began to permeate it in such a way that political debate, political discussion, became not a matter of seeking out a compromise position between two different policy orientations, which both were seen as essentially legitimate, but rather conflicts between good and evil. If I have an innate moral knowledge of the good, and my moral knowledge of the good tells me that this is the thing to do, and you say, oh no, that's not the thing to do, that's the thing to do over here, then it's not just that we have different views, but my view is good, so yours must be bad. And this moralization of politics means that rather than seeking compromise and pragmatism, everybody starts to seek the victory of their morally pure position and the defeat of their evil enemies. That kind of process doesn't work very well in terms of the day-to-day functions of political administration. This becomes particularly problematic because disputes develop at the imperial court. The Wanli emperor, who had already been married and had an empress and a young son who was to be his heir when he came to the throne, as a young emperor acquires a new imperial favorite, has a son with her, he then wishes to have her be his empress, and that son replace the existing heir. The Confucian officials refuse to comply with this. They criticize the emperor on the grounds of their moral interpretation, but the emperor refuses to accept their criticisms, and a disconnect, a tension between the emperor and his officials begins to limit the effectiveness of the court. It begins to, the emperor withdraws from regular involvement with his officials. He removes himself from the day-to-day administration of the empire. This is why I say that although the Wanli emperor had many good qualities and capacities which might have made him a great emperor, the way that his reign develops, he disengages from policy, he disengages from administration, and that means that he's unable to really become the kind of great emperor that he might potentially have been. By the time we get to the beginning of the 17th century, we go into the early 1600s, the moralization of politics goes even further. And at this point, we see in particular the emergence of something called the Donglin Academy. Donglin means Eastern Forest, and it's simply the name of a school in the Jiangnan area that serves as the center for a movement amongst young literati. Political parties, formal political organizations, they simply don't exist in the traditional political culture of China. All the way back in the Song Dynasty, figures like Ouyang Shou had argued that perhaps political factions were okay. Perhaps the association of public-spirited gentlemen who shared political views was a good thing. But that had not been accepted. And factional organizations were banned. It was not acceptable to do this. Nonetheless, people who did share common ideas, common values, common aspirations within the literati elite did get together in various ways. Normally, they did this under the cover of what they called literary societies, poetry groups, gardening clubs. But they often got together and talked about politics and the issues of the day, and sometimes coordinated actions and activities in ways that sought to promote their views and a kind of political program. Well, the Donglin Academy goes one step further. It becomes, in some ways, the closest thing to an organized political movement that we see in China prior to the 20th century. The Donglin Academy had certainly a very clear set of shared values. The participants in the Donglin movement sought to help each other out politically, sought to advance essentially their common program within the institutional framework of the examination system and the imperial bureaucracy. Now, the way that this fits into this whole problem of moralization of discourse is that the Donglin Party presented itself as the morally pure group. They were the clean politics guys. They criticized the existing officials within the state as being morally corrupt. And the basis that they had for this criticism was that the emperor was still refusing to cooperate with those officials. The emperor was still insisting that he wanted to name the new empress, he wanted to name a new heir apparent. The officials, had they truly been upright moral individuals, would have been able to sway the emperor by the power of their moral examples. Since they hadn't been able to do that, that only proved how corrupt they were. And it was necessary, therefore, for people like the Donglin partisans to replace them so that they could bring correct moral leadership to the empire. Now, of course, it's easy to see this as simply an exercise in partisan politics. The Donglin group is the out group, the group that doesn't have political power, that doesn't have access to the highest offices. And they want to get that access. They want to replace the individuals who do have that power. The way to do that is not through a process of sort of political activity, as we would normally conceive of it, but is through a moral attack, a moral critique. We need to get them out of office, not because they're doing a bad job, but because they're bad people. Okay? When you reach that level of confrontation, when you put politics into that kind of moral framework, it becomes very difficult to find ways to reach practical arrangements to allow things to happen. Eventually, this culminates in the 1620s, after the end of the Wanli reign, in a great series of purges, of factional conflicts at court. Large groups of individuals are executed. Powerful eunuchs seize leading positions briefly, and the dynasty is deeply, deeply damaged. Ironically, in the end, when the Wanli emperor dies in 1620, the son whom he had wished to name as his heir has died already, predeceases the emperor, and the entire argument, the entire conflict proves to have been for naught. The death of the putative heir apparent means that in the end, it was the original heir, the son of the original empress, who succeeds the Wanli emperor in 1620. So all the factionalism, all the conflict, all the supposed moral problems at the court proved to have been for nothing in terms of a practical outcome. But the damage that they have done to the system by 1620 is so severe that once the Wanli emperor himself is gone from the scene, and we have again a series of relatively ineffective emperors in the mid-1620s, it allows this factional conflict to simply erupt in a way that costs many, many lives and further paralyzes the ability of the Ming state to act effectively. Well, the inability of the Ming government to do much other than turn in upon itself, to consume itself in factional, moralistic infighting at court, meant that problems in society and in the economy simply got worse and worse. No one, in a sense, was minding the shop. And so the discrepancy, the disparity between the prosperity of the coastal regions and the poverty of the interior, particularly the Northwest and Southwest, that situation simply got worse and worse. In particular, the burden of silver taxation began to depress the livelihood of farmers, particularly in the Northwest. And this led to people defaulting on their taxes, people having assets seized, people losing their land, and a downward spiral of economic circumstances in that part of the empire that began to push people outside the bounds of lawful society. And we will see shortly that banditry and eventually rebellion grows out of the deteriorating economic situation in the Northwest. Even in the parts of the empire where commercial growth was proceeding, where wealth was expanding, further tensions, further contradictions were arising within Ming society. Merchants who were excluded from participation in the examination system and from meaningful influence in public affairs were now around in much greater numbers with much greater wealth, and they were clamoring for some more meaningful role within public life. They competed with traditional elites in various kinds of consumerism, in art, in clothing, in housing, in building up great libraries and things like that, and also in charitable actions. The gridlock that afflicts the Ming state from the late 16th century all through the first quarter of the 17th century finally means that as new forces begin to emerge outside China, particularly beyond the Great Wall in the northeast, no one is effectively prepared to respond to them. The Manchu people who arise in the northeast at this time will come to be the successors of the Ming. But for that story, we'll have to wait until the next lecture. We've been talking about the crises, the gridlock that had afflicted the Ming Dynasty from the end of the 16th through the first few decades of the 17th century. Many of the factors that we've looked at in this were internal, domestic concerns about the political factionalism that was centered on the court and the imperial bureaucracy, problems in the economy, problems with the immiseration of peasants in parts of the country where tax burdens had been made heavier by the conversion to cash. But while all that was going on within the Ming system, outside of China, often in what is now northeastern China, but then was beyond the frontier, a new force was developing, which would come to be the successors to the Ming, would come to overthrow the last remnants of the Ming Dynasty and conquer China in the middle of the 17th century. And that force was in the form of a new people. And it's not often that we get to talk about the idea of a new people, people that we call the Manchus. Now, prior to the late 16th century, there were no Manchus. There was no one called by that name, no one with that sort of identity. The Manchus were, in a sense, a created ethnicity, a created culture. And they were the creation of a man named Mirhachi. Now, Mirhachi was himself a Jurchen. And remember, we talked about the Jurchen as one of the non-Chinese people who had invaded the north of China, conquered it back in the early 12th century, and established the Jin dynasty, which controlled North China until the Mongol conquest early in the 13th century. Well, Mirhachi was a Jurchen. The Jurchen people, after the fall of their dynasty, had returned to their traditional life in the forests and valleys of what is now northeastern China. Yuhachi was born around 1559, and as a young man, he conceived the ambition of restoring the glory of his people, regaining the power and prestige which they had possessed when they had invaded and conquered northern China and established the Jin. But he soon began to feel that the Jurchen people by themselves would not perhaps be the best vehicle for these ambitions. And he created a sort of super ethnic group by getting other tribal groups, tribal communities in the vicinity of the Jurchen people to affiliate themselves with his movement. In some instances, he did this via conquest. In some instances, he did this via what we might think of as diplomacy, by negotiating agreements and arrangements with other peoples in the area. In the first quarter of the 17th century, this new forged group began to call itself and began to be referred to as the Manchus. We don't know exactly where the term Manchu itself comes from. It may be derived from the name of a Buddhist spiritual figure called Manjushri, who is a sort of spiritual spirit of wisdom. Very popular, particularly with Mongolian Buddhists, and the Mongols and the Manchus communicated with each other a lot, shared a lot of ideas. But wherever the name came from, this is how they began to identify themselves. And the Manchus they adopted a writing system. They began to write down their own legends, their own myths. They created a history of the Manchu people with a sort of origin myth and a long account that included the history of the Jurchen, but expanded to have a more comprehensive kind of perspective. They developed their relationship with the Mongols, who lived not in the mountains and valleys of the northeast, but out on the grasslands further west, through a number of links. Some of these had to do with religion. The adoption of Buddhism by many Manchus was part of this process, and the writing system which the Manchus used as they began to record their legends and histories was based upon the writing system of the Mongols. So they made a variety of cultural connections and cultural links. Through most of this period, through the first quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus seem to have principally been concerned with developing their own sense of identity, their own internal organization, their own consolidating their position in the territories which they already occupied. But as we moved into the second quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus began to directly challenge the Chinese, the Ming dynasty, for power, first in the northeast and then later, as we'll see, in China itself. Now, the Great Wall of China forms sort of the cultural frontier along most of its length. Inside the wall, to the south of the wall, is the area of settled agricultural society that we associate with Chinese civilization. Beyond the wall, to the north or west of the wall, are the areas of semi-nomadic peoples with civilizations, with cultures that are very different from those of China. In the Ming Dynasty, the Great Wall really was the frontier for most of its length. But at the very eastern extremity of the wall, where it comes down to the sea, Chinese settlers had moved outside the Great Wall and had settled in what is now southern Manchuria. When the Manchus began to conceive and act on the ambition of challenging the Ming Dynasty, this was the first area of activity. Now, in 1626, they signaled their ambitions by proclaiming a revived Jin dynasty, what they called the later Jin dynasty. And this was a signal that they intended to try to reclaim the heritage, reclaim some of the glory of their ancestors. They established a capital city at what is now the site of the city of Shenyang. The Manchus called it Mukden. And it was built along the same layout, with the same design as the Chinese capital at Beijing. So this again was a signal, a sort of representation of their imperial ambitions. Also in 1635, the Manchu language, which was largely based upon Jurchen language, was made the official language of the court. The next year, in 1636, the name of the dynasty was changed. It was changed from Jin, which means gold, which was also the surname of many of the Manchus, including the most powerful family. And the new name was adopted. The new name which was adopted was the Qing dynasty. Now, Qing is a Chinese term, and it means pure. And the symbolism here was that, on the one hand, there was an ambition to do more than simply revive the heritage of the Jin. They wanted to go beyond what the Jurchen had achieved earlier, not simply a partial conquest of China, but a complete takeover. And the other aspect of the symbolism of the title Qing was to purify China, to purge the empire of the corrupt elements which they attributed to the decadence of the Ming dynasty. And of course, this kind of symbolism, this kind of rationale for the overthrow of the dynasty, is itself embedded in Chinese political traditions. It's an echo, it's a reflection of the doctrine of the mandate of heaven, which, of course, as we've discussed earlier, goes all the way back to the origins of Chinese political history. In the 1630s, particularly towards the end of the 1630s, beginning of the 1640s, military campaigning against the Ming became more active and moved up to larger scale operations. In 1641, there was a great siege at the Ming garrison at a place called Jinzhou, outside the Great Wall, and eventually the Manchus succeeded in capturing the fortress, and this was a great victory for them. It became an even greater victory in that several of the generals of the Ming army who had been defeated then defected, went over to the Manchu side. They apparently felt that the Manchus did have the mandate of heaven, that their power was on the rise, and they chose to associate themselves with that new reality. By early 1644, the Manchus had established their control over all of the Northeast, right down to the line of the Great Wall. They had not been able to penetrate the Great Wall, but they now controlled the territory beyond the wall, all the way up into their ancestral homeland. Well, the situation in 1644 in China was pretty bleak. As we've talked about before, the crises that had been building up at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century had not been addressed by the Ming state. The imperial government was ineffective. It was locked up by internal factional conflicts, by the moralization of political debate and discourse, which meant that compromise and pragmatic policy solutions were much more difficult to produce and to put into effect. The financial problems of the dynasty had begun to intensify as well. In the Northwest and the Southwest, the areas where commercialization had not advanced as far, the rationalizations, the reforms of the tax system, which had been put in place back in the 1570s, finally began to really have some very negative effects. Larger and larger numbers of farmers were not able to maintain their tax payments. The process of selling their crops, getting copper coins, converting those to silver, and then paying their taxes in silver was not a very good one for them. And it led to increasing defaults, loss of property, and a growing landless group within the peasant population. Even in the areas of the country where commercialization was well developed, Problems began to occur as we moved into the 1620s or 1630s because the flow of silver into the country began to decrease. The silver coming out of Japan dried up almost completely because the Japanese had put export controls on silver. They didn't want silver leaving their economy. And silver coming into China from the New World, from the Spanish mines in Latin America, also began to decrease. It didn't stop by any means. It continued to flow in, but the rate at which new silver was coming into the Chinese economy began to fall. And that meant, along with the Japanese situation, that as the economy was growing and expanding, that money became scarcer. And this, of course, led to various kinds of problems. The factional conflicts at the court in the 1620s were very brutal and very bloody, but they are brought to an end finally in 1628 when a new emperor comes to the throne and when the power of the last of the great evil eunuchs, as they're called, was broken. And the political infighting really comes to a close for the most part. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it ceases to be such a powerful block on the effectiveness of government action. And after 1628, the new emperor embarks on a process of reform, trying to get the dynasty back online. The problem is that it's really just too little too late. He does some good things, he makes some sincere efforts, but the problems that have begun to beset the empire are simply beyond his capacity to resolve with the kinds of resources that he has at his disposal. Through the 1630s, the situation, particularly in the northwest, in what is now Shanxi province, just gets worse and worse. Large numbers of farming families are dispossessed, or just sort of wandering on the roads. And not surprisingly, as we've seen in earlier instances, they begin to organize themselves and be organized into rebel larger and larger bodies of armed men with really no vested interest in the stability of the present order, begin to raid, to attack small towns and administrative centers to try to simply seize the livelihood that they need to break into government granaries, to get food, to raid government treasuries, to get money. And this pattern of rebellion needs to be addressed by the government by, of course, deploying troops. The problem is that the lack of revenue, the decline in tax revenues means that sometimes the troops don't get paid. Unpaid troops will sometimes defect to the other side. And the situation then, of course, simply continues to deteriorate. By the end of the 1630s, and as we move into the beginning of the 1640s, one individual emerges as the main leader of these rebel movements in northwest China, and this is a man named Li Zicheng. Now, Li Zicheng didn't have any particular political program, unlike the founding of the Ming Dynasty when Zhu Yuanzhang positions himself at the head of a great mystical peasant movement. It doesn't appear that there was a particularly well-developed spiritual or religious program in the 1630s. It was more simply a struggle for survival, a struggle by these groups to overthrow the existing authority and perhaps establish conditions or circumstances in which their particular livelihood would be better guaranteed. Li Zicheng leads a large peasant army to the north in the course of the early 1640s. There's a lot of fighting in northern Shanxi, and this is not far from the imperial capital at Beijing. Finally, in the spring of 1644, Li Zicheng is positioned to make an attack on the capital itself. He leads his forces towards the capital from the northwest, and finally, in April of 1644, is able to enter the capital and seize it and occupy it for himself. At this time, this is sort of the final tragic moment for the imperial court. The story is that on the morning when the rebels had seized the city, the last of the Ming emperors gets up in the palace and goes into his audience hall, only to find that all of his officials have fled. The court had departed overnight, but somehow no one had felt quite ready to tell the emperor this. So the emperor realizes that the situation is hopeless. He walks, which was unusual for emperors, out of the palace to the north and goes up a hill, what's called Coal Hill, which is an artificial hill built up out of the dirt that had been dredged from the moat surrounding the palace. He took with him a bit of silk, and when he reached near the top of the hill, he cut his finger, and wrote on this piece of silk the two characters which mean the Son of Heaven, the official sort of title or name for the emperor, the most convenient way to refer to the emperor. He then tied a sash around his neck and hanged himself from a tree on this hillside. And that brought the rule of the Ming Dynasty effectively to an end. Li Zicheng was in control of the city. The officials of the court and some princes of the imperial family were fleeing to the south. They made their way to Nanjing, which of course was the secondary capital of the dynasty. And they did hold out there for a while. There's efforts to proclaim a successor, but as we'll see, none of those will really work out. In Beijing, Li Zicheng proclaims a new dynasty of his own, himself as the new emperor. And he begins to undertake the process of trying to establish himself in the palace. He puts up notices calling on officials of the former dynasty who are still in the capital to present themselves at his court, promises that they'll be pardoned, they won't be punished if they show up. And a few actually do, and he begins the process of trying to put a new governmental regime together. But this doesn't last long, because the Manchus have not gone away, and nor have all the loyalists of the Ming Dynasty itself. Over at the eastern end of the Great Wall, at a place called Shanhaiguan, which means the pass between the mountains and the sea, the place where the wall comes down out of the mountains and runs right down to the coast. There's a great fortress, and it is at that fortress that the Manchus had been stopped in their efforts to come into China previously. Well, the commander of that fortress is a man named Wu Sangui. And Wu Sangui was a general in the Ming army and was a very good general. That's why he had been given responsibility for such an important position. And he had exercised that command quite effectively, keeping the Manchus on the outside of the wall and his Chinese forces on the inside. However, when Li Zicheng captures Beijing, Wu Sangui finds himself in a difficult situation. He, of course, is still a Chinese general and is charged with protecting the empire from the barbarians, the Manchus, the outsiders. But now his dynasty is in trouble. His emperor is dead. And of perhaps more direct concern to him, his mistress is in Beijing, and he is worried that she may perhaps be recruited into the harem of the new emperor, Li Zicheng, if he succeeds in establishing himself in power. And so Wu Sangui makes a very difficult choice. He negotiates with the leaders of the Manchus, and he works out an agreement with them under the terms of which he will allow the Manchus to bring their army inside the Great Wall, in through the pass at Shanhaiguan. The Manchus and Wu Sangui's forces will then go to Beijing and overthrow Li Zicheng, drive the rebels out of the capital, and restore the Ming Dynasty. Well, the Manchus agree to this. Wu Sangui opens the gates, and together they go west to Beijing, where they do indeed drive Li Zicheng out of the capital and destroy his nascent effort at establishing a new dynasty. Having done this, however, and not surprisingly, I think, the Manchus announce that they are not, in fact, going to restore the Ming Dynasty and then withdraw and return outside the Great Wall, but that they are putting their Qing Dynasty in place in Beijing and seizing the capital for themselves. Wu Sangui, having achieved perhaps his real objective, which was getting Li Zicheng out of the capital and making sure that his particular interests were secure, and of course being something of a realist, accepts the reality of the Manchu conquest, and in fact becomes a general in the Manchu military. Now, having seized the capital was a very important step, of course, but there was a lot more to the Ming Dynasty, a lot more to the empire than the capital itself. The Manchus then had to set about establishing their rule over the rest of the empire, and this was not an easy or simple process. Most of the military campaigning that was involved in the conquest of China takes place over the next 2 years, between 1644 and 1646. And as in previous conquests, particularly if we look back at the example of the Mongol conquest in the 13th century, the greatest resistance to the Manchus came from the Jiangnan area, the area near the mouth of the Yangtze River, where the Yangtze comes out to the sea, which was the wealthiest area, the area where the greatest concentration of literati could be found, where the developed commercial economy, in conjunction with this very ancient traditions of Chinese culture and elite life, meant that perhaps a sense of I suppose we could say patriotism, or at least a cultural resistance to barbarian invasion, was greatest. And so it was in the Jiangnan area that we see the most dramatic efforts to fight off the Manchu conquest. This has come to be symbolized perhaps most powerfully for the Chinese by the story of Yangzhou. Yangzhou is a city actually on the northern side of the Yangtze River along the Grand Canal, a great commercial city, a city famous for its painters, for its poets, for its luxurious lifestyle. The Manchus arrived to besiege the city in 1645. It put up a fierce resistance, much more than the Manchus had expected. And when finally the city was surrendered, the Manchus took a very savage vengeance upon it. For 10 days, there was basically the looting and killing of anyone that was found, any Chinese that were found in the city. And the massacre of Yangzhou became a symbol, on the one hand, a symbol for the Manchus, a message that they were sending to the Chinese, saying that if you resist, if you hold out too long and miss the opportunities to surrender, which we will extend to you, this is the fate which you can expect to suffer. On the other hand, it becomes a symbol to the Chinese of the barbarism of the conquerors and of the heroism of the Chinese who had resisted and had chosen death rather than surrender. So this becomes a motif which returns in later Chinese history, particularly at the end of the Qing dynasty. The legacy of Yangzhou is often invoked at the end of the dynasty as an appeal to Chinese patriotism and nationalism in the early 20th century. Well, the Ming court, which had fled from Beijing, even though the emperor had not managed to escape with it, settles in Nanjing. The Manchus arrive and besiege Nanjing. The court eventually flees from there. A series of princes are named as emperors. None of them remains as emperor very long. They're captured or killed one after another. By the end of the 1640s, most effective resistance to the Manchus has been brought to an end. A remnant of the court flees to the far southwest, and the last claimant to the imperial throne, the last sort of direct, legitimate successor to the title of emperor for the Ming, actually flees the country and goes into what is now Burma, and remains there as a kind of exile until 1660, by which time the Manchus are firmly in control of the southwest, and they negotiate an agreement with the Burmese rulers, under the terms of which the last of the Ming royal family is returned to China, turned over to the Manchus, given a very nice banquet, and then executed. And that brings the dynasty to pretty much an absolute end. Although there are still some loyalist elements who hold out, particularly on the island of Taiwan. Taiwan at this time is in a very sort of peculiar circumstance, because it is part of China. It's technically part of Fujian province on the southeast coast, but it has become a focal point for activity by Westerners. In particular, the Portuguese and the Dutch have a presence on Taiwan, and they, in addition to these foreigners, there are what are called pirate groups, sea raiders that are based on Taiwan. Ming loyalists cross the straits and go to Taiwan and hold out there as well, without ever making much of a serious attempt to return to the mainland. But nonetheless, their presence is an irritant to the Manchus. It's not until 1683, though, that the last remnants of Ming loyalism over on Taiwan are finally suppressed. So it takes almost 40 years from the beginning of the conquest in 1644, with the Manchus' entry through Shanhai Guan, until the very last vestiges of Ming loyalist resistance are put to rest. But by the 1680s, the new dynasty is on a very firm footing. A new emperor is on the throne, and the Qing is about to settle into a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, not unlike the long age of the Middle Ming, after the turmoil of the founding and the usurpation of Zhu Di. The Ming dynasty, as we've seen, settled into a fairly long period of stability, prosperity, and growth. And we see perhaps an even greater example of this in the story of the Qing dynasty from the late 17th through the 18th century. And we'll take that story up in the next lecture. The Manchu people conquered China in the middle of the 17th century. They came across the Great Wall with the connivance of Chinese General Wu Songui in 1644, and after seizing the capital and fighting campaigns over the next couple of years in central China, they basically were in control of the empire. Certainly, by the time the last claimant to the Ming throne was executed in 1660, the dynasty was essentially secure. In 1661, the first emperor of the Qing dynasty, called the Shunzhi Emperor, died and was succeeded by one of his sons, who began a series of only 3 emperors who would preside over the empire for the next 135 years. The reigns of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong emperors cover the central part of the Qing dynasty, and in some ways, these 3 emperors represent the greatest achievements of not just the Qing dynasty, but Chinese civilization in general. The peace and prosperity and stability over which they presided was also a great age for culture and art and literature and many of the other things that we identify with the greatness of Chinese civilization. The Kangxi Emperor, when he comes to the throne, 1662, is the first year of his reign. Comes to the throne as a boy. He was only about 8 years old when he succeeded, but he was chosen for some very particular reasons. He was not the oldest son of the Shunja emperor, but he had already survived the disease of smallpox, and this was taken as a sign of his hardiness, of his fitness, and so he was chosen and accordingly made emperor. And at first was guided in his rule by a council of regents, members of the Manchu imperial family, headed by his uncle, a man named Oboy. And what's called the Oboy Regency is the first 5 or 6 years of Kangxi's reign. At the end of that time, in 1667, when he was still just a mid-teen, he decided to take power into his own hands and contrived to have his uncle Oboy set aside and had the regency disbanded, and from that point on, rules in his own right. He comes to power in his own right. He begins to exercise his authority directly at a time when apparently things were stabilizing and the dynasty was going to settle into its sort of normal course. But in the 1670s, he does face what is the most serious challenge to the power of the Qing dynasty, certainly since its establishment, and what will be the last serious challenge to it until the middle of the 19th century. What happens is that Wu Sangui, who we've talked about earlier, Wu Sangui was the Chinese general in command of the fortress along the Great Wall that was keeping the Manchus out, and it was his decision to try to ally with the Manchus to drive the peasant rebels led by Li Zicheng out of Beijing in the summer of 1644 that allowed the Manchus to come in and get the conquest really underway. He had been rewarded for his cooperation with the Manchus by being given a very large territory in southwestern China, essentially as his own sort of feudal domain. And a couple of other important Chinese generals who had cooperated with the Manchus had been similarly rewarded. They had held these now for some 30 years, but in the 1670s, perhaps in anticipation of generational change, would these territories be handed on to their heirs? The Manchus tried to recover direct control of this part of southwest China, and this triggered a rebellion, and Wu Sangui becomes the leader of this rebellion. It's sometimes called the Rebellion of the Three Feudatories, because Wu and the other two generals rose up to defy the power of the dynasty. Other Chinese military forces in south and southwest China joined in with this rebellion, but not all of them, and not Chinese armies elsewhere. It took the Qing dynasty some 8 years to put down the rebellion of the Three Feudatories. It isn't finally completely suppressed until the early 1680s. But the success that the dynasty had in controlling it, containing it, and eventually putting it down was based on the loyalty which the vast majority of the Chinese army displayed towards the new dynasty. This was a very significant development because it showed that the Manchus, the Qing state, was not perceived as an alien body. It wasn't seen as something which needed to be resisted and done away with. Despite the fierceness with which the conquest had been resisted at the time, by the 1670s, the Manchus had managed to establish sufficient legitimacy, a sufficient sense of loyalty amongst the Chinese, that when Wu Sangui led this great rebellion, the vast majority of the Chinese military remained loyal to the dynasty. The Manchus had achieved this largely because after the initial conquest, they had established conditions of peace within the empire and had allowed, for the most part, the Chinese to return to their normal livelihoods. They had not sought to to transform China. They had not sought to excessively punish China. Certainly, they had imposed taxation and had imposed particularly heavy taxation on the Jiangnan area. And they had also, of course, established the requirement that Chinese men adopt the Manchu hairstyle, what's called the queue. The queue is a long braid worn down the back with the front half of the head shaved. This was the traditional Manchu hairstyle, and now Chinese men required to adopt it on the penalty that if you didn't wear this particular hairstyle, you could be executed. So it was a very severe measure, but once a generation or so had passed, it was so widely accepted that it became part of almost of a sense of Chinese identity. And the community of interest between the Chinese population, the Chinese armies, and the Manchu dynasty, the Qing dynasty, was such that the loyalty of the troops remained in place, and the rebellion of the three feudatories was indeed suppressed. Once this challenge to the power of the Qing had been overcome, Kangxi was free to turn his attention to other concerns, and perhaps most important on his list was trying to win control over all of the Mongol tribes. Now, the Mongol peoples had, were scattered over a wide geographic area. Some Mongol groups, the Eastern Mongols, were quite close geographically to the homeland of the Manchus, and they had been closely allied with the Manchus and participated in the conquest of China, participated in the government of China. Manchus and Mongols had almost a partnership in rule over the Chinese. The Manchus were clearly the dominant group, but the Mongols played a very significant role as well. And these were primarily the Eastern Mongols. Western Mongol groups of Mongol tribes located further away from the Manchu homeland, had not joined in, had not come to share the same interests as the Manchus, and indeed some had moved quite far away to remove themselves, to be away from the turmoil in China and the ambitions of the Manchus. Some had gone as far as southern Russia. Kangxi begins to pursue a number of efforts to try to win these Mongol tribes back, to try to incorporate them into the Qing Empire. And the Qing Empire becomes, in a sense, a kind of multi-ethnic state. You have the Manchus as a conquering elite. You have, of course, the vast body of the Chinese people. But you also have other non-Chinese groups that are incorporated within the empire. The Mongols, most significantly, Tibetans as well, as we'll see, and this effort to bring Central Asian peoples, not just the Western Mongols, but Turkic peoples as well, into the fold was pursued by Kangxi and by his successors. He does not resolve this. Kangxi is not successful ultimately in either militarily defeating the Western Mongols or in diplomatically luring them back into participation in the Qing political order. But he does start this process in motion, and it will be carried on by his successors as well. He also is able to project Qing power into new geographic areas, not necessarily as far as will ultimately be the case, but he begins to create a direct Qing administration in the far west, in what is today still called Xinjiang, which is a Chinese term that means new frontier. And the far west of China becomes the new frontier of the Qing Empire, beginning under the reign of Kangxi. These external concerns, these sort of frontier or borderland concerns, are one aspect of Kangxi's rule. Another is his efforts to stabilize the fiscal basis for the dynasty. He undertakes in 1712 a great survey of the empire. And now we know that this process of surveying the empire, of trying to ascertain who owns land and what kind of land it is and what the taxes should be, this is a very important function of the imperial state. It is often done in conjunction with the founding of a dynasty. It sometimes is done later in the course of a dynasty to try to reform the fiscal system. We saw Zhang Zhuzheng's attempt to do this back in the 1570s. Now in 1712, the Kangxi Emperor carries out this kind of a survey and fixes tax rates based upon it. But he adds kind of a new wrinkle, which is that he proclaims that the taxes based upon this survey of 1712 will remain in effect in perpetuity. They will always remain as they have been fixed under the survey of 1712. And this comes to be known as the Tax Edict of 1712. And it lays the foundation for some serious problems in the financing of the dynasty in later times. Well, in 1722, the Kangxi Emperor died after being on the throne for 60 years, and he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Yongzheng Emperor. Now, when Yongzheng comes to the throne, the circumstances of his succession are a little unusual. Indeed, some Chinese historians, some Chinese at the time, questioned the legitimacy of his succession. He was the 13th son of the Kangxi Emperor, so he was far from at the head of the queue, head of the line, to become emperor. And yet, he is named in an edict which was purportedly written by the Kangxi Emperor on his deathbed. This edict, however, was believed by some, if not most Chinese, to have been forged. The conduct of the Yongzheng Emperor after coming to power was also a little tended to generate a certain amount of suspicion as well, because he had very bad relations with most of his other brothers, and he had almost all of them. There were only one or two with whom he seemed to get along very well. He had almost all his other brothers either imprisoned, exiled, or in some instances murdered. So, however he came to the throne, the perception was that it was not necessarily the most proper of successions. Nonetheless, the Yongzheng Emperor turns out to be a pretty good emperor. He doesn't have a long reign, but he devotes himself during the years that he is on the throne to trying to improve the administration of the empire, to make it more efficient and more effective, and in some ways more compassionate, more benevolent. His biggest challenge, not surprisingly, has to do with the financial system. Already in the 1720s, the effects of the 1712 tax edict are beginning to be felt. The flow of income to the imperial treasury was not what Yongzheng thought it should be. There were problems in the collection of taxes out in local communities. There were problems in the transmission of taxes to the capital. Taxes would basically be collected on a local level, forwarded up to a provincial level, consolidated there, and then shipped off to the court, to the capital in Beijing. Financing for local administration was then, in theory at least, to be returned from the imperial treasury to the provincial, and from the provincial to the local levels. While these various stages of transfer were fraught with the potential for corruption and problems of various kinds. One particular issue, given that taxes were being paid in silver, was that some people's taxes were paid in relatively small quantities of silver. These were often melted down to be consolidated into bars of silver, which could be transported more simply. And there were a number of fees and charges and surcharges that were added on to cover the meltage fees and the loss that might occur in consolidating these. So that there were various irregular duties, irregular taxes that were being imposed by local officials. These taxes tended not to become part of the official records, tended not to make their way to the capital. And so Yongzheng was concerned about abuses of the system and about trying to improve the flow of income to the center, and to make sure that the court had the greatest degree of control over the tax system. So he tried to reform the system in ways which would eliminate some of the informal charges that were being imposed at the local level. And he did this by sending out officials from the court and sending out instructions from the court to local administrators. And he experimented with this in a couple of provinces in central China first to ensure that money that was collected was properly recorded, money that was submitted to the imperial treasury was properly handled, and he allowed the officials to retain a portion of revenues directly in the locality so that they could finance local administration without having to have money go all the way to the capital and then make its way all the way back. In the test provinces in central China, where these policies were explored, they worked very well, and he was very pleased with them in the 1720s. But when he tried to apply them on an empire-wide basis, he ran into a lot of resistance. And the reason for this was basically that the provinces where he had experimented with these reforms in central China were neither the richest nor the poorest part of China, a sort of cross-section or middle range of economic and social life. When he attempted to apply these policies in the wealthier areas, particularly along the coast, he ran into a lot of resistance, again, from local elites and from local officials who really wanted to have the informal control over revenue flow rather than more direct control from the central government. And this is reminiscent of themes that we've seen earlier on, the resistance to Zhang Zhuzheng's reforms, the resistance to Wang Anshi's reforms back in the northern Song dynasty. It's a sort of classic pattern of conflict of interest within Chinese fiscal administration and within Chinese political culture in general. The Yongzheng emperor eventually becomes frustrated with his efforts to reform the financial system, and he abandons in the early 1730s to impose this new regime and sort of acquiesces in the informal charges that are being imposed in local context. So he's it's a frustrating story for him. He's obviously a very well-intentioned emperor, and he sets out to make these reforms, and he has some initial success, but is ultimately thwarted by the power of the local elites, the power of the literati in their capacity as both local officials and private economic interests. Other aspects of administration were more effectively reformed under the Yongzheng Emperor. And in particular, he begins a process which comes to fuller development under his successor in the form of what comes to be called the Grand Council. In the Ming Dynasty, we talked about the functioning of the Grand Secretariat after 1380, when the first Ming Emperor, Zhuge had abolished the position of chief minister and had assumed those functions for himself. Later in the Ming Dynasty, the Grand Secretariat emerges as sort of the principal center of political activity, of policy debate and policy formulation within the Ming government. The Grand Secretariat continues to exist in the Qing Dynasty, but it comes to be supplanted in its central political function by what we call the Grand Council, which was perhaps an even more informal body than the Grand Secretariat itself. As it begins under Yongzheng and as it develops under his successor, excuse me, the Grand Council is almost entirely a deliberative and consultative body. It doesn't have so much of the administrative paperwork functions that the Grand Secretariat did. Those indeed remain lodged in the Grand Secretariat. And the Grand Council becomes more purely a policy debating forum. It doesn't have a fixed membership. Individuals are appointed to serve on the Grand Council. They serve at the pleasure of the emperor. Its size varies, sometimes as few as 3, sometimes as many as 8 or 9 members, but it becomes the most critical decision-making entity within the Chinese administration. and this has begun under Yongjang. Yongjang also was very concerned about the well-being of his subjects. He undertook some reforms to regularize or normalize the status of certain social groups who were considered to be sort of outcasts or pariah groups. He made a number of these kinds of efforts to moderate the conditions of difficulty under which certain elements in Chinese society live. Now, Yongjang, as I say, was not on the throne for a real long time. He reigns for 13 years. When he dies in 1735, he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Qianlong Emperor. Qianlong reigns from 1735 until 1795. He actually lives until 1799. He abdicates in 1795 in order that he will not serve on the throne longer than his grandfather, Kangxi, had. Kangxi reigned for 60 years. Qianlong reigns for 60 years. The reign of Qianlong is viewed by many historians, Chinese and Western, as sort of the high tide of the Qing dynasty. These 60 years were a period where the achievements of the early Qing, many of them come to fuller fruit, and Qianlong completes a number of the tasks, a number of the projects that his predecessors had gotten underway. He managed the government. He oversaw the economy in very pragmatic ways. He was a very hands-on administrator. He paid close attention to the details of many aspects of what was going on in the empire. He oversaw military affairs. He was very concerned with the tax system. He was eager to appoint and give power to competent officials, but he always made sure that he knew what they were doing, not necessarily to micromanage them, but simply to keep himself as well informed as possible about the workings of government administration. Under the Qianlong Emperor, population continued to grow in China, reaching perhaps 400 million by the end of the 18th century. And China attained perhaps its greatest prosperity, certainly prior to the present day. It was a country, it was probably the richest country in the world, a country whose products, tea, silk, lacquerware, ceramics, other kinds of manufactured goods, flowed all around the planet in a global market, which China came increasingly to form a very powerful component of. Some 25% of global economic production originated in China, and many of the goods that were produced there traveled or by land or by sea to the far corners of the earth. So the empire over which Qianlong presided was truly one of peace and prosperity, certainly in terms of China itself. Nonetheless, it was not a time when there was peace everywhere, and for Qianlong in particular, there were military campaigns that he was very interested in pursuing. He was able to complete, through these military campaigns and through diplomatic initiatives as well, the process of bringing all the Mongol tribes into the empire, the Western Mongols, sometimes called the Zhongars, finally, by the 1770s or so, submit to the authority of the Qing. They return to Chinese territory or to Qing territory in the far west, and they pay their respects. They pay their sort of feudal duties to the Qianlong Emperor, and he receives them in special ceremonial sites built to specifically to perform these functions. Qianlong pursued a very careful policy in dealing with defeated rivals of paying them great honor and great respect. He gave them titles. He often bestowed great wealth upon them. He was interested in expanding his empire. He was interested in establishing his control and domination. He was not interested in destroying and humiliating his enemies. He wanted to bring them into the empire, and then once he had them in the empire, he wanted them to be successful, prosperous participants in this great, all-encompassing sort of vision that that the Manchus had. He deepened the relationship between the Qing Empire and Tibet. Tibet had been closely linked to the Mongols, and through that link to the Mongols was incorporated into the Manchu Empire when it was first established in the 17th century. The Manchus had been deeply involved in the internal politics within Tibet, the conflicts between different factions within the religious leadership in Tibet was resolved under pressure from and perhaps with the assistance of the Manchus. And the Qianlong Emperor continues those policies of intervention and maintaining a strong Qing presence in Tibet all through his reign. Under the Qianlong Emperor, the borders of the empire reached their greatest extent. Everything that is today part of China, and much more, what is today the Republic of Mongolia, the maritime provinces of Russia, and certain territories in Central Asia that are now not part of China, were part of the empire under Qianlong. He really takes the empire to its greatest extent. By the end of his reign, by the middle of the 1790s, though, new problems, new challenges begin to emerge, many of which are a result of the long period of success that the dynasty has had. The growth of China's population had begun to push up against the ecological limits of Chinese territory. The amount of land which was available to sustain the population couldn't be expanded, and the intensity of its exploitation had limits that were based upon the very surplus of labor that was available for farming. Standards of living tended to stagnate in the latter part of the 18th century. The economy, which had grown so much, seems to have simply plateaued, seems to have reached a point beyond which, given the existing technologies and patterns of land tenure and relations of production, it couldn't continue to grow. At this same time, new pressures began to be placed on China from the outside world. In particular, the rise of a very aggressive and expansive system of state-sponsored capitalism in the West began to lead towards a conflict between the Atlantic-centered world and East Asia. We'll look at the background to that and bring the story up to the threshold of European-Chinese interaction in the next lecture. At the end of the 18th century, both China and the West were poised on the edge of a new era in world history. In China, the Qing Empire, which had been around for more than 150 years, had achieved great success, had expanded its territory, its population had grown, its economy had flourished, its culture was vibrant and dynamic, and yet it carried within itself the seeds of very serious problems having to do with the pressures of population on the ability of the land and the economy to sustain it, and having to do with the ability of the governmental machinery to deal with new changing circumstances and challenges that might arise. In the West, the end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century, is a period where trends and developments that have been taking place, again, both in the economic realm and in cultural and political life, were about to usher in a new age of expansion, of the projection of power, both in terms of trade and commerce, and in terms of military and political domination. What I want to do in this lecture is to kind of step back from the immediate narrative that we've been following and look over a long view of the relationship between Europe and East Asia, China in particular, and how that developed, how it evolved, and what the particular circumstances are that bring us up to this great threshold at the end of the 18th century. East Asia and the Mediterranean world, which might be a good way to think about Europe to begin with, have had a long history of trade and contact. We know that overland exchanges and maritime trade goes back at least to the time of the Roman Empire in the West, and probably long before that as well. But certainly by the time of Rome, Western products showing up in China, and Chinese products showing up in the Mediterranean realm. Roman glassware in particular has been found in tombs dating from the Han period in China. Chinese silk was traded in the markets of Rome and found in the graves, particularly of the wives of Roman senators. Chinese records, the written historical documents of the Han and other early times, mention representatives from a place called Rum arriving at Chang'an, the great imperial capital. These may not have been representatives of the Roman government, but were more likely traders, and perhaps were even intermediaries who were simply bringing Roman products, Roman commodities to China. But nonetheless, it indicates that the Chinese were aware of the existence of the Mediterranean world, and were aware of other great states, other great empires located far away, but nonetheless with whom they were in these long-term exchange relations. During the age of Islamic expansion, when we get down to the 7th century, the linkages that had been established between the West and East Asia were certainly disrupted. Christian Europe was isolated, was cut off from much of the rest of the Eurasian landmass by the movement of Islamic armies out of the Arabian Peninsula into the Middle East, into Persia, across North Africa. This resulted not in a complete rupture of trade, but certainly in breaks in other kinds of communication links. Commodities, goods, material things continued to travel, but knowledge, information seems not to have been carried along to quite the extent, perhaps, that it had been earlier. Goods from East Asia, particularly China, were still traded overland along what we call the Silk Road through Central Asia and down through Persia and into the Eastern Mediterranean, and maritime networks stretching from the Pacific through Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, continued certainly to function quite dynamically. Arab traders from the Persian Gulf, from the Red Sea, began to go from the Middle East across the Indian Ocean around Southeast Asia and began arriving in increasing numbers on the South China coast in the 7th century, bringing with them their new religion, the teachings of Islam, and indeed a mosque is founded in Guangzhou, the great southern trading port, sometimes known as Canton, around 670. Not long after the great age of Islamic expansion had begun. In Chang'an, now known as Xi'an, a great mosque also was established, this to serve communities of Arab traders coming overland across the Central Asian routes, also late in the 7th century. These outposts of Islam, these termini for the maritime and overland trading routes, remind us that while trade continued, it was perhaps in somewhat different hands. The Arab traders now came to control and participate in the commercial exchanges, both overland and on sea, bringing goods and of various types from China, from Southeast Asia, all the way to the frontier with Christendom at the end of the Mediterranean, at the eastern end of the Mediterranean. From there, these goods tended to cross over into the hands of the Venetians, who dominated the commercial trade of the eastern Mediterranean in terms of bringing goods from the markets of Damascus or Alexandria or Aleppo into the Western European economy. Now, as we've noted earlier, during the age of the Mongol conquests, when Mongol armies spread out from Central Asia and extended their power over Persia and over other parts of the Middle East and into Russia, China, Central Asia, all under the control of the Mongol people. This created conditions which allowed travelers, merchants, to cross the Eurasian landmass in greater security than had previously been possible, particularly during the age of disruption and the tensions and frictions between Islam and Christianity in the West. Representatives of the church, particularly the Catholic Church, made their way across the trade routes and brought back accounts of China. And traders, like the Polo family that we've talked about earlier, Marco Polo, his father and uncle, made journeys across from the Mediterranean to China, to East Asia, not in great numbers, but at least in sufficient numbers so that their economic impact was noticeable, and that some individuals, like Marco Polo, left written records of these journeys and these cultural encounters. So the Mongol age was one in which communication resumed to a somewhat greater degree, while the flow of goods continued. There were even, of course, brief hopes during the Mongol period for some sort of Christian-Mongol alliance against Islam. The myths about Prester John, the supposed Christian ruler of a kingdom in Central Asia, fueled a lot of interest in Western Europe in what was going on with the Mongols and what was going on at the other end of their empire. These didn't prove to be particularly substantive. The alliance between Mongols and Christians against the Muslims never really materialized, and history went on its way in the Middle East without this connection really amounting to much. Nonetheless, the information that began to arrive in the West about China, particularly through narratives such as that of Marco Polo, sparked new interest in the wealth and power that was out there, far away, as a lure to adventurers and profit seekers around the Mediterranean and in Western Europe. By the 15th century, although the age of Mongol domination had passed away, Westerners had a better sense of what was going on in East Asia, but they wanted to find ways to learn more and to get better access. The Portuguese, in particular, come to play a very significant role in this process. Now, the Portuguese, of course, are positioned at the far west of Europe. They're outside the Mediterranean, facing out on the Atlantic. They were not in a position to be particularly competitive with the Venetians. The Venetians controlled much of the trade in spices that came in from Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, up through the Persian Gulf and Red Sea, and then into the Mediterranean zone, where the Venetians profited greatly from this. But for a variety of reasons, the Portuguese decided that they would like to perhaps make an end run around the dominance of the Venetians in this trade and seek a more direct access to the sources of wealth in the Far East. without dealing with middlemen. The problem, of course, was that they had to deal with Africa. Africa, they didn't really know how big it was. They didn't know how to get around it. They didn't know if it was possible to get around it. And so they began in the 15th century a very systematic process of exploration, going down the African coast, charting the coastline, charting the waters as they went, and then returning to Portugal to report on what they had learned, to add more information to a growing database, and then to launch new expeditions that would go a bit further and gain a bit more knowledge and bring that back. There was a lot of excitement in the mid-century when they finally made their way around the great western extension of Africa and thought that they could head east, but of course they then ran into the southern extension of Africa, and that led to further decades of exploration. Finally, in the 1490s, they make it around the southern Cape of Africa and into the Indian Ocean. And by the mid-90s, managed to get to the west coast of India. That results in the Portuguese having now direct access to the trading systems of Asia, of the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, and beyond. What they found, however, was that they could not simply arrive on the scene and take over. They weren't strong enough, they weren't powerful enough to assert dominance over the existing trading system. In 1511, they attacked and seized the port of Malacca, which is down on the Malay Peninsula, one of the key trading centers in Southeast Asia. They hoped that this perhaps would put them into a dominant position. But again, they found that even control of this very crucial entrepot was not sufficient to give them the kind of control that they hoped for. They seem to have thought, in perhaps a somewhat arrogant way, that simply arriving on the scene would be sufficient for them to assert the superiority of themselves, of the West, of Christian civilization over the Asians. But that proved not to be the case. Instead, what they realized eventually, certainly as we move on into the 16th century, was that there was tremendous wealth to be made, not by taking over and dominating the spice trade from Southeast Asia all the way back to Europe, but by participating in the local trading networks of the Indian Ocean, of Southeast Asia, and of East Asia, what comes to be called the country trade. And within these local trading networks, they began to carry cargoes, to establish a presence in ports all over the region, and to do most of their economic activity within the local context, going back to Europe only occasionally, and even then making most of their money not from the transportation of goods over these very, very long distances, but from the shorter trading excursions that they made within Asia. The Spanish followed suit. The Dutch and the English, beginning around 1600, also established trading companies to manage their affairs in Asia, and became part of this same process, not of establishing dominance, but of becoming participants in a trading network, a trading system, which was so extensive and so lucrative and so wealthy that there was enough for all of them to find profitable roles within it. Through the 17th and into the 18th centuries, Europeans established a place for themselves within the existing Asian trading networks. But they remained merely one group out of many participants in this larger system. Rivalries between the European powers further weakened their positions in Asia. The Spanish and Portuguese, the English and the Dutch, the Northern Europeans versus the Southern Europeans, the Protestants versus the Catholics, a variety of divisions and rivalries served to undermine whatever coherence they might have had. There was not a single European presence, but rather each of them acted on their own and often in conflict with one another. So that perhaps further prevented them from achieving any kind of true domination. The Dutch eventually came to focus their economic activity on the islands of Southeast Asia, what is today the country of Indonesia, and in Japan. The Dutch were able, indeed, when Japan sought to close itself off, to restrict trade with outsiders, trade with foreigners. The Dutch managed to be the only foreigners, the only Westerners, who were allowed to trade regularly. Twice a year, they could send ships to Nagasaki, but all other Western traders were banned from Japan. The Spanish, of course, established their position in the Philippines, and after 1571, when they took over Manila, that became a very, very lucrative center of trade for them. We've talked already about the role of Manila as the western terminus of what are called the Manila galleons, the great ships that sailed from Acapulco in Mexico across the Pacific, bringing silver from the Spanish mines in Mexico and Latin America, and Chinese traders who came from the Southeast China coast over to Manila absorbed much of the silver and transported it back to China to pay for all the commodities, all the various goods that were sold to the Spanish. The Spanish would then transport these things back across the Pacific to Mexico. Some of them stayed there. Some of them eventually made their way across the Atlantic back to Europe. The Portuguese, who had who had been the first to seek out a presence in Southeast Asia, in Asia, maintained some role there. They had trading positions on the west coast of India, and of course, in the 1530s, established a small enclave at Macau on the south coast of China, which remained in Portuguese hands until 1999. But they devoted much of their attention to Africa and to Brazil, and so did not become as significant a factor in the European presence in East Asia as they might have been. While the Dutch and the Spanish and the Portuguese were interested in their various particular localities, the British, of course, became very much involved in India. All the Western powers continued to see China as the greatest prize of all, but one which it was very difficult for them to gain access to. They saw it as a tremendous potential market, a place where they could sell goods to a vast number of potential consumers, and of course, more realistically, perhaps, they saw it as the source of high-quality manufactured goods. These were what were in great demand back in Europe and in other places. The ceramics, the tea, the lacquerware, other kinds of silks and textiles that were higher in quality and better in price than what was available in Europe. At the end of the 18th century, we get back to our threshold. We've talked about the situation in China and some of the problems that were beginning to emerge there towards the end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor. But in Europe at this time, in the West at this time, things were also moving through a period of great change. And it's really two principal areas that I want to look at with regard to this. The first should be familiar to most of us already, is the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which takes place certainly first and foremost in Britain, creates new conditions for the production of goods. The conditions that led to the Industrial Revolution, the technological circumstances, the economic factors, the nature of commodity production, the kind of market economy that the Industrial Revolution grows out of. Many of these factors were also present in China, certainly in the Jiangnan area, the very wealthiest and most commercialized part of China. To a certain extent, also in parts of India, particularly in the Bengal region of India, where rather similar economic developments have been taking place. Nonetheless, it is in England that we see the Industrial Revolution actually taking place. There's a lot of debate about this, a lot of discussion about how this came to pass. Certainly, part of it was the proximity that British early industrial manufacturers had to sources of energy, in particular coal, the existence of easily accessible coal reserves in close geographic proximity to centers of industrial activity meant that factories could grow and function more economically than in places where coal supplies and textile production, for example, were separated by long distances, which was certainly the case in China. The English also were very good at appropriating technologies, at seeing how an existing technology functioning on the basis of human labor power could be adapted to the use of steam power, of energy produced using coal. And in particular, they were able to adapt the textile weaving technology that they found in Bengal as they began to establish a greater presence in India. And by combining some of these large-scale loom technologies from India with steam power produced in England, we're able to dramatically transform textile production and launch really the sort of cutting-edge industry of the Industrial Revolution. Well, the material aspect of the Industrial Revolution is one dimension. The expansion of the capacity to produce goods, the reduction in the costs of production that mechanization and large-scale manufacture yielded, changes in the technology, not just of producing goods, but of distributing them, changes in transportation technology, the building of railroads in the 19th century, different kinds of power, technological innovations in shipbuilding and in the powering of ships, leading to faster transport in maritime communication, other kinds of technological innovations associated with the Industrial Revolution, some of which didn't really get put in place until later on in the 19th century. But all as a package, this material dimension of the Industrial Revolution creates a whole new platform for the production of wealth and the dissemination of those products into a global market. It changes the role that Europe had within the larger global system from one of essentially consuming manufactured goods produced elsewhere to producing cheap manufactured goods, which they then needed to market elsewhere. In conjunction with this material dimension, though, and certainly playing a very, very powerful role in this overall process, is the rise of a new ideology in the West. And this is the ideas that we associate perhaps most classically with the work of Adam Smith. It was in 1776 that he published his book, The Wealth of Nations. And in that, Smith argues that governments should basically refrain from intervention in the economy as much as possible and allow markets to function freely. Now, this was quite a transformation, quite a change. The dominant mode of economic activity, if you will, certainly in terms of large-scale international activities, had been what's called mercantilism. Mercantilism was essentially state-sponsored capitalism. If we look particularly at the question of the relationship between Europe and Asia, we can see a couple of classic mercantilist enterprises in the Dutch and English East India companies. These were royally chartered companies formed within just a couple of years of each other, around 1600 to 1603. And they had managed the trade between either Holland or England and the Far East. The English East India Company had come to concentrate its activities more and more in India, while the Dutch East India Company had concentrated its activities more and more in the islands of Southeast Asia. But they were very comparable in terms of their sort of organization and their animating principle. For Adam Smith, this was not the way to go. This was not the most effective way to promote trade and commerce. Now, of course, writing in 1776, the Industrial Revolution was barely getting underway. He was not really talking about the kind of industrial capitalist enterprise which becomes characteristic of the 19th century. And yet, the ideas of free trade which Smith enunciates really become most effective when they are placed in conjunction with the growth in the material capacity for production that the Industrial Revolution brings about. And so, at the beginning of the 19th century, what we find in the West, and most particularly in England, is a very potent combination of a developing industrial economy capable of producing goods in large quantities at relatively low prices, needing access both to raw materials and to markets for those manufactured goods, and possessing in conjunction with that capacity an ideology of free trade, which argues that markets everywhere should be open to everyone, and that the British, as international traders, should be able to go where they wish and deal with whomever they wish on terms basically of equality and open access. It's a very, very powerful ideology that challenges the existing dominance of the great trading companies and suggests that if the state is involved at all, it should be involved solely to the degree of creating those conditions which allow private economic interests to maximize themselves. Well, the British were trading with China already, but they wanted to trade more. They wanted to trade more with everyone. At the end of the 18th century, and as they moved into the beginning of the 19th century, they were looking for a way to break in, if you will, to the Chinese market. They had been buying things from China for a long time. This was the basic economic relationship between China and the West for centuries, that the Chinese had things, the Westerners came and bought them, and they bought them using silver. Silver flowed into China steadily over the centuries from the 16th century down to the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century. The British needed some way to change that, to break that established pattern, to overcome that existing relationship. At the beginning of the 19th century, they found a way to do so, and we'll see how that story unfolds in the next lecture. We come now really to the great turning point in modern Chinese history and in some ways in world history that the beginning of the 19th century represents. From this point until really very recent times now, the story of Chinese history that we've been following goes on to a rather negative decline, a rather negative trajectory. Problems arise, have been building up both within China and coming to China from outside. And it is at the beginning of the 19th century that we really begin to see these manifest themselves in much more serious ways. The end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor in the mid-1790s is a good marker. It's a convenient, historically, sort of line of delineation, demarcation, where we can see that the very successes that the dynasty had achieved have begun to bear negative fruits. Population growth, which was, of course, a sign of the prosperity and the stability and the peace of the Qing Empire, which had been quite rapid, brought up to about 400 million people by the beginning of the 19th century, has started to push against available resources. The food supply, the land available for cultivation, simply reaches a point that it can't yield much more, given the existing technologies and forms of cultivation and organization. The elites, whether they were the traditional elite of merchants, of literati, or the new elites of merchants, were very conservative, very concerned with protecting their wealth, their economic interests. We've seen, particularly for the literati, how repeatedly in the late imperial era of China, they had resisted efforts by the state to rationalize fiscal administration, to extract greater revenues from private sources. At the beginning of the 19th century, the strength of the literati elite remains very, very powerful. And with the passing of the Qianlong Emperor, we get a succession of emperors. We move into a period where, although there are still good emperors, they're not as powerful, they're not as charismatic, they're not as dynamic as Kangxi and Qianlong in particular had been. Frustrations, resentments amongst the populace begin to manifest themselves in the form of rebellions. It had been a long time, over a century, since there had been large-scale insurrections, popular movements directed against the Qing. But beginning late in the 18th century and then accelerating in the beginning of the 19th century, new forms of mystical movements amongst the peasantry, new forms of popular insurrection begin to break out, targeting both private interests, local landlords, local wealthy families, and the representatives of the state, the local officials. As we've noted, the international context was also shifting. Trade becomes the great question. We've talked in the last lecture about the Industrial Revolution, about the rise of the doctrines of free trade, particularly flowing from the thought of Adam Smith. And both the increased economic capacity of the West and the changing ideology of free trade begins to come into conflict with the established relationship between China and the West, and particularly China and England, at this turning point of the 18th to 19th century. From about the middle of the 18th century, China had regulated its trade with the Western countries through what's called the Canton system, the Canton trade, or sometimes called the Cohong system. Under this system, trade only could take place in one location, in one port, which was Canton, or Guangzhou in Chinese, in the far south, as far away from the imperial capital as could reasonably be done. And that trade had to be conducted through middlemen, through agents, Chinese agents who were licensed by the state and who served as brokers between Western businessmen and Chinese businessmen. And these individuals were known as the Hong merchants. Now, this trade, it did function. It was quite a lively trade. But it was essentially a trade in which, as had been the pattern for centuries before this, the Western merchants brought silver to China. And with that silver, they then bought Chinese commodities, tea, silk, ceramics, lacquerware, other kinds of manufactured goods, which were in great demand in the West. This regulated system, this controlled system of trade was quite satisfactory to the Chinese. They were certainly making a lot of money and they had good outlets for their manufactured goods. It was in some ways satisfactory to the Western merchants because they were certainly acquiring goods which could be sold profitably in the West. But there was a sense that there was still great untapped potential, that there was still a tremendous amount of wealth to be had in dealing with China, if only a way could be found to sell the Chinese something which the Westerners had, which the Chinese wanted, and which the Chinese themselves would be willing to pay for, to pay perhaps not just in trade goods, but in silver, to reverse the flow of silver into China and start to balance it out a little better between the Europeans and the Chinese. In 1792, and again in 1816, sort of before and after the Napoleonic Wars, the great age of disruption in European affairs, the British sent diplomatic missions to China to try to open trade relations, or to try to establish what the British thought of as normal diplomatic intercourse and commercial relations between England and the Qing government. In both instances, these missions were received very politely, but were told essentially that the Chinese were simply not interested. There's a very famous letter that the Qianlong Emperor writes and sends to King George III, in which he thanks the British king for his interest, but says, we have everything that we need within our empire. We have no need for the shoddy goods that you can offer us. We welcome you to come and trade with us, but it has to be on our terms and in our way. Well, this was considered really unacceptable by the British, who were increasingly fueled by the passionate ideology of free trade, and saw the Chinese as being not simply reluctant to enter into a proper trading relationship, but completely anachronistic. Indeed, essentially began to see the Chinese as barbarians for their refusal to recognize the desirability and the legitimacy of an international trade regime based upon the ideas of Adam Smith. The key to all this remained the question of what did the British have that the Chinese might want to buy. And after about 1816, after the Napoleonic Wars are over and the British are able to sort of devote their attention to all this more seriously again, they finally come up with the key that unlocks the door to the wealth of China. And that key proves to be opium. Opium was a substance that was already familiar to the Chinese. It was produced in relatively small quantities in the far southwest of China. It was known as a medicine, a substance that could be used for certain particular utilitarian purposes for a very long time. Its non-utilitarian purposes, its non-medicinal purposes, had also been known and recognized in China for a long time. And indeed, one of the things that the Yongjung Emperor had done back in the 1730s as part of his sort of social legislation was to impose regulations on opium, to restrict its use, to outlaw it as a recreational drug. So the Chinese were aware of opium and aware of some of the problems that perhaps came along with it. What the British found was that as they came into possession of increasing territories in India, and particularly in northeast India around Bengal, that they found the environment there, the farming conditions there, particularly suitable for the cultivation of opium. Opium was already grown there, but what the British did was to first go about undermining the existing cotton industry, in part, of course, because they didn't want competition with their expanding cotton industry and textile industry in England, but also because they wanted to convert the land which was being used for cotton production to opium production. And so this was done very aggressively, very assertively by the British authorities. And this resulted then in them having access to a large and growing supply of opium. They then discovered, first in Southeast Asia and then much more extensively in China, that they could market opium, particularly to the poorest strata of society, although people on all levels of Chinese society came to consume opium. And they discovered that indeed in South China there was a tremendous amount of potential demand for this commodity. And they began to ship opium in ever increasing volume from Bengal, from eastern India, around through Southeast Asia and up to the port at Canton, where it was offloaded and entered into the domestic economy of China. Between 1816 to 1830, the volume of opium shipped from India to China increased significantly every year. Well, the impact of this trade in China was dramatic. Millions of Chinese became addicted to opium. It became a tremendous social problem. People were not productive. The same kinds of concerns with crime and antisocial behavior that we associate with certain drug problems in contemporary society begin to manifest themselves in southern China in the context of the growing opium trade. On an economic level, the British were demanding payment for opium in silver. And this had the effect quite rapidly of reversing the flow of silver. Silver had been flowing into China. China had run a positive trade balance in terms of silver with the Western countries for centuries. In the decades from the mid 18 teens to the mid 1830s, that completely reverses, and silver begins to flow out of China at a very rapid rate, so much so that it leads to economic disruptions throughout the empire and starts to cause all sorts of adverse ripple effects within the domestic economy. And this, of course, comes to the attention of the government quite profoundly. By the 1830s, there were shortages of capital for investment. Prices were subject to dramatic fluctuation as the money supply was destabilized by the outflow of silver. And these kinds of economic effects, in addition to the adverse impact on social life that opium was having, began to be taken quite seriously by the Chinese government. The Qing state, however, was having problems dealing with these kinds of challenges. The government had become increasingly unresponsive. Conflicts, policy debates within the Qing leadership had bogged down. Efforts to deal creatively with problems were particularly frustrating because the bureaucratic mentality of always doing things the way they've always been done was quite strong. And so to try to propose new solutions, to try to find ways to address problems that weren't based on well-established precedent, this was very difficult. Revenues were declining. The outflow of silver and its adverse effects upon the economy meant that taxes were not being collected as extensively, and the capacity of the government to maintain its normal functions, to simply do things like maintain the infrastructure of the Grand Canal, which tends to silt up and needs to be dredged and maintained in various ways. Well, money for these kinds of activities began to become hard to come by, and this resulted in further problems. And of course, each of these problems, as it develops, only aggravates the existing ones, and the situation tends to go from bad to worse. Well, the Chinese realized that the opium trade was, in many ways, at the heart of their problems. It was a serious concern in terms of its social impact, and it was a serious concern in terms of its economic impact. And so the emperor began to seek ways in which to address this problem, seek ways to control the trade, or indeed to eliminate it. Opium was, after all, illegal as a recreational drug in China. It was, of course, not not widely available in that sense in the West either. The West was certainly aware of the adverse effects. The British were very aware of the adverse effects of opium. The Qing government repeatedly protested to the British authorities, to British traders, and to the representatives of the British merchants about the evils of opium and its adverse effects on Chinese society and economic life. And the emperor then called for a debate amongst his officials about how best to deal with this problem. Many expressed their opinions. There was a very lively policy discourse around this. One individual in particular caught the emperor's attention, and this is a man named Lin Zexu. Lin Zexu was an experienced official. He had served in Central Asia in dealing with the security problems of that the Qing faced with the Muslim populations in Central Asia. And he had distinguished himself as an official who was able to be flexible and creative in dealing with problems, and who was concerned not merely with the formalities of effective government, but with addressing the needs of the subjects, addressing the needs of the people. Lin Zexu submitted a proposal, a memorial to the emperor, in which he suggested basically a two-track approach to the opium problem. On the one hand, he had a rather compassionate program towards individuals who had become addicted to opium. He advocated rehabilitation programs, in essence, sort of job retraining programs, things that sound very familiar to modern-day social reformers, to address the bad effects that opium addiction was having on people, to help them to shake their addictions, to give them ways to achieve more functional, more meaningful lives, and basically to address the demand for opium through these kinds of programs. At the same time, the other aspect of his program was one of strict prohibition of imports and sales. This was, after all, already the existing law. He simply advocated that it be enforced quite stringently. He felt that a combination of attacking the supply of opium by going after those who were importing and selling it, and undermining the demand for opium by providing these various social and rehabilitation programs for addicts, that these two approaches would, in combination, serve to eliminate this problem. Well, the emperor was very impressed with Lin Zexu's memorial, and it was debated and discussed at court. And eventually, in 1838, Lin Zexu was named to be imperial commissioner in charge of eradicating the opium trade in Canton. He travels south from the capital to Canton in the winter of 1838 to 1839, and in 1839 is finally ready to launch a serious campaign directed at stopping the flow of opium into China. He takes a very direct approach to this. In Canton, the foreign traders had warehouses, what they called factories, or sometimes they were called go-downs, places where their goods were brought ashore and stored before they were shipped off into to various destinations in the interior. Well, Lin Zexu, in the spring of 1839, ordered that opium, which was held in these warehouses, be confiscated. And a large quantity of opium was accordingly seized. And He had a large trench dug in the ground, and the opium was poured into this trench, dumped into the trench. Lime was then spread over it, and the whole concoction was burned. I gather that the lime was meant to, in some way, makes the burning of it more effective and less dangerous. When the Chinese destroyed these opium supplies, the British, of course, were upset, and they demanded that something be done. The British military representatives at that time assured the merchants that they would be compensated by the crown, by the British crown, but Lin Zexu proved to be intent upon keeping the trade under control, keeping the trade shut down. And so the British, who thought that perhaps this was just a sort of one-off demonstration, and that some more pragmatic solution which would allow them to continue to trade might be found, were quite upset when it turned out that Lin Zexu had no intention of allowing the trade to resume. After a second round of destroying opium and no compensation being forthcoming, the British decided that they had to take action. The British debated this. There's quite a debate in Parliament over what to do about China. It is a debate which is framed largely not in terms of the opium trade, but on the more lofty principles of free trade in general. The British did not wish to present themselves, of course, as a drug cartel, which is essentially what they were, but instead argued on the basis of an economic doctrine. And so when war is declared and when the British fleet is sent out to attack China, it is done not on the basis of making the world safe for drug dealers, but on the basis of promoting the doctrines of free trade. Well, British military superiority, which was unquestioned at that time, the British fleet, British armaments, the industrialized British military, which had technologically been upgraded very, very significantly by the transformations of economic life in the West since the end of the 18th century. The British were able to inflict humiliating defeats upon the Chinese, and did so repeatedly. The war begins in 1839. It goes on until 1842. There are a series of periods of great activity. British naval forces sail into various ports along the South China coast and shell the cities, terrorizing the local population. When they come far enough north and begin to look like they might approach the imperial capital region, the Chinese enter into negotiations. But those negotiations go on over a very long time. The British launch a second phase of military activities, which brings them very close to the capital in the north. And this finally impels the Chinese side to reach a settlement. That settlement takes the form in 1842 of what's called the Treaty of Nanjing, signed between the British and the Chinese government, the Qing government. It did a number of things. It opened a series of ports along the South China coast to British traders and allowed them to establish commercial residences in those ports. These come to be known as the treaty ports, of course, based on the Treaty of Nanjing itself. And they could trade freely without using the Cohong brokers. It ceded the island of Hong Kong, which had been occupied by the British and used as a base. It ceded that to Britain for 100 years. Eventually, of course, that is expanded and territory adjacent on the mainland is added to that, and that all remains in British hands until 1997. The Treaty of Nanjing also established a very important principle, which is called the principle of extraterritoriality. And the principle of extraterritoriality basically says that while British citizens are in China, they will be subject not to the laws of China, but to the laws of Britain. In other words, if they commit a crime in China, they will not be arrested and prosecuted by the Chinese authorities, but will be dealt with by the British. This was in response to a number of instances in which British sailors who had been ashore in Canton had been involved in violent incidents of one type or another, and had been arrested and prosecuted by the Chinese, and were treated in ways which the British felt were inappropriate for subjects of the crown. And so to protect foreigners in China, particularly the British themselves, they imposed the element of extraterritoriality in the Treaty of Nanjing. Well, the Treaty of Nanjing is signed in 1842 in rapid succession over the ensuing 2 or 3 years. Other Western powers also signed treaties with China. The United States signs its first treaty, I believe, in 1844. The French, the Dutch, the Russians all get in on the action fairly quickly. These treaties, each one adds a little more to the concessions which are being extracted from the Chinese. More ports are to be opened. A very important feature of these treaties is that they include what's called the No Most Favored Nation clause, which says that any concession which is granted to one power in a treaty automatically extends to all the powers which have treaties with China. So this sort of shares the benefits of imperialism amongst the foreign powers. Foreign missionaries were given legal protection to operate in China, to go into the interior on their proselytizing work. Excuse me. These provisions, the various aspects of the Treaty of Nanjing, are quite humiliating for the Chinese. China had, of course, always thought of itself in some ways as the center of the known world. The very name that's used for China in many instances of Zhongguo means the Middle Kingdom, the Central Kingdom. The traditional system of international relations in East Asia was one which was very focused on China as the center. When the Chinese dealt with the Westerners prior to the Opium War, they dealt with them as people who came almost from outside the realm of civilization. Now, to be defeated militarily, to be forced to sign treaties which opened up Chinese territory to the residents of foreigners, which took away from the Chinese the ability to govern and regulate trade. This was a tremendous blow to the sensibilities of the Qing government and of the Chinese people in general. The opening of the treaty ports beyond this sort of psychological dimension had significant economic impacts. Of course, the extension of the opium trade further exacerbated the problems associated with that. But even where there were, in some ways, positive impacts economically, where trade expanded or where the ports grew in their own context, the dislocations that this caused in other parts of the Chinese economy sometimes were quite severe. They sometimes led to rather unanticipated consequences, and we'll explore one particular instance of that gives rise to a great rebellion, the Taiping Rebellion, in the next lecture. China's defeat by Britain in the Opium War and the opening of China to greater European influence, greater Western influences with the Treaty of Nanjing and the other treaties that other Western powers signed in the ensuing years, created new circumstances that put a lot of stress on the social life of southern China. Some of this, of course, came from the effects of the opium trade. the spread of addiction. But others were related to more fundamentally economic causes. The opening of the treaty ports, for example, resulted in the reorientation of traditional trade routes. People who had been involved in the transportation of goods in China's interior were in some instances thrown out of work as ports along the coast assumed a greater role in trade, and interior markets were accordingly neglected somewhat. There were a variety of other effects that began to be felt in, particularly in southern China, in the wake of these new circumstances. There were, of course, already plenty of problems within Chinese society, as we've talked about, stemming out of some of the weaknesses in the system, overpopulation, the limits on further economic expansion, stemming out of the population growth from the 17th and 18th centuries. Southern China, by the middle of the 19th century, was a place that was in many ways ready for fairly catastrophic events, and they came along quite appropriately. The particular circumstances of South China, because of its geography, because of the way that we've talked about several times, that its hillier population tends to be not spread so smoothly around the region, but concentrated in the lowlands and the valleys and coastal plain areas. There were in certain areas of southern China, particularly the rural parts of Guangdong province, southern parts of Hunan province, there were local ethnic groups, local populations that had very distinctive cultural traditions. And one of these, not one of the formerly indigenous people, the people who had been displaced by Chinese migration and had moved up into the highlands, but actually people who had migrated from northern China themselves, who were themselves Chinese, but who were seen by their neighbors as different, people who were known as the Hakka, or in Mandarin, the Gejia, the guest families. These were families, northern Chinese families, who had moved to the south later on, after the initial waves of Chinese migrants had come south. And they therefore brought with them a culture, a northern culture, which was a little different from that which had evolved in local society. And they retained that distinctive quality. Indeed, they retain that distinctive sort of identity even today. Well, the Hakka people, because they were kind of marginal, somewhat outsiders in the larger context of South Chinese society, tended to really take care of each other, tended to be very self-reliant. But they were affected particularly strongly by some of the consequences of the opening of the treaty ports and of the internal problems that Qing society was facing early in the 19th century. And this made them perhaps more receptive to new ideas, more receptive to unusual ideas which were not part of the traditional cultural scene in China. An individual appears in South China who presents a really interesting story, who we're going to look at here, and I have to sort of put him into a special context because it's unlike anything we've really dealt with thus far. This is a man whose name is Hong Shou-chuen, and Hong Shou-chuen was himself a Hakka, so he starts off as something of a special in a sort of special situation. He was from a family that was not particularly wealthy, but was well enough off that they had been able to allow him to be educated and to prepare to take the examinations. And his ambition, his hope was that through success in the examinations, he would be able to lift his family fortunes. So there was a lot invested in him, a lot invested in his education, a lot materially invested, and a lot psychologically invested in this idea that he was going to, in some ways, be the salvation of his family. He repeatedly took the entry-level examinations to get a start into the Confucian examination system. But each time he sat for the examinations, he failed. He was never successful in passing even the entry-level examinations. Now, to take these examinations, he would go into the large city of Guangzhou, or Canton as we know it. And when he would be in the city, of course, it was a very lively and dynamic city. It was a port city. It was a city where there was a strong Western presence, even before the Opium War, as the focal point of the trade with foreigners. And it was a city where he encountered people and ideas that were very different, very unfamiliar, very alien. Among the unusual people that he may have encountered in Guangzhou were Christian missionaries. And we know that, in fact, during one of his visits to take the exams, he was given a set of writings, of missionary tracts, which he didn't apparently pay a lot of attention to immediately, but took home with him, read them through, didn't really understand what all this was about, and sort of set them aside. A few years later, during another effort to pass the exams, another unsuccessful effort to pass the exams, he basically exhausted himself. He had studied so hard, worked so hard, and then the stress of the exams was so difficult, and the psychological blow of yet another failure seems to have caused him to have a kind of breakdown. He goes home, he takes to his bed, he spends weeks basically just trying to shut the world out. During that time, he had dreams or visions in which an old gentleman with a long white beard and a younger man with a dark beard appeared to him and talked with him. When he recovered from his breakdown, when he was back on his feet, he was reflecting on his dreams or his vision, and he took down these Christian tracts which he had been given years before, and he read through them again, and he had a sudden revelation, which was that the old man in the dream and the vision was God, the young man with the dark beard was Jesus, and that what they had been telling him was that he, Hong Shou-chuen, was the younger brother of Jesus, and that it was his mission to bring the story of Christianity to the Chinese people. This launches him upon his life's work, and he abandons the idea of trying to pass the Confucian examinations, and indeed begins to develop an understanding of the world in which the whole Confucian system, the whole imperial order of China, is now seen as something that he has to overcome, something that he must speak out against, something that he must seek to do away with. Okay? And he therefore begins to create a movement with himself as the focal point to establish on earth a heavenly kingdom. Okay? This comes to be called the Taiping Tianguo, which means the heavenly kingdom of great peace. Okay? And this becomes Hong Shou-chuen's mission. At first, in the late 1830s and to the beginning of the 1840s, this takes the form of something that he calls the Society of God Worshippers. Okay? And many of the people who were initially involved with the Society of God Worshippers were themselves from the Hakka community, but it grew beyond just being identified with this one particular social group. The Hakka are very important in the beginning of the Taiping movement because they give a body of followers with a high degree of social cohesion that Hong Shou-chuen can work with when he gets started. But it is always his ambition to take this beyond just being a Hakka-centered phenomenon and to make it something which is for all the Chinese people. It's clear that right from the start, he has this vision of establishing the heavenly kingdom on earth for all the Chinese people. Well, Hong Shou-chuen continues to have visions. He continues to develop a theological system in which his role as the younger brother of Jesus is the principal feature. As far as we can tell, he never reads the Christian Bible, His understanding of Christianity is almost entirely derived from these few simple missionary tracts which he had acquired and read through. He does later on undertake some more serious study of Christianity, but he certainly is not a scholar of the church or anything like that. Instead, his appeal is based apparently on his own personal charisma. His faith in himself, his belief in his mission was apparently quite compelling. And he attracts around himself a core of followers, some of whom were well educated, some of whom were fairly well to do people, merchants and others like that, even some officials. But the vast majority of his followers, of course, were ordinary farmers. They established in rural western Guangdong province, northwest of the great city of Canton, a kind of utopian commune based upon Hong Shou-Chuan's understanding of the sort of principles of primitive Christian communism. They had a very radical egalitarianism. There were to be no ranks, no hierarchy, which of course was a very thorough break with the Confucian idea of a well-ordered society in which everybody was in a certain hierarchical relationship to one another. For the Taiping, it was a very egalitarian vision. They abolished within the commune private property. Everything was to be shared communally. Everything was to be owned in common. Indeed, as time went by, they took on some very extreme sort of characteristics. There were sexual Puritans. In fact, they segregated men and women so that they lived in separate dormitories. Families were broken up. Marriage was seen as part of the traditional Confucian system, which needed to be rejected. It was a very thorough, a very comprehensive system for organizing society in ways which in many ways inverted the basic principles of the Confucian order. This apparently had a tremendous appeal because thousands and thousands of people came to take part in this movement. And in the course of the 1840s, it grew and it expanded territorially, and the number of people involved got to be greater and greater. And in the course of that, Hong Shou-Chuan's ambitions also grew, also developed, and he went from simply having a vision of a community that was separate from Chinese society, that was sort of a pure retreat from Chinese society, to taking that movement, taking that community as a base for launching an assault on the existing order and for trying to overthrow the Qing dynasty and to establish the heavenly kingdom right now, right there on earth in China. In 1850, they reached the point where it was time to act on these ambitions, and Hong Shou-Chuan, along with a number of his other leaders, he evolves a system in which he is the heavenly king, and then he had four sort of subordinate assistant kings who represented the different cardinal directions: the king of the east, the north, the south, the west, and they were sort of the governing elite, the central leadership within the Taiping movement as a whole. So under that leadership, in 1850, they launch a military campaign, and they move from Guangdong province in the far south of China. They start to head north. They fight their way up through central China, through Hunan province, which borders on Guangdong at the south and on the Yangtze River at the north. And so they make their way up through Hunan province. They fight against the armies of the Qing dynasty and defeat them and drive them away. As they go, their appeal to the peasants of Hunan, their appeal to the poor the marginalized populations of central China, is quite effective. And large numbers of people flock to join the Taiping movement. And it just, as it progresses north, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes along. When they reach the Yangtze River, they turn east and head downriver until they come to Nanjing, which was a great city, one of the truly great cities of the empire. It had, of course, been the southern capital during the Ming Dynasty, and even under the Qing, although it no longer had the role of being a secondary imperial capital, it was the seat of government for that part of China, and it still had its ancient city walls. It still had the palaces of the former Ming emperors. It was a very, very wealthy and rich, glorious city. The Taiping occupy Nanjing and proclaim it to be their heavenly capital. And from 1854, when they finally reach Nanjing, they make it the center of their movement for the next 10 years. During that decade, especially in the first 2 or 3 years, they continue to fight to try to expand their territory. They send an expedition to the north that doesn't really succeed very well. It fights its way north, but then turns and heads back south without really reaching the Qing capital at Beijing, and returns to Nanjing. They also fight in the area south and east of Nanjing, and indeed over time the territory that they control sort of shifts around. Initially they have more strength in the west, but later on their control shifts over further to the east. Once they are in Nanjing, the Heavenly Kingdom undergoes some changes which prove to be quite problematic. Most particularly, once they occupy this great capital city, Hong Xiuquan and the other kings move into the former imperial palaces. And when they settle in there, they begin to really live a much more imperial kind of life. They eat very well, they have lots of luxuries, and perhaps most significantly, they establish a kind of harem for themselves in the imperial residence. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Taiping followers continue to live in circumstances of Puritanism, egalitarianism, and indeed relative poverty. As many as 100 million people seem to have been involved in the Taiping movement at its peak. This was perhaps a quarter of the population of China. They controlled a significant territory, several southern provinces, parts of Jiangsu and Jiangxi, Zhejiang province on the coast, Hunan province and Hubei province in central China. At least parts of all these provinces were under Taiping control. So it was geographically a very extensive space and controlled a very large population. Now, the differential in lifestyle that emerges once they reach Nanjing begins to be a problem. There's some resentment on the part of ordinary members of the Taiping movement towards this luxurious lifestyle that Hong Xiuquan and the other kings are leading. The enthusiasm of ordinary families, ordinary people, for this very austere lifestyle, for the sexual segregation, for the breaking up of families, seems to have waned as time went on. It was very difficult to maintain that level of intensity and enthusiasm year after year after year, particularly once they had settled in with Nanjing as the capital, and once the phase of real active military campaigning had come to an end. So tensions begin to build up within the Taiping community, within the Taiping kingdom itself. Well, while all this is going on, of course, the dynasty has to respond in some way. The outburst of the Taiping movement in South China and its march up through Hunan, and then its occupation of Nanjing. These are very, very problematic from the point of view of the government. The Qing dynasty has suffered these great military defeats and humiliations at the hands of the British and the other Western powers, and now they have to deal with this very, very serious threat from within. They're not very effective initially at doing so. The military situation within the country is not good. The Qing dynasty military system had two basic components. On the one hand, were what were called the banners, and this was the military system of the Manchus themselves, which they had built up before the conquest, had been the system they used in conquering China. And Manchu banners, which were not solely composed of Manchu people, there were Chinese and Mongol and other ethnic members within the banner system. But the banner troops were sort of the elite troops. But then there were also what was called the Green Standard Army, which were the ordinary Chinese troops. And there were many, many more of these than there were of the banner forces. But both the banner forces and the Green Standard Army by the 1850s were not in very good shape. They weren't very well trained. Discipline wasn't very high. They weren't very well equipped. Many of the banner troops hadn't seen action in over a century. They tended to preserve their traditions, but not very well. And the Green Standard Army hadn't been used extensively since the suppression of Wu Songwei's rebellion back in the 1670s and early 1680s. So these were not military organizations in their fighting prime. And they melted away to a large extent as the Taiping made their way north. The dynasty then had to find a way to make a more effective response. And what they did was to turn to a new source of organization and a new source of support for military activities. What they wound up doing, and this becomes very significant politically, even after the Taipings are suppressed, was to turn to local Chinese elites. As we've seen in the past, going all the way back certainly to the Sung dynasty, and in many ways even prior to that, the local elites, the literati, in their capacity as the wealthy families in local communities, performed a lot of quasi-governmental functions, and these often included providing local kinds of security, perhaps local militias, anti-bandit activities, things like that. Well, now the Qing state decides to appeal to local leaders to assume a greater role in what they're arguing is basically local self-defense. And the classic example of this is a man called Zheng Guofan. Zheng Guofan was from Hunan province, which had been the province that the Taiping had marched through and which the imperial military had been completely unable to defend. Zheng Guofan is given the responsibility on the one hand, but also the authority by the Qing government to organize local troops, to come up with some new way to put together an effective military force in central China. Most significantly, or most helpfully, he's also given a new financial basis to do this on. Part of the problem with the banner troops and the Green Standard Army is that they're not paid very well. There's not resources in the imperial treasuries to support them. Well, Zheng Guofan is given control over a new source of revenue, and this is what's called the Lijin, which is a kind of it's a tariff on trade in local trade. Okay, if goods are moving about within Hunan province or into the province or out of the province at various border stations, very modest tariffs are collected. But Hunan is a very wealthy province. It's a province where there's a lot of trade going on. It's a big tea growing province, a rice exporting province. And so there's a fair amount of trade to be taxed. And the Lijin becomes a new source of revenue. And the revenue that's generated through these tariffs is put into Zheng Guofan's hands. He said, here's your funds, use these, do something to put these Taiping down. Well, Zheng Guofan proves to be more than equal to the task, and he takes these resources, he recruits soldiers, he hires professionals to help train them, and very quickly he puts together what comes to be called, not surprisingly, the Hunan Army. Other local leaders in other parts of central China also get involved in this process. Zheng Guofan is perhaps the best known, and in some ways sort of the theoretician of all this. He writes a lot about it, and these writings are still very popular in China even today. He equips the Hunan army with the latest kinds of weaponry. He pays them well, clothes them well, feeds them well. They're very well disciplined. And he then begins, towards the end of the 1850s, beginning of the 1860s, to deploy them in campaigns directed against the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. The Western powers also have an interesting role in all this. The treaty ports that are opened in the wake of the Treaty of Nanjing, the Opium War, are along the South China coast. The most northerly of them is Shanghai, which, when it is opened as a treaty port, is a relatively obscure fishing village, but grows quite quickly since it's the treaty port closest to the mouth of the Yangtze River, grows quite quickly to be a very, very large city. And by the time that the Taiping Rebellion is in full swing, and by the time the Taiping are occupying Nanjing, although it's only been about a decade since Shanghai is opened as a treaty port, it has already grown to have a significant Western presence. It becomes, in a sense, sort of the capital of the Europeans in China. Now, the Europeans find themselves in an interesting situation because Hong Xiuquan claims to be a Christian. He presents his rebellion as a Christian movement. He is, of course, Jesus' younger brother, so he appeals to the Westerners in many ways as a figure that might be easier to deal with, that might be better to deal with than the Qing government. The Qing government are after all, heathens, non-Christians, barbarians, however you want to think of it. And so there's an interest on the part of at least some in the Western community about what's going on with this heavenly kingdom, with this Hong Xiuquan fellow. They send a diplomatic delegation to Nanjing that meets with the Taiping leadership, and the result of this is that they come to see Hong Xiuquan not as someone that can be allied with, not as someone that can be really sort of integrated into the Christian community, but they come to see him basically as a lunatic, as someone who has delusions and who is claiming a divine status for himself. And of course, this is not really going to work very well with established Christian teachings and doctrine. So the Western powers do not decide to rally to the support of the Taiping, and indeed, after some reflection, they decide that their interests are best served by sustaining the role of the Qing state. And so there's some Western military intervention in support of the Qing government. Well, in 1864, the Taiping kingdom finally falls. Zheng Guofan's Hunan army defeats and destroys the last remnants of the Heavenly Kingdom. There are great massacres when Nanjing is taken, and in other places, great battles are fought and won by the Qing. And the rebellion, which was only one of a number of challenges, but certainly the greatest, the most dynamic one in the middle of the 19th century of domestic rebellions in China, is put down, is brought to an end. By this time, the West has established its position quite firmly. The Qing state now is something which the Western powers want to preserve and maintain. Their role, minimal as it may have been in the suppression of the Taiping, is significant. The Chinese now have to decide, and the Manchu rulers have to decide, where they're going from here. How can they respond to the continued presence of the West, the continued threat that implies? We'll see some of the efforts that they make in the next lecture. China's defeat in the Opium War and then the trauma of the Great Taiping Rebellion in the middle of the 19th century shook the foundations of the Qing dynasty quite profoundly. The dynasty survived both these challenges, but it knew, or at least some within the leadership knew, that if China wanted to flourish again, if China wanted to ever reclaim a more upright position in the community of nations, that some sort of change was going to have to take place. In the years from the 1860s through the early 1890s, certain leaders, both within the Chinese and the Manchu elites, began to pursue a program designed to give China the ability to stand up to the Western powers, to not have to simply accept the humiliations of economic dependency, of the treaties, the unequal treaties as they came to be called, the doctrines such as extraterritoriality, under which foreigners were not subject to Chinese law but only to their own regulation. This movement from the 1860s through the early 1890s comes to be called the self-strengthening movement. The idea being that China couldn't rely on outsiders, couldn't rely on the foreign powers to take care of it. They obviously were pursuing their own interests, which were often antithetical to those of China. If China wished to be strong enough to assume its own control of its own destiny, they had to strengthen themselves. And so the self-strengthening movement is the response of some leaders within the Chinese government to these challenges. The 1860s was a time when it was possible to make some changes in China, in the Qing government, because a young emperor had come to the throne in 1860. And being young, he was subject to a regency, a council of his elders who guided his reign. And those elders, among them were some officials who were very receptive to the need for new solutions to the problems China was facing. Leaders like Zheng Guofan, that we mentioned in the last lecture, who became a military reformer and put together the Hunan army that was so critical in the suppression of the Taiping movement, and other provincial leaders amongst the Chinese emerged in the course of the self-strengthening movement to really provide the brains of an effort to get China back on its own feet. The 1870s and 1880s are really the core of the self-strengthening period. During that time, the Chinese undertook a number of fairly diverse initiatives to try to improve their situation. On one hand, they recognized that the superior position of the West was largely founded simply on military strength. The British in the Opium War in 1839 to 42 had not really met serious resistance from the Chinese. The superiority of British weapons, the superiority of British naval vessels was so clear that the Chinese realized, that the self-strengthening leaders realized that they were going to have to find a way to counter that. And the way to do that was to develop their own modern military sector. Part of the way they went about this was to simply try to buy ships and equipment from the Western powers. But they recognized that even that was not enough. If they really wanted to develop a sense of self-reliance, if they really wanted China to be able to advance on the military front, they had to be responsible for their own armaments. The British, who sold the Chinese a number of warships and other military systems in the second half of the 19th century, were always very careful to make sure that the equipment that they sold was outdated and often obsolete from their own military perspective. They were willing to sell it off to the Chinese, knowing that it would not be equal to the equipment that they themselves were currently putting in the field. So if the Chinese wanted to keep up with, to try to catch up with the British in any way, they were going to have to do this on the basis of their own resources. Accordingly, they established a great arsenal and a great shipyard. The shipyard near the mouth of the Yangtze River, the arsenal near the central Chinese city of Hankou, which is part of the much larger urban area of Wuhan today, also on the Yangtze River. The arsenal at Wuhan was also near sources of coal and iron ore, so that they were able to begin the process of developing a steel industry as well, which initially was designed to supply military needs, but eventually extended beyond that as well. So developing a modern Western-style military was one priority for the self-strengthening reformers. A second, which is certainly not unrelated, to do with learning about Western science and technology. This was, of course, fundamental to successfully opening and operating these industries and armaments factories and things like that. But there was a recognition that Western superiority went beyond just the military field. There was an understanding of sorts about the nature of industrial production in Europe, particularly in England, and a sense that Western science gave to the imperialist powers part of the strength that allowed them to dominate China. So the Qing government set up a bureau for translating Western books and publishing them and circulating them amongst the educated elite in China. Initially, these were focused primarily on very practical books, books about science and technology. But after a large number of those had been translated, they also began to look at works on social science, works on political theory, and particularly, they became particularly interested with a lot of the Western writing at this time that we can associate with the idea of social Darwinism, the idea that that societies, that nations compete, and that international relations was in some ways a kind of survival of the fittest. And of course, this fit in nicely with the thinking of the self-strengthening reformers, because what they wanted to do was make China fitter in the competition for survival. Finally, they realized a third dimension of the self-strengthening movement was a realization that there was a need to restructure the way that China related to other countries in the world. The international order which the Qing dynasty was used to functioning in, and which had been the norm for previous dynasties, was one in which China was at the center, and other countries generally were expected to come and pay their respects. It's often referred to as the tribute system. Delegations from countries around China would come to the capital and pay their respects to the emperor and offer various kinds of tribute goods, and the emperor would then give them very rich presents that they would take back to their country. And this was seen as sort of a normal pattern of relations, where other countries paid homage and respect to China. Obviously, this wasn't working with the Western powers, and China was forced to pay homage and respect to the British and the French and the Americans and all the other Western powers. They recognized, though, that amongst the Western powers, there was a system which was supposedly based on equality among nations. The very concept of treaties between nations is based on the idea that both parties are equal, that they sign these agreements. These are essentially contracts between nations, and so they should be signed between equal parties. The real content of the treaties that were in place in the 19th century were unequal. They were dictated, the terms were dictated by the power of the Western countries, and China simply had to basically accept whatever was offered to them. But they realized that the rhetoric, at least, of international law, of international relations, was one that was based upon diplomatic relations among equal partners. And to give China the ability to participate more fully in that system, they created a new institutional structure for China's international relations, which was focused on what's called the Zhongli Yamen. The Zhongli Yamen was a sort of foreign ministry, and that was what That was the governmental body, which then became responsible for handling diplomatic interaction with the Western powers. These efforts were certainly very sincere and pursued quite assiduously by their advocates, but they were really not sufficient to solve the problems that China was confronted with. For one thing, the self-strengtheners, although many of the leading officials in China at the time participated in the movement, were never a real majority. They were never the dominant group within the imperial bureaucracy or even within the councils of state at the capital. They were prestigious. They were certainly successful individuals within the imperial system, but as a movement, they never came to be the real mainstream of Chinese policy. And resistance to modernization was perhaps more characteristic of the conservative majority amongst Chinese officials. So there were efforts to undermine the position of the self-strengtheners. There were efforts to sort of preserve the old ways, a very classic bureaucratic mentality. We don't want to do new things. We don't want to try new approaches because this is the way things have always been done. And there was certainly plenty of that mentality within the Chinese and Manchu elites. The insufficiency of the self-strengthening movement begins to be demonstrated in the mid-1880s when China was defeated in a war with France. France was at this point attempting to establish, and indeed being successful in establishing, their control over Indochina. Vietnam in particular had always been a close ally, almost a dependency of China, and they appealed to China, to the Qing, to defend them against the French. And the Chinese did indeed send part of their modernized navy down to the Gulf of Tonkin, but they were defeated by the French. And this was a further humiliation and certainly a setback for the self-strengtheners. 10 years later, the failures of the self-strengthening movement really were most clearly revealed in a war between China and Japan. Without going into the details of the history of Japan at this time, suffice it to say that when Japan had been forcibly opened by the Western powers, by the United States in the 1850s, they had decided to embark upon a campaign of modernization in a thoroughgoing, all-out kind of way. The Meiji Restoration in the late 1860s set the Japanese on a course of out-and-out modernization, industrialization, westernization. And by the end of the 19th century, they had gone a long way to achieving those objectives. They had developed their economy, developed their military, established their position in the system of international relations, almost on a par with that of the great Western powers. This was demonstrated in the War of 1894 to 1895, which was fought largely in Korea and over issues of who was going to control Korea. But in the course of which, the Japanese simply inflicted one defeat after another on the Chinese. On land, they defeated the modernized forces of the Chinese army, and at sea, they were successful in destroying much of the modern component of the Chinese fleet. So the war, the Sino-Japanese War, as it's called, was an even greater humiliation for China. It was one thing to be defeated by the Europeans. They were barbarians, yes, but they were foreign strangers. No one really knew much about them prior to the Opium War. There was almost a disdain on the part of the Chinese to learn that much about these Europeans until they had to be taken seriously based on their military strength. The Japanese were very familiar and had always been seen as sort of little brothers, sort of junior partners in the cultural system of East Asia. To have the Japanese now inflict this kind of military humiliation on China was very dispiriting, to say the least. In fact, the defeat, which was finalized in the Treaty of Shimonoseki in 1895, triggers a protest movement in China. Candidates for the imperial examinations assembling at the capital in Beijing circulate a petition which gets several thousand signatures and is submitted to the court, demanding that a more effective response to imperialist aggression be made. Leaders of this movement, in particular a man named Kang Youwei and another Liang Qichao, Kang and Liang worked very closely together, began to write articles, began to publish newspapers, wrote memorials to the throne. Both Kang and Liang had passed the examinations and were minor officials and had the right to submit memorials to the throne. And they were joined in this by other officials in other parts of China as well. They advocated that the Qing government adopt a more thoroughgoing program of reform, not just of sort of piecemeal modernization, but of complete institutional restructuring to give China a more effective modern-style government, in some ways along the lines of what the Japanese had been doing since the Meiji Restoration. In 1898, after 3 years of agitation around these themes, the reformers got a chance to put their ideas into action. The emperor at that time, known as the Guangxu Emperor, had come to the throne as a very young man and had been dominated by his ancestor, the Empress Dowager Cixi, a very, very famous and powerful woman in Chinese history. But in the early 1890s, Cixi had sort of retired from the day-to-day oversight of the court and had allowed Guangxu to assume more responsibility for managing the affairs of state. Well, in 1898, Guangxu is convinced by the arguments of the reformers that it's necessary to save China, to embark on a program of fairly radical reform. And from the middle of June till the middle of September 1898, we have what comes to be called the 100 Days, the 100 Days of Reform. And in this period, Guangxu listened to the advice of a number of his officials. He received further ideas from Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao and others. And he issued a series of edicts designed to streamline administration, to reduce bureaucracy, to open up the channels for popular input so he could know more about what was going on in the empire and what the desires and aspirations of ordinary people were. He appointed a council and appeared to be quite well embarked upon a process of transforming the machinery of the imperial state. But as with the self-strengtheners, there were many people in the Qing establishment who were uncomfortable, who were quite resistant to the 100 Days reforms, and who either simply ignored them, sort of passively sat things out, waiting to see how things would really develop, or actively resisted them, simply refused to implement them, or conspired to try to undermine the reformers. Eventually, in mid-September, conservative Manchu officials and some Chinese officials, in particular a man named Yuan Shikai, who was, ironically enough, commander of the modern troops within the Chinese army, decided that the reforms had gone too far, and they, along with Cixi, the Empress Dowager, resolved to put an end to this, to put a stop to this. And accordingly, the emperor was effectively placed under house arrest. The leading reformers were rounded up. 8 of them were executed. Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao managed to get tipped off and fled Beijing, made their way to Shanghai, eventually to Japan. And the reforms were brought to a complete halt. This ended what had been perhaps the last best hope for getting the Qing dynasty onto a course of modernization, which might have given it the capacity to enter into a modern political era, an era where it could have remained as the effective government and leadership of China. But by terminating the reforms, by bringing this process to an abrupt and violent end, so she had signaled that a more conservative orientation, a more traditional orientation was going to remain dominant. While these events were transpiring in the capital, other things have been going on out in provincial life, which now began to come together with high-level elite politics, and really brings about a very violent conclusion to the 19th century, and sets the stage for the final collapse of the dynasty. And this is what we know as the Boxer Rebellion. Now, the Boxer Rebellion is, in many ways, part of a long tradition of popular peasant movements in Chinese history, in Chinese society. If we go all the way back to the Han Dynasty, we talked a little bit about the peasant rebellions late in the 2nd century that were part of the collapse of the Han. Similar movements were involved in the fall of many dynasties as the course of Chinese history progressed. Often, these popular movements were religious in nature or had a strong spiritual component, and that is certainly the case with the Boxers. The name that we use for this group, we call them the Boxers, is based upon the fact that it arises from, and their leaders certainly were involved in, a martial arts school, a martial arts movement. They believed that by practicing certain kinds of exercises, spiritual exercises, and physical exercises, they would make themselves invulnerable. They would assume sort of supernatural powers, and they would not, for example, be hurt by bullets fired from the guns of the Westerns. This was a movement that spread quite rapidly. It had its center in the western part of Shandong province, a little southeast of the capital. And this was an area that had its own very particular circumstances. It was an area that was relatively poor. It was an area where popular peasant movements had arisen many times in the past, earlier in the 19th century. And it was an area also where there was a very strong foreign presence. The Germans, in particular, had acquired concessions in Shandong province at the city of Qingdao, which, of course, is where they establish a brewery, which is still very popular today. But the German presence in Shandong went far beyond Qingdao, and indeed there were many German missionaries in the interior of Shandong province. And this fed into a number of problems in local society. The missionaries, of course, were seen as aliens, as foreigners intruding into China. But Chinese who converted to Christianity, who took up the Christian message, were also seen as problematic in local society. For one thing, some Chinese became Christians perhaps not out of a completely sincere religious experience, but because there were material benefits to be gained. Benefits in terms of access to charity, access to food supplies sometimes. So these people were often disparaged as rice Christians by their neighbors, but also protection. The missionaries were under the protection of the Qing government, under the terms of the treaties, and often Christians, Chinese Christians, would use their affiliation with this foreign religion to gain an advantage in lawsuits or other kinds of disputes in local society. So there was a lot of resentment, a lot of tension that focused around the presence of the German missionaries. The Boxers took it upon themselves to basically purify their communities, to purify their society. They were pretty much localized in Western Shandong to begin with, but they had the sense of being part of a great national empire-wide movement or mission to free China from the domination and control of the foreign barbarian. Initially, the Boxers directed part of their antipathy towards representatives of the Qing government, because the Qing government, under the terms of the treaties, protected the Christian missionaries and Chinese Christians. The Qing government was seen as perhaps being equally part of the problem. But especially after the suppression of the reforms of 1898, the Qing government began to sort of change its tune and began to be more sympathetic, more encouraging to movements like the Boxers. And the governor of Shandong province made a number of proclamations about, the Boxers aren't such a bad thing, and we should support and encourage their sort of their patriotic spirit. He wouldn't use those terms, but that kind of idea. That encouragement by 1898 led the Boxers to sort of step up their activities, and they became a much more aggressive and dynamic movement. And as they did so, they also began to attract larger and larger numbers of followers. In the winter of 1899 to 1900, they moved out of Shandong province and began to make their way north towards Tianjin. Tianjin was a great treaty port southeast of Beijing. And eventually, by the summer of 1900, they marched on the imperial capital. They entered into the capital. They were well received. The imperial army did not try to keep them out or inhibit their activity. And indeed, the Empress Dowager, Cixi, who was now firmly in control of the government, proclaimed that she was on the side of the Boxers. The Boxers began to confront the Westerners that they found in Beijing. And by June of 1900, they laid siege to the diplomatic quarter, or the legation quarter, in the eastern side of the city of Beijing, where all the foreign countries had their diplomatic missions. This siege lasted for some 55 days and was only lifted when an international military force with components from 8 different countries, including, most interestingly perhaps, Japan, which was now seen as a sort of equal partner with the other imperialist powers, fought their way from Tianjin up along the railway line and entered Beijing at the middle of August, and were able to defeat the Boxers and relieve the siege of the diplomatic quarter. The Western powers then occupied Beijing. The emperor and the Empress Dowager fled, ran away from the capital. This was, of course, yet another tremendous humiliation. The mystical power of the Boxers to resist foreign weapons proved to be completely meaningless. There was no substance to that, of course. And this left the Qing state once more prostrate before the Western powers. A treaty is signed to allow the Qing government to resume its activities. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are to come back to the capital. Certain Chinese government leaders who had supported the Boxers were executed. Of course, many of the Boxers were killed. Under the terms of what comes to be known as the Boxer Protocol, China was forced to pay an indemnity to the Western powers, large amounts of money, which they could ill afford, and which they had to draw from their maritime customs receipts. The maritime customs were themselves administered by foreign officials. So it was just a really terrible set of blows to the dignity of the dynasty. And it pretty much signaled that the Qing state was no longer really a viable, workable government for China. The days of the dynasty were pretty clearly numbered. It lasted just about another decade. But during that decade, new alternative ideas about China's future became much more influential and much more significant. Revolutionary movements designed to overthrow the entire imperial heritage and establish a modern form of government for China were waiting in the wings. And we'll see the drama of how that story unfolds in our next lecture. The crushing of the Boxer Rebellion and the treaty that was imposed upon China in its wake were in some ways the last of the series of humiliations that the Western powers were able to impose upon the Qing dynasty. The shock from this final blow was sufficient to rally even the more conservative members of the Qing elite to a realization that something had to be done if they wanted to preserve their position, that they needed to make changes which they didn't particularly like, they didn't particularly find to be attractive, but which they came to finally realize were simply a matter of survival. And the final decade of the dynasty is one in which reforms are adopted, one after another, which would have been unthinkable, and clearly had been unthinkable for these same leaders only a few years earlier. Perhaps the most remarkable of these comes in 1905, when the Confucian examination system is abolished. The examination system had been operating pretty much without interruption since 1380, and of course had its origins, its roots well over 2,000 years prior to its abolition. It had been the perhaps most important institution, the most important cultural apparatus within China's political system, within the intellectual life of the educated elite for over 1,000 years. And to have it simply be swept away as a political gesture in 1905 was a very, very dramatic event. Many of the reforms that had been proposed and adopted and then rescinded in 1898 were now once again put into place. A blueprint for transforming the Qing state from an absolute monarchy into a constitutional monarchy, to create organs of political consultation and participation for new elite sectors in the cities and ports, as well as the traditional land-based literati elite, was developed, and a plan was adopted to create provincial assemblies, which would actually begin to function by about 1916. These measures, however, were not really sufficient to the situation. They were developed and began to be implemented in the years between 1901 and 1908. But even at that time, there were already many in China who felt that reforming the dynastic system was no longer the question, and that really what was necessary was to begin to seek some kinds of more radical transformation, to put Chinese society, to put Chinese political life on a non-imperial basis, a non-traditional basis, and indeed to adopt Western-style political systems and political ideas to bring China into the modern world. Interestingly, at this time, we get a revival of anti-Manchu ideas. The Manchus had been the rulers of China since the conquest in 1644. I mentioned when we talked about the Qing conquest, the siege of Yangzhou and the massacre that takes place after the city is captured. Beginning around the 1890s, the story of the siege of Yangzhou begins to resurface, begins to be reprinted and circulated amongst political circles, and a sense that the Manchu conquerors are in part responsible for the weakness of China, that doing away with the alien regime, as it comes to be called, is part of what's necessary to free China to be able to respond effectively to the challenge of modernity. This becomes part of the political discourse and is certainly on the agenda of many. And it blends with the broader anti-Western, anti-imperialist nationalism that was also growing during these years. One individual emerges as perhaps the most representative figure in the quest for a radical alternative, a revolutionary solution to the problems facing China, and this is Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen, even today, remains a very, very popular figure, often referred to as the father of modern China. You'll see portraits of him in public places, not only in Taiwan, where the political organizations that he had founded continue to be dominant, but even on the mainland, even in under the communist regime, Sun Yat-sen is seen as the great national hero. Sun Yat-sen was actually born in the far south in Guangdong province near Hong Kong. He was educated partially in Hong Kong, partially in Hawaii, which at that time was still an independent kingdom. His brother lived in Hawaii, and Sun, as a young man, spent time there living with his brother and going to school. In the 1880s, Sun Yat-sen began to be attracted to ideas of radical change. He, by virtue of sort of having a position in both the traditional culture of China and a great exposure to the ideas of the West that he saw both in the British Crown colony of Hong Kong and in Hawaii, which, although still an independent country, certainly had strong cultural influences from America and Britain. He came to believe that the imperial system held China back, and that a republic, a modern Western-style republican system, would be the solution needed to put China on the path of modernization. In the 1890s, he began to build a political movement, an avowedly revolutionary movement, aiming not to reform and adapt to the institutions of the imperial state, but to abolish them and replace them. After the defeat of China in the Sino-Japanese War in 1895, the failure of the reform movement in 1898, and the further debacle of the Boxer Rebellion in 1899 and 1900, Sun's ideas began to become more and more popular. Many young Chinese, educated Chinese, turned away from the efforts to salvage what they saw as the moribund regime of the Qing, and saw Sun's ideas of a revolutionary transformation of China as the way to go, as the more attractive option. He puts together, in the first decade of the 20th century, a sort of umbrella organization called the Tongmenghui, or the Revolutionary League, which brought anti-Qing groups of a range of ideas with a range of particular political perspectives together to strengthen them by giving them a common focus and common program. He traveled extensively within China and increasingly outside China, around the world, speaking in public, speaking to overseas Chinese communities, and raising money. He was apparently a very effective communicator, did a very good job of political agitation and propaganda, and was a first-rate fundraiser. He probably made in some ways, his major contributions by raising money to support various kinds of revolutionary activities. Some of those revolutionary activities took the form of military uprisings, or at least violent popular uprisings against Qing government officials in various parts of China, particularly in the far south. None of these, however, were successful. They all were rather botched efforts and the reputation of the nationalist movement, the revolutionary movement, was certainly not as a highly effective rebel organization or terrorist group, but rather as a political movement. All these efforts to spark a popular rebellion which would overthrow the dynasty ended in failure. In 1911, however, the dynasty does collapse, and the way that this comes about was rather particular. The efforts of reform, which had been put in place in the wake of the Boxer Rebellion, begin to stall out after 1908. In 1908, both the Guangxu Emperor and the Empress Dowager Cixi die. In fact, they die within just a few hours of each other. The Guangxu Emperor the evening before the death of the Empress Dowager Cixi. And as a result of this, a little boy named Pui is placed on the throne, and he becomes the last of the Qing emperors, made famous, of course, by Bertolucci's film of that name, The Last Emperor. As a little boy, of course, he didn't exercise any actual political authority, and his conservative uncles, who constituted a regency council for him, slowed down the reform program which Cixi had been presiding over. As a result of this, even the minimal progress that the Qing had been making towards sustaining itself through political adaptation comes to a halt, and the dynasty enters into a sort of final period of rigidity. Within the dynastic system, however, there is one sector where modernization and particularly modern ideas are becoming increasingly powerful, and this is the military. The military had been, of course, the subject of a lot of efforts by the self-strengtheners in the 1870s and 1880s and into the early 1890s. And even after the defeat of the modern Chinese army by the Japanese in 1895, there were still efforts made to develop a modern sector in the Chinese military. Again, after the Boxer Rebellion, after the eight-power imperialist army comes into China in 1900, when it's withdrawn in 1901, the Chinese army goes back on a program of modernization. And a very somewhat puzzling figure, certainly a critical player in this process, is a man named Yuan Shikai. Now, Yuan Shikai, we met briefly earlier in the context of the 1898 reforms. He was one of the Chinese officials who turned against the reformers, sided with the Empress Dowager Cixi, and took part in the suppression of the reforms in 1898, which in some ways seems sort of out of character, perhaps as a modernizer, as an advocate of the modern army within the Qing state. One would have expected to see him be on the side of the reformers of 1898. But for his own reasons, he chose not to support them, and instead to ally himself with the conservative elements amongst the Manchu leadership. But that winds up preserving his power and influence, and in the first decade of the 20th century, he is one of the more powerful figures, and certainly one of the more powerful Chinese officials within the Qing government. In 1911, he comes to play a pivotal role. The modern military, the modern units within the military had become a focal point for political activity. This in some ways was probably an unintended consequences of the efforts to modernize the army, but the officer corps in particular, and especially the junior officers who were reasonably well educated, were exposed to Western ideas, not just about military affairs, but about history and politics, began to develop ideas of their own, which were rather radical and progressive. The Revolutionary League, the Tongmenghui, Sun Yat-sen's organization, devoted a lot of effort to trying to organize among the ranks of the junior officers in the army, and they were reasonably successful in doing this. Many junior officers joined the Revolutionary League. Many junior officers were involved in conspiratorial groups, thinking about planning different kinds of insurrection. In October of 1911, one of these groups in Wuhan, in central China, was plotting some bombings, preparing to try to trigger a popular uprising, and their activities were accidentally discovered. A bomb that was being prepared by one of them within a part of the city that was actually under the control of the Russians. It was a Russian economic concession, exploded. And unintentionally, it wasn't supposed to go off at that time. And as a result of that, the authorities became suspicious, and they began to prepare to round up and arrest some of the politically outspoken members of the army. Well, this triggered a sort of defensive move on the part of the radical soldiers, and they launched a sort of coup within Wuhan, and arrested senior officers, arrested some of the representatives of the Qing government, the local magistrates, and called upon the military and the people to support them in a rebellion against the Qing dynasty. They proclaimed a republic in the province in which Wuhan is located, Hubei province, and they proclaimed the independence of that province from the Qing Empire. Over the next few weeks, other military units in other provinces, particularly initially in central China, but then spreading to other parts of the empire, followed suit and proclaimed their independence, disavowed their allegiance to the Qing state. These events were largely spontaneous. They were triggered by this accidental uncovery of a plot in Wuhan, but they spread quite quickly and began to be coordinated from one location to another. Now, interestingly enough, Sun Yat-sen was not even in China at the time that this rebellion breaks out. What will prove to be the end of the empire and the foundation of the republic. The great revolutionary leader wasn't even on the scene. He was actually in Denver, Colorado, when he received word of the Wuhan rebellion. He was on a speaking tour, raising money to continue his political work. He sets out to return to China. Not one might think he'd go, back west to San Francisco and sail immediately across the Pacific, but instead he continues on around the world, east across America, across the Atlantic, to Europe, speaks there a bit, and eventually makes his way back to China. He doesn't arrive back in China until the end of December of 1911. Before he gets back, as he is making his way back, and as events are continuing to develop in China, the revolutionary movement begins to realize that they're about to be successful, that the dynasty is, in fact, on its last legs. And they need to figure out what they're going to do about that, how they're going to cope with the disappearance of the Qing state. Well, this is where Yuan Shikai comes back into the story and plays what becomes a very, very critical and pivotal role. Now, Yuan Shikai was at this point the commander of what's called the Beiyang Army. Beiyang means Northern Ocean, and it just simply refers to the modern military forces that are in northern China. In that capacity, he was based very close to the capital, and of course he had very good political access to the Manchu elite. So what Yuan Shikai does is to position himself as the middleman, as the broker between the revolutionary forces in central and southern China, who are, after all, at this point, strongly based within the modern military. So he has a natural connection to them, and the dynasty, where he also has his political links. So Yuan Shikai is in an ideal position to be the broker, to be the intermediary between the two power centers at this time. And what he does is to negotiate on behalf of the nascent republic the abdication of the Qing dynasty. Now, this becomes a very delicate process, and Yuan Shikai is certainly not acting as a sort of neutral and disinterested party. The natural expectation was that when Sun Yat-sen returned to China, he would assume the leadership of the republic. He was the leader of the revolutionary movement. Everyone recognized and respected him, and there was a sort of expectation or assumption that he would step into the role of the leader of the new government. And indeed, on January 1st, 1912, when the republic is formally proclaimed, Sun Yat-sen is named as president, and he's going to he is put in position as the leader of the new regime. But as part of the deal that Yuan Shikai negotiates with the dynasty, Sun has to agree to step down as president when the emperor abdicates, and to allow Yuan Shikai to become president. And indeed, this is exactly what happens. The emperor finally abdicates in February of 1912. Sun Yat-sen resigns the presidency of the republic, and Yuan Shikai is named to assume that post. Now, the plan in the winter of 1912 was that Yuan Shikai's presidency was a provisional one. There was no constitution yet. There was no institutional structure for a permanent government of the republic. And the idea was that Yuan Shikai would serve as president during the period when the preparations would be made to establish a more stable and permanent regime. The critical event in this process was the election of a provisional National Assembly in the fall of 1912, because it was the duty of that body to then produce a constitution. Accordingly, elections were organized and held, and Sun Yat-sen's group, which now was transformed from the Tongmenghui, the Revolutionary League, to what's called the Kuomintang, the National People's Party, or the Nationalist Party, as it's more normally referred to. The Kuomintang emerged as the clear victor, winning the most seats in the new assembly, and Sun Yat-sen was clearly positioned to guide the party forward in writing of a constitution, and probably then in leading the republic. However, when the assembly met, it began to when it was going to begin to deliberate the future of the republic, Yuan Shikai was unwilling to allow this process to go forward. Sun Yat-sen had decided not to take a seat in the Provisional Assembly. He wanted to preserve his special status. I think clearly he had in mind keeping himself free to assume the position of president again. Instead, the leader of the Nationalist Party in the Provisional Assembly was a man named Song Jiaoren, And Song Jiaoren, when he was standing on the railway platform in Shanghai, preparing to board the train to go off to take his seat in the assembly, was assassinated. And it was quite evident quite soon that this assassination had been orchestrated by Yuan Shikai to eliminate a strong leader on the part of the nationalists in the assembly. That was not sufficient, and indeed, as the assembly began its deliberations, Yuan Shikai was increasingly unhappy with them and eventually dissolves the assembly, expels nationalist delegates from the assembly, and then allows a sort of rump legislature to meet without the nationalists. And that legislature approves a constitution under the terms of which Yuan Shikai was named as president for life. So the idea of establishing a constitutional republic with an elected assembly goes by the boards fairly quickly, and the republic has a rather abortive launch. Now, Yuan Shikai's career is not yet over, and he in fact remains as president for 3 more years after 1913, when he dissolves the assembly and has himself made president for life. Indeed, by 1916, by the spring of 1916, Yuan Shikai had conceived the idea that he might establish a new imperial dynasty. He has robes made for himself in the imperial style. He assembles around himself a group of officials suitable to be a Confucian imperial cabinet. And in March of 1916, actually goes out to perform some of the old imperial sacrifices at the Temple of Heaven in Beijing, and attempts to proclaim himself emperor. But this is too much, even for his more loyal followers. And his effort at an imperial restoration with himself as emperor collapses. He flees the capital just a short time after this, and on his way south towards his hometown in central China, he dies, ostensibly of a broken heart at the frustration of his imperial ambitions. Well, the death of Yuan Shikai, in some ways, certainly a relief, in some ways a removing, it could potentially have been seen as removing an obstacle to the establishment of a viable republic. Instead, proves to be only a further stage in the collapse of political authority in China. Once Yuan Shikai dies, the last really strong, charismatic figure who had provided a sense of national identity, national cohesion, and some substantive organizational effectiveness is removed from the scene. And what follows is a period of about a decade during which China basically falls apart. Military strongmen emerge in different parts of the country. Some of them had been generals or high-ranking officers in the old imperial army. Some of them were individuals who had risen to prominence in the early years of the Republic under Yuan Shikai. Others were simply individuals who seized the opportunity now to grab power wherever they could. And warlords, as they come to be called, established control all across China. There really was, from 1916 until 1926 or 27, no effective central government in China. There was no single capital. Certainly Beijing or Nanjing continued to function from time to time as the seat of governments that claimed to be the national government of China. But in practice, there was no such thing during this period. The warlords fought amongst themselves, sometimes forming alliances, sometimes those would break up and former allies would go to war with each other. It was a time of great hardship, great suffering in China. It was a time when the foreign powers continued to enhance their own position. Particularly the Japanese became much more ambitious in their efforts to take over and control parts of China. And there was a time when this process of humiliation and weakness and breakdown that went back all the way to the Opium War really reached its peak. Out of that chaos, and in the context of that chaos, new voices, new ideas about ways to put China on even more radical courses of transformation began to be heard. And we'll start to listen to those in the next lecture. The end of the imperial system in China was, in part, a political process. Of course, the destruction of the Qing dynasty, the elimination of the institutional structure of government was central to the process. But the political culture that had surrounded the Qing state, the imperial state, itself was part of what many Chinese came to see as the problem, the dead weight of the past, it was often seen as, which was holding China back from its modernization, from assuming a new role in the modern world. With the collapse of the dynasty, many Chinese embarked upon a pretty thorough repudiation of really all aspects of the traditional culture. If they didn't completely reject it, they certainly developed an extremely critical perspective on ideas, institutions, ways of behaving that had been part and parcel of the old imperial order. In particular, the Confucian heritage was seen as having been a major component and still constituting a major obstacle in the path of China's, of a changing China, of a new China. In the same years that the Republic was, in a sense, being stillborn, when Yuan Shikai was seizing power for himself, and then after his death, as China fragmented into a network of warlord power centers, the critique of traditional culture and the beginning of the advocacy of new ideas, new solutions, very, very radical departures from the way things had been done and thought of in China. This process went on even while the political system was breaking down further and further. This period in the 19-teens is sometimes referred to as the New Culture Movement. And at the end of the decade, we get what comes to be called the May 4th movement. And I want, in this lecture, to talk about these two very closely interrelated phenomena, the New Culture Movement and the May 4th movement. The New Culture Movement, as its name would suggest, was about making a new cultural system for China. And of course, to embark upon the process of creating something new, many Chinese also felt it was necessary first to go through a process of criticizing and breaking with what was old. So the rejection of the old culture is really integral to this process of the New Culture Movement. Central to this, in many instances, was the question of language. Chinese elite culture, Chinese political culture in particular, was intimately bound up with the use of the classical Chinese language, the literary Chinese language, which was very different from the way that ordinary Chinese spoke in their day-to-day lives. Classical Chinese was based upon the language as it had existed perhaps 2,000 years earlier, as it had been preserved in the writings of Confucius and Mencius and the other sages of antiquity. And it had remained very true to those origins and had in fact become increasingly alienated from the ordinary speech of people as the centuries passed on and on. Now, educated Chinese began to advocate the use of what we call Baihua, meaning simple language, plain language. Okay, writing Chinese as it was spoken, using, in essence, a vernacular Chinese, just day-to-day common Chinese. When they wrote about not just the portrayal, perhaps, of conversations in fiction, where more simple speech had been used for a while, but even in articles, essays talking about the great political issues of the day, talking about reform in government and history and art and literature and things like that. The use of Baihua, the vernacular language, comes to be a marker, a sign of who's modern and who's not. Those who continued to use the classical language were seen as anachronistic, were seen as throwbacks to a former time. And the people who wanted to be perceived as progressive, as part of the new China, of forging the path to the future, wrote in a much more simple and accessible kind of language. This classical language, of course, had embedded within it the values of Confucianism, the ideas about hierarchical social relations, relationships of mutual obligation. These were now seen as essentially having been oppressive. The reciprocal aspect of Confucian relationships, which we talked about quite a while ago, was lost, was largely eclipsed by a focus on the idea of all social relationships being hierarchical, and this sense of the superiority of the ruler or the husband or the father was now seen as dictatorial, as oppressive, and needed to be rejected and repudiated, and a more egalitarian set of social relationships and ideals needed to be adopted. In particular, Confucianism came to be seen as bound up with the specific oppression of many groups within society: women, peasants, workers. All were seen as having been disadvantaged, as having been seen as little people, lesser people, as opposed to the position of men or of the educated elite, who were seen as having been validated and valorized by the ideas of Confucianism. So Confucian ideology, Confucian ideas, terms, cultural practices all come to be seen by progressive Chinese as part of the problem and as things that need to be done away with and overcome. This rejection of Confucian culture, this turning away from the Confucian past, goes along in tandem with a search for new ideas, for new ways to address the concerns of the day. This search was carried out largely through in the pages of a lot of journals that came to be circulated at this time. One in particular, called New Youth, was very important. It became a forum for debate on a wide range of ideas. Many of these ideas, not surprisingly, came from the West, were drawn from Western thinkers, from the countries, from the cultures which were seen by the Chinese as being the most successful, as being the dominant groups exerting their power over China because of the strength, because of the superiority of their cultural systems at home. Western thinkers became very popular figures in China at this time. Quite a few of them traveled to China, went on speaking tours to express their ideas, to try to encourage educated young Chinese to modernize themselves, to adopt the ideas of these Western teachers. Figures like John Dewey, George Bernard Shaw, Bertrand Russell, all went on these kinds of speaking tours in China late in the teens or in the early 1920s. Other groups emerged within Chinese society during these years as well, with perhaps a less sophisticated set of concerns and programs, but which were also very influential in spreading new ideas and new ways of coping with the challenges of life in the modern world. In particular, interestingly, anarchists were very active in China. Anarchism at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century in the West was a significant political movement. Anarchist groups in European countries like France and Italy, and perhaps most significantly Spain, were not simply isolated bomb throwers, but were large organizations of workers, often deeply embedded in trade union movements. And it was in this context that we can see the spread of anarchist ideas to China. Anarchism became a significant political force in Japan about this time, and overseas students, Chinese students who were studying outside of China, some in Japan and another group, interestingly, in Paris, in France, became very interested in the ideas of anarchists and began to write about these, publish journals about these, and ship these back to China. And indeed, the first unions, the first organized groups of workers in China were founded by anarchists even before the fall of the Qing dynasty. Actually, barbers in southern China were the first Chinese workers to be organized, and they were part of this anarchist movement. The anarchists spread ideas which were themselves rather diverse. They talked about socialism, they talked about feminism, they had very radical egalitarian ideas, and before long, other groups which were more devoted to these particular aspects of political thought, feminist groups, socialist groups, began to appear in China as well. During the 19-teens, during this period of the New Culture movement, while intellectuals, members of the educated elite, were debating the repudiation of Confucianism and the more genteel ideas of Shaw and Russell and Dewey, the anarchists were working to build mass movements, workers' organizations, to try to create the conditions for a socialist transformation in China as well. World War I, of course, is taking place while all this is going on. World War I, from 1914 to 1918, becomes a period which in some ways is very beneficial for China, becomes a period of opportunity for China, but in other ways it can also see some new problems, some new adverse circumstances arise for China. On the one hand, economically, the period of the First World War was an opportunity for China. European industry was, of course, largely diverted to wartime production, and this allowed certain Chinese industrial sectors to expand their role in the market, particularly in the textile industry, but in a few other sectors as well. Many of the factories in China which were able to take advantage of this were in fact owned by the Japanese. This is also a period where the Japanese do rather well. But some Chinese businessmen who own their own factories were also able to take advantage of this business opportunity during the First World War. And so there's a kind of mini boom for the business community in China during these years. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of Chinese workers traveled to Europe, particularly to France, where they took jobs in factories, many of which had been abandoned by young men who had gone off to military service. These workers, Chinese workers in France, became a very significant force because, on the one hand, they sent home money. They earned money, and they sent a large proportion of what they earned to their families back in China. So this, again, was a sort of positive economic influence that took place. But perhaps more significant in the long term, by being exposed to European, French trade unions, to the conditions in European factories, to the ideas of democracy, education, liberty, equality, fraternity, those hallmarks of French political rhetoric, they also began to transmit those influences back to China. And these ideas were not merely the province of well-educated intellectuals, but increasingly were in circulation in ordinary society as well. The end of the First World War proves to be a critical time. And here we have to take a minute and think about the relationship between China and Japan. China, as we've already talked about, back at the end of the 19th century in 1894 to 1895, had fought a war with Japan in which it had been soundly defeated. The Japanese had launched themselves on their program of national recreation, if you will, in the middle of the 19th century and had achieved a great success in this by the 1890s. As they moved into the 20th century, their successes continued. In 1904 and 1905, they fought a war with the Russians and defeated them. And this was a remarkable event for an Asian country to defeat a European power, even if it was Russia, which was sort of the weak link in the European system. Nonetheless, it was significant that a yellow nation had defeated a white nation, and this was seen as quite dramatic at the time. The Japanese had gone on to annex Korea, to make it part of the empire. They had already gained the island of Taiwan from China as a result of the settlement back in 1895. The Japanese empire was expanding, and the Japanese were increasingly turning their perspective, conceiving their ambitions in terms of the Asian mainland. When World War I comes along, the Japanese see a window of opportunity. There are, of course, a number of opportunities for the Japanese at this time, but the situation in China is one of great concern to them. The European powers, which, while certainly wishing in their own ways to dominate and exploit the situation in China, had recognized China as an area where all the powers sort of played on an equal level. The Americans in particular had been very clear since John Hay's open door notes back at the beginning of the 20th century that there should be no special spheres of influence in China, that all the ports should be open to all the powers, a kind of equal opportunity approach to Western imperialism. But during World War I, the Japanese had a sort of special opportunity because the Western powers were clearly focused on what was happening in Europe, and they weren't able to devote as much attention to the situation in China. And accordingly, in 1915, the Japanese delivered to the Chinese government, and at that time, Yuan Shikai was still president, and there was still a single government entity to address. They delivered to the Chinese government what are called the 21 demands. The 21 demands were essentially a program to facilitate Japanese domination in China. They wanted special economic concessions. They wanted the ability to place Japanese officials as overseers in Chinese government offices. And basically, they were demanding to be given a unique special status which would allow them to dominate and control much of public life and economic life in China. The Chinese government doesn't accept the 21 demands. They don't agree to the concessions which Japan is seeking, but this pressure that the Japanese put on China was quite severe, and it was quite intimidating to the Chinese. When World War I had broken out, the Japanese declared themselves as belligerents on the side of the Allies. Of course, they were far away from Europe, and in some ways this was not a particularly significant move, but the Germans had territorial possessions in China, and in the Western Pacific. They had, of course, the port of Qingdao that we mentioned earlier in Shandong province, and a few other concessions on the Chinese mainland. And they possessed a number of islands in the Western Pacific, which they had been developing as a source for various minerals and other resources. The Japanese occupied these German concessions. They sent military forces and simply took over these concessions and held them for the duration of the war. In 1919, when the war was over, of course, the Great Peace Conference was convened at Versailles in France. And it was at the Versailles negotiations that things went from bad to worse for the Chinese. Chinese had, of course, also been allies. They had been part of the Western, the alliance of the British and the French and the Americans against Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But while the Japanese were rewarded for their support, the Chinese wound up being essentially left in the lurch. And of course, there's a great irony and frustration involved in this. The Western powers during World War I had, of course, proclaimed it as a war to make the world safe for democracy. The American president, Wilson, in his 14 points, had proclaimed that among the war's aims was the idea of self-determination for peoples. Okay? Not surprisingly, many people around the world, particularly in colonial countries that were colonies of the European powers, interpreted the idea of self-determination for peoples as meaning that after the war, after they had supported their colonial masters, after they had sent troops off to fight and die in the war, that they would then be allowed a greater role in self-determination, that they might even attain independence and self-rule. Well, it became very clear at the Versailles Peace Conference that the Western powers had no intention whatsoever of allowing the colonial peoples self-determination, that in fact the maintenance of the colonial order was at the top of the agenda for the Western powers. In particular, for China, this was made clear when the former German territorial concessions in China, rather than being returned to Chinese control at the end of the war, were granted to Japan. Japan had seized them militarily at the beginning of the war, and now was given the right to retain them. Well, this was seen as a real betrayal by the Chinese. And when word of this reached Beijing, a telegram arrives in Beijing, it sparked demonstrations, which became the focal point then of what we come to call the May 4th movement. The word came overnight from Paris on May 3rd that these were the terms of the treaty that China was being presented with. And students gathered the next day at noon at Tiananmen, the great gate at the southern entrance to the imperial city, where the government ministries were all located. This area today has been expanded into the great square, the great public space of Tiananmen Square. Several thousand, many thousands of students assembled at Tiananmen midday on May the 4th, 1919. And they marched eastward along the main east-west street there in Beijing towards the Western diplomatic quarter. The police blocked their access to the diplomatic quarter, so they turned aside into the narrow alleyways off to the north, where they went to the home of the foreign minister. The Chinese, the foreign minister in the cabinet at that point was seen as having been weak, as having betrayed China by allowing the Chinese delegation at Versailles to be part of these negotiations. In fact, the Chinese government never accepts the terms of the treaty, but the treaty is imposed anyway, even without their signature, their authorization for it. When they reach the home of the foreign minister, they burn it down. They enter the home first and beat up a gentleman they find there who they thought was the foreign minister. It turned out, in fact, he wasn't. The foreign minister had put on the dress of a female servant and fled out the back door. But the crowd was so enraged, they went ahead then and burned down the house. Police arrived. There were confrontations between the students and the police. Several students were arrested, others were beaten, and the demonstration eventually is broken up. Political tension in the capital persists over the following days. Officials from Beijing University get involved. Officials from the government in Beijing, which is only one of the many centers of warlord power, but is still presenting itself as the national government at this time. They get involved. Eventually, students are released. The students make demands on the government about not ratifying the treaty, and the government has to accede to that. The movement spreads far beyond the capital. It spreads to many other cities around China, and it spreads beyond the ranks of students. In fact, it becomes a very popular movement. Many merchants join in the movement, in part because one of the tactics that the movement adopts is boycotts against Japanese goods. Well, obviously, if you're boycotting Japanese goods, you're going to be buying Chinese goods, or at least somebody else's goods, hopefully Chinese goods. And so many Chinese businessmen support the May 4th movement as well. Well, the May 4th movement, we talk about the May 4th demonstration, the actual events of May 4th, 1919. The May 4th movement, in a sense, sort of merges, sort of flows into what's going on with the new culture movement. As part of this process of criticizing the past, seeking new ideas, new ways to address China's problems, what's most important about the May 4th movement is the idea that it represents a loss of faith for the West, and a loss of faith in the West on the part of many educated young Chinese. The hopes, the aspirations for a liberal, democratic, republican kind of system, which had been around in China since the struggle to overthrow the Qing dynasty, have now run up against the realities of the pragmatic interests of the Western powers, the betrayal, as it's perceived in China, of the ideas of self-determination, of making the world safe for democracy. The war aims of the Western powers are now perceived by many as having been, shall we say, duplicitous, as having been lies, and that the Chinese are now once again victimized and humiliated by the Western powers, even as they have been trying to emulate the Western way. Well, in conjunction with these events, other developments outside of China have also been taking place, and word of these begins to weave into this process of political discussion and debate that's going on with the new culture movement and the May 4th movement. And of course, what I'm referring to here is the Bolshevik Revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution, beginning in October of 1917 in Russia, has tremendous impact in China. Word of it doesn't arrive immediately, and really it's not until the spring of 1918 that many Chinese begin to have a very clear idea of what's going on next door in Russia. But there are a number of aspects of the situation in Russia that have a very dramatic impact on the thinking of educated and more radical Chinese. For one thing, the Tsarist state was the closest, in some ways, parallel in Europe to the situation of China. The Tsar had the same sorts of powers that the old Chinese emperors had had. The Russian Empire was a vast expanse, not unlike China, a large peasant, in many ways pre-industrial society. And yet here there had been this revolutionary upsurge. And when the Bolsheviks proclaimed their new order, proclaimed socialism, socialist democracy, denounced the secret diplomacy of the Western powers, all this was very well received by progressive Chinese. The discussions of alternative paths to the future in China now began to turn more and more to an examination of the ideas associated with the Bolshevik Revolution, the ideas of Marxism, the ideas of Leninism, the communist strategy, the idea of a communist party as a revolutionary organization which could lead China into the future. The establishment of the Chinese Communist Party would follow quite closely on these events, and we will pick up that story in the next lecture. The end of the second decade of the 20th century, China had gone through 10 years of post-imperial turmoil. The First World War had come and gone. The hopes of perhaps an improved situation in the world after the war had been dashed by the Versailles Peace Conference. Many Chinese had begun to search for radical alternatives to the ideas that had brought China to its present circumstances, whether those were the traditional Confucian political culture or the more liberal democratic ideas associated with the hopes of the Republican movement. At the beginning of the 1920s, the new ideology, which had grown out of the activities of anarchists and socialists earlier in the century, and particularly from the influence of the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, took root in China and took on institutional form in the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. The party was founded in Shanghai in 1921. It was the result, the get-together in July that actually put the party institutionally in place, formally in place, was the result of a process that had been going on for a couple of years. Marxist study groups in Beijing and Shanghai and other places had sprung up in the wake of the First World War and the Bolshevik Revolution. These had grown in size. They had begun to reach out and try to form links to workers' organizations, to socialist groups in other parts of the country. Beginning around 1920, as the Soviet Union began to pull itself together and the Communist International, the Third International, was established, agents sent out from Moscow began to visit various parts of Asia, and China in particular, to assist in the process of revolutionary organization. In China, agents from the Communist International were involved both with the establishment of the Chinese Communist Party and with the reorganization of Sun Yat-sen's Nationalist Party. We'll talk about the Nationalists in a minute, but first I want to finish up with getting the Communists organized. These advisors from the International who came to China worked with the Marxist study groups, began to do the groundwork to establish a national organization, and they helped to suggest the terms of a program, the organizational format for the new party. And in 1921, in the summer of 1921, assisted with the convening of the First Party Congress. There were only about a dozen delegates at the First Party Congress. Many people were unable to travel to Shanghai to attend. Some of the people who were among this first dozen sort of drifted off into relative obscurity after. One individual who was present, although not because he had been all that important an actor up to this point, but certainly would become so later, was Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong from Hunan province in central China had been living in Beijing, had been exposed to the Marxist study groups there through his work at the library in Beijing, and had made his way to Shanghai and was able to take part in this initial gathering. The communist advisors to both the new party and to the nationalists put forward an analysis of the situation in China, which called for an alliance, a united front between the communists and the nationalists. The Nationalist Party, which was still under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen in the early 1920s, was reorganized internally along the disciplined lines of the Bolshevik Party, of the Russian Communist Party. And this made the Nationalist Party a much more effective organization than it had previously been. One of the problems, one of the frustrations that Sun Yat-sen had faced in his life was that he was a good orator, he was a good speaker, a good fundraiser, a good propagandist. He wasn't much of an organizer. He didn't seem to have figured out a way to make the Nationalist Party into a truly effective political force. The advice of the communists and the organizational changes that they helped to put in place within the Nationalist Party gave it greater cohesion, greater internal discipline, and turned it into a more functional political organization. This did not mean that the Nationalist Party or Sun Yat-sen embraced the Marxist-Leninist ideology of the Bolsheviks or of the advisors from the International, but it did mean that Sun Yat-sen in particular was more open to some kind of cooperation, some sort of collaboration between the new Communist Party and his Nationalist Party. The first United Front was accordingly put together, and under the terms of this, individual members of the Chinese Communist Party could join the Nationalist Party, could be members, in other words, of both parties, and could indeed even serve as officers within units of the Nationalist Party. The Communist Party was not joined the Nationalist Party organization. In other words, there wasn't a merger between the two parties, but individuals could be members of both parties. Many individual communists did join the Nationalist Party, participated within political activities of the Nationalist Party, and some even rose to positions of relative prominence within the Nationalist Party, including, with great significance for later developments, Mao Zedong, who became leader of the Peasant Bureau within the Nationalist Party. This was the peasantry was, of course, not seen as the most important group. Urban workers, industrial proletariat were seen as the focal point by both the nationalists and the communists. So Mao's position in dealing with the peasantry was not a particularly prestigious one, but it becomes his experience there and the ideas that he developed there become quite important, as we shall see later on. In 1925, Sun Yat-sen dies, and this is a critical turning point because so long as Sun Yat-sen was alive, so long as he was dedicated to his particular vision of the nationalist revolution and of a socially progressive version of nationalism, the alliance with the Communist Party made a lot of sense. The Communist Party was still relatively small. It certainly wasn't an organizational threat to the nationalists early on, and Sun's willingness to work together resulted in benefits for both sides. It allowed the Communist Party to grow and to gain a lot of experience, but it also benefited the Nationalist Party. Much of the work that communist organizers did was quite diligent and quite effective, and they actually brought a lot of members into the Nationalist Party, non-communist members into the Nationalist Party. In the wake of Sun Yat-sen's death, something of a leadership vacuum develops at the top of the Nationalist Party. And it takes a little while, a year or so, for a successor figure, a single successor figure, to really emerge. When that happens, the individual who comes to dominate the Nationalist Party, first as a military leader and eventually as its political leader as well, is Chiang Kai-shek. Now, Chiang Kai-shek himself is a very interesting figure. He was a military man, and he had been sent by Sun Yat-sen to study in Russia and to learn about the Bolshevik Revolution, to learn about the communist systems of organization, to learn about the Red Army. And he had spent 6 months studying and working in Russia. When he came back from that experience, he was very impressed with the organizational skills and techniques of the Bolsheviks, but he was a confirmed anti-communist. He was very, very opposed to the political program of the Russian Revolution and the Communist Party. Chiang Kai-shek became the commandant of the Nationalist Military Academy at Whampoa, outside of Canton, Guangzhou, in Guangdong province. And in that position, was able to establish quite a network of personal connections and loyalties within the nationalist military. He used his influence within the army and his position as leader of the nationalist army to as a factor in the political maneuvering that took place after Sun Yat-sen's death, and used that as a way to advance his own position and eventually to emerge as the new strongman within the Nationalist Party. In 1926, the year after Sun Yat-sen's death, Chiang Kai-shek finally felt himself to be in a strong enough position within the nationalist movement, and felt the nationalist movement itself to be strong enough militarily to launch an effort to reunify China. And what he undertakes, we call the Northern Expedition. The nationalists had their base down south in Guangdong province. Guangdong province had essentially been the only part of China that the Nationalist Party could control. The rest of China had, of course, been divided up amongst the various warlords. And, of course, it's in some ways possible to see Chiang Kai-shek as simply one of these warlords who happened to have the Nationalist Party as his political machine. Be that as it may, the Northern Expedition, when it gets underway in 1926, proves to be a very successful undertaking. The nationalist armies essentially follow the same route that the Taiping movement had followed back in the 1850s, moving from Guangdong province up through central China, through Hunan, to the Yangtze River Valley, and then turning east and heading towards Nanjing. And moving a little more quickly than the Taipings had over the course simply of a few months, they managed to gain control of most of southern China. And this happens through a variety of mechanisms. In some instances, the nationalist forces fight against the forces of local warlords, and they generally win. They defeat the local leaders and absorb them then into the nationalist forces. In other instances, Chiang Kai-shek was able to negotiate political arrangements under which local warlords would pledge their loyalty to him and would therefore sort of be brought under the nationalist umbrella. In other instances, he simply bribed people. He would buy the loyalty of individuals who couldn't be appealed to on any other basis and whom he didn't feel like fighting or didn't wish to risk fighting. By one means or another, the Northern Expedition succeeds by the spring of 1927 in basically getting all of southern China, south of the Yangtze River, into nationalist hands. In April of 1927, the nationalist forces have reached the outskirts of Shanghai. And at this point, Chiang Kai-shek makes a decision that is of great political significance. he has reluctantly, up to this point, maintained the united front with the Communist Party, which Sun Yat-sen had put in place. Not wishing to jeopardize his own position as the heir of Sun Yat-sen, as the successor to Sun Yat-sen, he hasn't felt up till now strong enough to do anything other than continue this policy. But by April of 1927, having successfully carried out the Northern Expedition, having gained all this control over half of China, he feels his position to be much stronger. And so he decides to do away with the communists, to eliminate them, not just as partners in the United Front, but to try to drive them out, to try to destroy them as a political force in China. And accordingly, when the nationalist forces reach the outskirts of Shanghai, he stops. He does not take the nationalist army into the city, but instead allows communist organizers within the city and within the trade unions of the city. Shanghai was by this time the most industrialized city in China, many factories there, many thousands and thousands of workers, most of whom were organized into trade unions with at least links to, if not being dominated by, the Communist Party. When the Nationalist Army is approaching Shanghai, the communists launch an uprising. The idea being to seize the city from within so that the Nationalist Army won't have to fight its way in. But Chiang Kai-shek stops outside of Shanghai and doesn't intervene, doesn't come in. And the insurrection in Shanghai is then suppressed by a combination of the troops of the foreign powers. Shanghai is sort of an international city, so the British, the French, the Americans, the Germans at this time, the Japanese, rather, all have forces there. And those forces, those police and military units are mobilized to attack the workers, to attack the communists. And in conjunction with those government forces of the foreign powers, the secret societies, the sort of organized crime circles within Shanghai also come out and start to attack the workers and the communist organizers. And this combination of the foreign powers and the sort of Shanghai underworld destroy the communist movement in Shanghai. Many hundreds of communist organizers and leaders are arrested and executed. Others die in fighting in the streets. Many workers are shot or arrested and imprisoned, and some of them executed, even if they weren't members of the Communist Party. It's a very bloody uprising and suppression of the communist movement in Shanghai. And it represents, it signals the break, the split between the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party. It takes a while for this political process to completely unfold. A sort of left-wing group within the Nationalist Party, which is centered at the city of Wuhan on the central Yangtze River, continues to ally itself with the Communist Party for a while. But before long, Chiang Kai-shek is able to convince them that they really need to split with the communists and stick with him. He intimidates them militarily, and by the end of the summer of 1927, the left wing of the Nationalist Party reunites with Chiang Kai-shek's mainstream. And Chiang now is the undisputed leader of the nationalist movement, and of a nationalist movement which is no longer, in his view, hampered by this alliance with the Chinese Communist Party. Well, the Chinese Communist Party finds itself in a difficult situation. Their principal political orientation up to this time had been towards organizing urban workers. The classical theories of Marxism had emphasized the role of the industrial working class as the vanguard of the revolution. This was the force which would lead the transformation of society, build socialism. But now, the organizational base of the Chinese Communist Party in the cities, amongst the industrial workers, is destroyed. Shanghai was the most important location, but once this rupture takes place in Shanghai, it's repeated elsewhere in other ports, in other centers of industry, and the communists are systematically driven out of urban China. How is the party to survive? What are they to do? It's at this point that the role of Mao Zedong begins to be significant. Mao Zedong, as leader of the Peasant Bureau of the Nationalist Party, had spent a lot of time in the countryside, had spent a lot of time observing what was happening away from the cities, away from the great coastal ports, in places like his home province of Hunan. And what he saw was large peasant movements, not unlike peasant movements that we have seen at earlier times in Chinese history, but now movements which were taking place in the modern world, in a modern context, and which could be imbued with a modern ideology and led by, in Mao's view, a modern political party. He saw the uprisings of the peasants as a very, very powerful force, a force so powerful that, as he put it to his comrades, their choice was to either try to lead it or just to get out of the way, because this movement was going to sweep across the country. And if the Communist Party could lead it, they could turn it into a revolutionary force. Well, these ideas had been pretty marginal up until this time. But in the wake of the suppression of the party in the cities, Mao's ideas suddenly begin to seem a little more reasonable. Now, this doesn't happen overnight. In fact, it takes a number of years for Mao's ideas to begin to be accepted and to begin to be dominant within the Chinese Communist Party. Initially, when the party is devastated in the cities, the remnants of the party leadership and the advisors from the Soviet Union simply call for greater revolution. And they urge communists in various parts of the country to launch insurrections and to try to sort of jumpstart the revolution. And this leads to a series of really disastrous uprisings. Mao himself is drawn into one of these when he is ordered to lead a peasant army to capture a city in central China. They do so for a few days, but then they're driven out by the better armed and better organized forces of the Nationalist Army. And it's after this that Mao retreats with the remnants of his peasant army to the mountains of southern Jiangxi province. And it is there, along with other local communist leaders and the remnants of a few others of these abortive uprisings, that he begins to put together a new model for the Chinese Communist movement. This rural base area, as it comes to be called, in essence becomes a sort of laboratory. And in the early 1930s, Mao and a man named Zhu De, who is a communist military leader, and Zhou Enlai, who becomes one of Mao's greatest political allies, these individuals work together with several million peasants in southern Jiangxi to create a communist experiment, to carry out experiments in land reform and reforming the Chinese family system, a variety of things which later on, after the Communist Party comes to power nationally, will be implemented in a fully developed way. But in the early 30s in Jiangxi, they're just experimenting. They're sort of trying things out in a sort of laboratory of peasant society. Well, Chiang Kai-shek went on after 1927 to complete the unification of China. In 1928, he takes his forces on to the north, defeats or wins over the remaining warlords, and establishes a reunified China, a single nationalist government, now based at Nanjing again, with Chiang Kai-shek as the leader, comes to be put in place. Even while he's completing the second half of the Northern Expedition, Chiang begins to have conflicts with the Japanese. Japanese military units are in Shandong province to protect their concession at Qingdao and some of their railway lines. There are confrontations between Japanese military units and Chiang's forces in 1928 in Shandong. Later on, the Japanese blow up the train of one of Chiang's warlord allies in northern China because they want to eliminate him as a threat to their position in Korea. So tensions between Chiang Kai-shek and the Japanese, between China and the Japanese, begin to show a little more clearly at the end of the 1920s and beginning of the 1930s. But Chiang Kai-shek determines that the real problem that he needs to deal with, the real enemy that he faces, is not the Japanese, but the Chinese. He says very famously that the Japanese are a disease of the skin, where the communists are a disease of the guts. And so he's willing to ignore the activities of the Japanese to a great extent and concentrates his efforts on fighting against the communists. The base area in southern Jiangxi, which is only one of a number of these areas where local communist forces establish control, but it's probably the most significant, becomes the focal point of Chiang's activities in the early 1930s. And he launches a series of what are called encirclement campaigns, where he basically puts a blockade, military forces completely surrounding the communist base area, and then slowly but surely closing the ring, moving closer and closer in. The first several of these efforts are defeated. The communists manage to back and drive off the nationalist forces, but Chiang keeps the pressure up. He begins in the 30s to get military advice from the Germans, the Nazi party that has come to power in Germany in the early 30s. Begins to form a fairly close working relationship with Chiang that will be suspended later when they become even more closely allied with the Japanese. But for a while in the mid-30s, German advisors are very helpful in leading the anti-communist campaigns for Chiang Kai-shek. And eventually, by 1934, it becomes apparent that the latest encirclement campaign of the nationalists against the Jiangxi base area, which is sometimes called the Jiangxi Soviet, is going to be successful. And the communist leaders then have to decide what they're going to do, how they're going to cope with this threat. What they decide leads to one of the most dramatic events in 20th century Chinese history, an event which continues to inspire young Chinese even today. This is what's called the Long March. In October of 1934, the communists decide that they're not going to be able to resist Chiang Kai-shek and the encirclement campaign much longer. There is another base area far away in northwestern China, centered on a small town called Yan'an, and they decide that they're going to try to break out from the Jiangxi area and make their way to Yan'an. This is a long, long way to go, and they don't know exactly how to get there or how they will survive in the process of doing so. Nonetheless, they figure this is their best option, their only real chance. And so in mid-October of 1934, 115,000 people break out from the encirclement. A small contingent is left behind in the heartland of the Jiangxi base area to make a last stand against the nationalist forces, and also to keep those nationalist forces occupied so that they won't be able to pursue the Long Marchers as they set out. The Long March strikes off to the south and west, and in the course of the next year, they troop over several thousand kilometers. It's not a simple straight path off to the northwest that they take. They travel through several provinces. They have to cross mountain ranges, swamps, deep river gorges. It's a very dramatic event. They're constantly being pursued and harassed by nationalist forces. Of the 115,000 people who embark on the Long March, 15,000 complete it. So 100,000 people are lost one way or another along the way. Early in the course of the Long March, a very important political event takes place, which is that Mao Zedong is named leader of the communist movement. He assumes the position of chairman of the party, and he holds this position uninterruptedly until his death in 1976. The triumph of Mao sets the stage for the latter part of the Chinese Revolution. Once the Long March reaches Yan'an at the end of 1936, at the end of 1935, the great age of what comes to be called the Yan'an era, or the Yan'an base area, gets started. And in the Northwest, the communists have a new laboratory, a new arena in which to experiment with their policies and their organizational methods. Later on, when the Japanese invasion comes, the Yan'an base area will be the center of resistance against the Japanese invasion. And indeed, by the end of 1936, from their position in the Northwest, they're able to enter into a second united front with the Nationalists. We'll see the circumstances of that and how the war with Japan and the revolution which follows it play out in our next lecture. At the end of 1935, Mao Zedong and the 15,000 survivors of the Long March arrived in northwestern China. They spent much of 1936 settling into their new circumstances in the Yan'an base area. And at the end of that year, an opportunity arose for the establishment of a second united front between the communists and the nationalists, with a focus at this point on resisting the Japanese. The occasion that allows for the formation of the Second United Front is something that's called the Xi'an Incident. Xi'an is the modern name for the ancient city that had been Chang'an in Shanxi province. And at that time, in 1936, this part of China, the southern part of Shanxi province, was in the control of one of the military strongmen who was part of the nationalist coalition, part of the nationalist alliance. And this was a man named Zhang Xueliang. Now, Zhang Xueliang's father had been a warlord in northern China, and he had been assassinated by the Japanese back in 1928. So Zhang Xueliang was particularly anxious that China and the nationalists should take a strong stand against Japanese aggression. And he was very frustrated with what he perceived as Chiang Kai-shek's unwillingness to stand up to the Japanese. Chiang, as we've noted before, saw the Japanese threat as secondary and the threat of the communists as primary. But Zhang Xueliang, saw it the other way around, and he was anxious to encourage Chiang Kai-shek to take a stronger line of resisting the Japanese. The Xi'an incident, what happens in the Xi'an incident is that Chiang Kai-shek goes to Xi'an to visit Zhang Xueliang, and during that visit, General Zhang effectively places Chiang Kai-shek under house arrest. He then invites representatives from the communist base area in northern Shanxi province to come to Xi'an, and the communists send Zhou Enlai, and he enters into negotiations, and an agreement is reached for the forming of a united front to resist the Japanese. And Chiang Kai-shek is released and goes back to Nanjing, to his capital. But he then places Zhang Xueliang under arrest. And in fact, General Zhang remains under arrest by the nationalist forces right down until the end of the 1990s. He was taken to Taiwan when the nationalists fled in 1948, 49. and was held under house arrest there until just about 5 or 6 years ago. Nonetheless, the terms of the United Front brought the communists and the nationalist forces together to strengthen China's ability to resist Japan. As it turned out, the timing on this was very significant. In 1931, Japan had invaded Manchuria and had occupied that part of China, had actually separated it from China and created a puppet state called Manchukuo, with the last of the Manchu emperors, Puyi, now as the ruler, the puppet ruler of this supposedly independent country. And in July of 1937, Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China proper. There's a famous incident in July of 1937, the so-called Marco Polo Bridge incident. It takes place at a site southwest of Beijing, where Chinese and Japanese troops have a kind of confrontation, and from that, the war breaks out steadily through the rest of 1937. The Japanese, once they launch their invasion of China proper, pursue it quite vigorously, quite relentlessly, along two basic lines. They come into China from the north, crossing the Great Wall from their puppet state in Manchuria, and start to move south basically along the railway lines running from Beijing down to central China, to the central Chinese city of Wuhan. So that's a north to south advance, which doesn't go very rapidly, but that's the line that they want to be following. And then the second front that they open up starts with the city of Shanghai. Shanghai was, as we've mentioned before, an international city. There were British, French, Americans, Russians, and Japanese and others living in Shanghai, and many of the foreign countries that were represented there had their own troop concentrations, their own military units there. In the fall of 1937, Japanese forces based in Shanghai attack the Chinese part of the city, the western side of Shanghai, and then begin to fight their way west up the course of the Yangtze River. The Japanese plan was that the group moving west up the Yangtze River and the group moving south down the railway from Beijing would meet at the central Chinese city of Wuhan. And they expected this to happen fairly quickly. The idea was to have a sort of almost a blitzkrieg, a lightning sort of invasion. But that did not work out. In fact, both in North China and especially along the Yangtze River, the resistance that the Chinese put up was much more intense, much more fierce than the Japanese had anticipated. And in some ways, this should recall the experience that both the Mongols and the Manchus had in invading China, where the greatest resistance that they met was in the Jiangnan region. They were coming into the region from the north and the west, whereas the Japanese were invading from the east and coming out of the city of Shanghai. But in either case, the Jiangnan region proved to be a very, very difficult area for a foreign conqueror to move through. Nonetheless, the Japanese were able to eventually achieve their initial military objectives, and the nationalist government was forced to retreat, first from the city of Nanjing, west up the river to Wuhan, and then eventually forced to abandon Wuhan and move on up through the Yangtze Gorges to the city of Chongqing in Sichuan province, where they established their what proved to be their permanent wartime headquarters. Now, when the Japanese reached Nanjing, which had been the nationalist capital, it took them until December, the beginning of December of 1937, to actually get there. And when they did, again, sort of in recollection or certainly in resonance with the events of the Manchu conquest, the Japanese carried out at Nanjing a great massacre. They were very upset, they were very frustrated with the resistance that the Chinese had put up, and when they took the city of Nanjing, although the Chinese military had largely withdrawn, the Japanese unleashed a very serious campaign of terror against the civilian population of Nanjing. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. Many women were raped. The incident comes to be known as the Rape of Nanjing and is still today a source of very severe tensions sometimes between China and Japan. The atrocities that were perpetrated there and elsewhere in China, while they were certainly intended by the Japanese to terrorize and intimidate the Chinese, often had exactly the opposite effect, certainly of frightening people, but had the opposite of the intended effect, which was to make the Chinese stiffen in their resistance, to make them even stronger in their hostility to the Japanese invasion. Well, once the Japanese had managed to occupy particularly northern China, the war, after the first year or two, begins to settle into a more stable pattern. The nationalists were based in the west and the southwest. They had their political center at Chongqing in Sichuan province, and another very important center down at Kunming in Yunnan. They also had troops still in various parts of South China. The Japanese did not occupy all of South China by any means. There were pockets, there were areas where nationalist forces continued to operate long after the initial Japanese invasion. In the north, the Chinese Communists, of course, had their base area in Shanxi province, around the town of Yan'an. And from there, the Communists pursued a campaign, a very vigorous campaign of guerrilla warfare all across North China. The idea that the Japanese were occupying all of North China was a little simplistic. They, during the daytime, could extend their presence over many areas, but at night, except for the areas right along the main railway lines and in the main towns, much of the countryside was in the hands of popular forces led by communist guerrillas. So there was lots of sabotage, lots of fighting, ambushing of Japanese troops, blowing up of bridges and railway lines and things like that, designed to harass and tie down large numbers of Japanese troops who could not be spared then for other kinds of military uses. This pattern then persisted for several years, with the Japanese occupying much of China, not really being able to push their conquests further, not being able to really gain complete functional control, even of the areas that they basically were dominating militarily. Their invasion of China, which theoretically was designed to help them solve their problems at home, their economic and population problems in Japan proper, it proved to be a very counterproductive activity. But once they had invaded, once they had occupied China, the Japanese really had, from their point of view, no choice but to try to stick things out and hope to eventually defeat their enemies in the war and perhaps reap benefits of victory down the way. That clearly was not the direction that the war took. And by 1944, it was pretty clear that Japan's defeat was inevitable. The war in the larger Pacific theater, the war with the United States, was one which, after the first few months, it became evident Japan could not win. The dramatic victories that they achieved at the end of 1941 and beginning of 1942. By the summer of 1944, the American counterattack was moving relentlessly towards Japan, and it became obvious that the USA would defeat Japanese imperialism, and that would radically transform the situation in China. In anticipation of eventual American victory, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists pursued a relatively static strategy vis-a-vis the Japanese. They resisted Japanese attempts to acquire more territory, but they didn't really launch major offensives to try to drive the Japanese out of territory they had already occupied. Chiang Kai-shek received a lot of military assistance from the United States during the war, and he tended to store that away to save it for the post-war period where he anticipated a great conflict with the Chinese communists. Frustration with this on the part of the Western allies, particularly the American military advisor Joseph Stilwell, resulted in tensions and it's almost an open break between Stilwell and Chiang. Stilwell eventually had to be withdrawn by the American government. But Chiang stayed resolute in his view that even after Japan had invaded and occupied